Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. Wine Sword Immortal. Divine Level Winemaker, Drunkenly Kills Tianmen. Chapter 61. What was different from the young man's chic departure was the shocked reaction from the outside world. What just happened? Why are those two Thunder Eagles dead? It seems that he was killed by Yunzhou's sword. I was probably drunk, but I actually saw a martial artist who could fly with a sword in the blood-refining realm, leapfrogging and killing two Thunder Eagles at the peak of rank 3. I really don't understand, how on earth did he do it? Why is he so persistent? Is he on drugs? What kind of medicine can have such an effect? However, Yunzhou did seem to drink something just now. It's most likely spiritual wine. As long as it's related to talent growth, it's allowed to be brought into the examination room if you register for the exam in advance. If you put it this way, Yunzhou's talent is most likely related to the amplitude of Lingzhu. It's not just that, he didn't drink during the high school entrance examination. My family, I really don't envy you at all. Monitoring room. The dignified rank 7 martial artist, Tuoba Shin, showed an expression as if he had seen a ghost for the first time. That was. Sword intent. Impossible. How old is he? How is it possible? Although he didn't want to believe it, his expression explained all the answers. Wang's ancestral home. Sword intent. A large number of Wang clan members suddenly stood up, their expressions were all shocked and stunned. If they just saw Yunzhou flying with his sword, they were still lucky enough to think it was some unknown means. The sword that the young man showed now completely shattered their last chance. The Taishang elder's body also began to tremble slightly. As someone who has personally taught Wang Baikan, he clearly knows the other person's entire level. The strength and talent shown by that Yunzhou was far beyond what Wang Baikan could match. As the most senior person in the Wang family, he knows the more detailed experiences of the Sword Emperor. His ancestor, the Sword Emperor, was 20 years old when he realized the sword intent. Prodigy who understood sword intent at the age of 15. The Supreme Elder was a little panicked. He seemed to understand why his mood fluctuated when he saw Yunzhou. This was the remaining power of destiny in his body giving him a hint. But what does this prompt mean? Is there any direct relationship between Yunzhou and the downfall of the Wang family? Why is there a sun who shakes the prophecy in this era? This is not in line with the laws of heaven. The Supreme Elder couldn't understand, he couldn't understand at all. Now he has the Wang family's fate on his shoulders, and he doesn't dare to slack off. The Supreme Elder, who had been thinking for a long time and could not get an answer, looked hard. He started transmitting messages to the 10 elders beside him. Quickly search for Wang Shenxian. In addition, arrange manpower to investigate Yunzhou. If you have the chance, don't hesitate and kill it directly. The face of the 10th elder changed greatly. Great Elder Taishang, think twice, the price of killing Yunzhou is something we cannot afford now. Once it fails, another Emperor clan and Sovereign clan react. I, Wang, will carry out the crime. At that time, no matter what kind of punishment, I, Wang, will fall directly into the abyss. You have been in seclusion for too long. The current situation in China is much more complicated than before. Although the ancestor has touched the threshold of the imperial realm, the Emperor of Wine, Emperor of Pills, and Emperor of Swords are also holding on behind. Even if they are slow, they are definitely not inferior to our ancestors. Wang's luck can't stand this kind of trouble anymore, please take back your decision. At the end of the 10th elder's words, his tone was pleading. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder also began to weigh the pros and cons. At this time, the 10 elders spoke up again. Great Elder, hunting Yunzhou is simply unrealistic, let alone whether our people can get close to him. Even if it can be killed, so what? With the Medicine Emperor and the Alchemy Emperor here, he can survive even if he dies thousands of times. If you want to kill him completely, his soul must be annihilated in a very short time. But such a method can only be accomplished by masters of rank 9. All the rank 9 people in my Wang family are currently gathering their luck. Even if we can free up manpower, how many pairs of eyes outside are staring at us now? The most important thing is that after passing the college entrance examination, as long as he comes into contact with the country, he will definitely be given the means to save his life against the odds. While you were in seclusion, 2000 years ago, an EX-level talent was born in Goguryeo. This talented person was hunted down by the plutocrats in their country. Out of helplessness, he came to China to seek asylum. In the end he joined China and gained asylum. After Goguryeo learned about it, he paid a huge price to kill the EX-level talent. After the genius was successfully killed, the three emperors were furious, and the spiritual emperor directly killed a great emperor of Goguryeo as punishment. Since then, the state has stepped up its efforts to protect highly talented people. As for how much it will be strengthened and what means it will take, none of us know. The more the Supreme Elder heard this, the uglier his face became. The 10th Elder continued to dissuade him. Great Elder, I know you are too worried about the future of the Wang family, but we must believe in prophecies. The children of prophecies are prophecies from heaven. We still have Baikan. As long as we find Wang Shenxian, all the luck in Yunzhou's body will become the treasure of my Wang family. At that time, I, Wang's prodigy, will step on him to rule the world and reach the top. Following the 10th Elder's persuasion, the Supreme Elder let out a long sigh. I'm old and have been in seclusion for too long. He looked at the 10 elders beside him with admiration in his eyes. Wang Xie, you have done a good job. I can rest assured that you elders are here these years. You're right, we can't afford such consequences. Our current chips are too small to be on the poker table. Everything should focus on finding Wang Shenxian. The 10 elders saluted quickly. I obey. Kunlinshu, Lingwang Palace. The fairy mist here is like the Lingxiao Palace in a dream, glorious and solemn. On the dragon chair in the main hall, the extremely noble being looked at the cloud screen projection in the hall, his pupils narrowed slightly. Very interesting. Next to the dragon chair, there is also a gorgeous chair. It was a phoenix chair carved from countless phoenixes. There used to be the throne of Empress Lingwang. Now sitting here is a pink-haired girl. Yu Shaner was dressed in gorgeous clothes and looked particularly noble. She looked forward, looking at the young man's heroic figure on the cloud screen, and couldn't help but recall what the young man said in the morning. Your Highness, I will be very handsome, really. Reminiscent of the disgusted expression the boy had when he looked at his clothes just now. The girl seemed to be tickled, and there was a little more smile on her face. Tianju City, College Entrance Examination Secret Realm. Wang Shenxian in the air looked at his tattered and bloody clothes with a grimace and kept mumbling. How can you still be handsome if your clothes are torn? A little annoying. Time passed by minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, the college entrance examination has come to the second day. Secret Realm, the core area of Tianju Examination Hall. Nearly 100 students gathered in the abandoned supermarket. Are you sure Yunzhou has not moved for a long time? Yan Yang confirmed again. Tai Zhen nodded seriously. People with tracking skills said that Yunzhou had stopped moving 2 hours ago. The student next to him questioned. Yunzhou's score has reached 200,000 a long time ago. Why didn't he continue to move forward, but stopped in the core area? Hearing this, Zhang Wen's face became more solemn. Is there a trick? Yan Yang snorted coldly. Are you so timid? Yunzhou's score reached 200,000 2 hours ago. It must be because his spiritual power was exhausted, so he would cultivate here. Tai Zhen asked cautiously. After 2 hours, will his spiritual power have almost recovered? Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads. They looked at the rankings on the tactical watch and fell into silence. First place, Yunzhou, 208,760 points, special exam candidate. Second place, Lin Lei, 158,769 points, special exam candidate. Third place, Du Yin, 130,988 points, special exam candidate. Fourth place, Zhang Wen, 130,200 points, Tianju number 1 high school. Fifth place, Tai Zhen, 128,060 points, Tianju number 2 high school. Sixth place, Yan Yang, 124,800 points, Tianju number 7 high school. Seventh place, Zhao Quangren, 127,680 points, Tianju number 3 high school. The gap between us and him is really too big. A student looked unwilling. Another student questioned, can we really encircle and suppress Yunzhou? After hearing this, everyone began to constantly measure the gap between themselves and the other party. At this moment, a roar made everyone sober up. Yan Yang stared at everyone. No one in the top 3 of the list is a high school student. The top 3 are occupied by 3 junior high school students. Don't you feel ashamed? Yan Yang's words hit everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Yes, they are all top students in various high schools. How could they be willing to be stepped on by people younger than themselves? Zhang Wen stood up and began to boost morale. Last night, we surrounded Lin Lei. Although he finally escaped, the short fight also let us know that his strength is not much beyond ours. The so-called Emperor clan prodigy is not a flood or a beast. Why should we be so timid? Lin Lei was chased by us and fled in a panic. As long as we plan carefully, we may be able to defeat Yunju. After the morale was boosted, everyone began to discuss the battle plan. Yunju's ability to fly with a sword was beyond all of our expectations, so the original battle plan cannot be used. The biggest problem now is how to block his escape route in the air. Among the cadres of our second high school student union, there is a sealer who can seal some of Yunju's abilities. We also have a spirit binder in the 5th high school, with extremely strong control capabilities. There are also 3 formation masters in the 7th high school. They are triplets. The effect of 3 people forming a formation can be increased several times. We have an aura amplifier and 6 shamans in the 1st high school, who can amplify the martial artist skill effect. From this point of view, we have a lot of control. The problem is the lead time for releasing skills. I think the original plan is not without merit. The strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf can consume a lot of Yunju's spiritual power. If we can try to trap Yunju in the building, we can cut off his advantage of flying. Let's start the action. I will lead the Hurricane Wolf Pack, and you will be responsible for monitoring him. After confirming the plan, more than 20 people withdrew from the supermarket directly. In a 2-story building not far away, Lin Lei gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he treated his injuries. It hurts so much, these guys are so hard to deal with. After bandaging the wound, Lin Lei looked at the scenery outside the window and murmured to himself. I don't know how my cousins are doing. At this moment, a slightly cold voice appeared next to Lin Lei's ear. When you have this time, you should pay more attention to yourself. Upon hearing this, Lin Lei jumped out of the window without saying a word. But before he could jump out, he felt a huge pulling force from his neck. Du Yin grabbed Lin Lei's collar with excitement on his face, and then pulled him back forcefully. After throwing Lin Lei to the ground, the silver-haired girl quickly used superb fighting skills to capture Lin Lei. You stinky girl, let me go. Lin Lei shouted as his face was in close contact with the ground. Du Yin rode on Lin Lei's body with a smile in his eyes. Hey, isn't this the Lin Daxia who is known as the fastest in the world? Why was I caught? Lin Lei bravely threatened. Girl, believe it or not, I will discharge you. Hearing this, Du Yin continued to exert force with his hands. The force was so powerful that Lin Lei couldn't help but groan in pain. Electricity, if you have the ability, use it. My aunt has already sealed your acupuncture points, so use it as much as you like. Lin Lei quickly mobilized his spiritual power and found that it was indeed what the other party said. For a moment, he fell into silence. Du Yin exclaimed greatly when he saw this, and then bent down. Call sister. Don't even think about it. Believe it or not, I will eliminate you right now and make you run home and cry. Don't you dare, your father will definitely beat you if he finds out. Guess whether I dare. The girl's eyes were fierce. Lin Lei shouted dissatisfied. Du Yin, didn't I accidentally electrocute you until you peed your crotch in the last fight? Am I so petty? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the whole room dropped to freezing point. The silver-haired girl's delicate body trembled crazily, and the strength of her hands increased again. Lei suddenly made a pig noise. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. It's broken, it's broken, it's going to be broken. Ah, inside an abandoned shopping mall. Wang Shenxian looked at Yun Ying, who was shaking his ears on his shoulder, and asked curiously. What's wrong? It's okay. Yun Ying twisted his head. I just felt like I heard the sound of killing pigs. Wang Shenxian looked strange. There shouldn't be any pig-like animals in the examination room, right? Never mind it, that's not the point now. Yun Ying waved his hand. It's you, have you suppressed the realm? Wang Shenxian nodded. After 2 hours of pressing, it is almost stable. I hope Mrs. Wang will like my gift. Yun Ying couldn't help but smile. You look honest, but you have a lot of bad blood in your stomach. However, since you have been here for so long, those people are probably about to take action. Wang Shenxian stood up slowly, stretched and smiled softly. Just enough to let the overflowing spiritual energy vent. Yun Ying also imitated Wang Shenxian and stretched. Not only that, she also did Tai Chi, and her chubby body looked extremely cute. After completing a set of Tai Chi movements, Yun Ying looked outside the mall. They are coming. As soon as he finished speaking, with the sound of glass breaking, dozens of giant cyan wolves broke through the glass and entered the mall. They are like cattle and have soft blue hair. The huge wolf head and teeth shining with cold light make people shudder. Wind Wolf. Level. Peak of rank 3. Skills. Extreme speed, gale, wind blade, wind dance. Introduction. Cunning hunters who control the power of wind. With the blessing of strong winds, few prey can escape their siege. The Gale Wolves looked at the young man with the sword eagerly, growling incessantly. Why are the Gale Wolf pack here? Wang Shenxian thought for a moment and had the answer in his mind. Do you want to divert troubles from the east and drive away tigers to devour wolves? But the spiritual power inside Wang Xian's immortal physique was rioting, and his momentum was rising rapidly. The gourd moved slightly, and a red and purple wine sword appeared in the young man's hands. Flame Sword. Source. Yaohuo Wine. Effect. Blazing, attached to fire attribute spiritual power, can cause burning damage to enemies. Thunder Sword. Source. Thunder Wine. Effect. Thunder Shock, attached with thunder attribute spiritual power, it can cause paralysis to the enemy. Wang Shenxian looked at the group of wolves and counted silently in his mind. 1, 9, 17, 26 heads. After determining the number of wolves, the young man's eyes became filled with fighting spirit. He picked up the sword in his right hand and shouted, "Come on!" Wolves are inherently highly intelligent beasts, and the intelligence of wolves at the peak of rank 3 is even more impressive. Although they were angered by the boy's provocation, they did not attack rashly. Following the roar of the largest Gale Wolf, the other Gale Wolves quickly dispersed and surrounded Wang Shenxian. Outside the shopping mall, more than 100 candidates were scattered and hidden on the street. They were all staring at the young man in the mall, their bodies tense and ready to go. The upcoming battle made the audience who were paying attention to the situation in the examination room excited. Yunju finally moved. Is it a wolf pack this time? More than that, I looked at other candidates' perspectives and found that Yunju is in danger. It seems like the wolves are targeting Yunju, but it's actually the top students who are hunting Yunju. This time Yunju will probably really have to confess here. Not to mention the many talented high school students lurking outside. These more than 20 wind wolves alone are enough for him to drink a pot. Except Yunju and the 2 Emperor clan prodigy, this class of high school students is really good, both in terms of teamwork and tactical execution. Last night, the battle between this group of people and Lin was really exciting. If Lin Lei hadn't been too fast, they would have succeeded. After all, they are also the top geniuses in each high school, but by chance, they met Emperor clan prodigy and monster Yunju this year. However, I think there is a high probability that they can eliminate Yunju. After all, there are more than 100 people, and Yunju's current condition is probably not very good. It's a pity. I really appreciate Yunju now. You have all overlooked one thing. Never underestimate the treachery of wolves. Take a good look at the back of that group of students. The mantis stalks the cicada, but the oriole follows. Who is the mantis, who is the cicada, and who is the oriole? Who knows until the battle is over. This year's college entrance examination is so entertaining, I'll go get another bag of potato chips. Inside the mall, the Gale Wolves howled in unison, and then hurricanes began to rise around them. The strong wind lifted up the waste and dust on the ground. When Wang Shenxian's vision became completely cloudy, several wind blades attacked him. The boy lowered his head suddenly, dodged the wind blade, and rushed forward. The storm wolves obviously did not expect their prey to have the courage to fight back under such circumstances. The Gale Wolf, who was struck in the face by the young man, cautiously retreated, but when it was about to exert force, it found that its body was extremely stiff. It looked at the purple arcs of electricity dancing around its body in horror. The next moment, Wang Shenxian held two swords, broke through the dust and smoke, and slashed directly towards him. Fire thunder. Ouch! With a howl, the giant wolf fell to the ground. The huge wolf head was directly separated from the wolf body, and the incision was still burning with sparks. Covering your sight is indeed a very good hunting technique, but it is also mutual. Wang Shenxian waved his sword and whispered, while the gourd at his waist spurted out wine. Suddenly, the strong aroma of wine spread in the air. All the Gale wolf pack felt their bodies go cold at this time. They looked in shock at their hair being wetted by the unknown liquid. The survival instinct in the body is frantically warning them. Before the storm wolf could retreat, the boy's devilish voice was heard. Fire! Accompanied by the boy's voice, a tsunami-like giant flame attacked them with deadly high temperature. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and a powerful shock wave directly shattered the glass of the surrounding buildings. The air in the entire shopping mall was ignited, and the Gale wolf, whose body was soaked in spiritual wine, continued to roar in pain. Only Wang Shenxian, holding the cold spirit sword in his hand, shuttled back and forth in the fire field under the protection of the cold air, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the wolves. After 5 minutes, the flames died out. In the burned-out darkened shopping mall, only the body of the storm wolf still had some flames left on it. The candidates on the street looked at the embarrassed young man standing in the shopping mall in disbelief. I couldn't calm down the shock in my heart for a long time. Suddenly, I don't know who spoke first. Yunzhou's spiritual power is low, let's go. One person takes the lead, and 100 people follow. Looking at the candidates jumping out from all over the street, the corners of Wang Shenxian's mouth raised slightly. Finally, can't you bear it anymore? Everyone was very fast and they were all afraid of Yunzhou escaping. There were 2 people running at the front. When they were only 30 meters away from Wang Shenxian, they shouted in unison. Seal, spirit binding. Immediately afterwards, Wang Shenxian felt that his body was suppressed by some mysterious force. At the same time, several black chains firmly entangled him. 3 candidates who looked similar followed closely behind. They came to Wang Shenxian's side, quickly dispersed their positions, and then clasped their hands together. Formation. This was not over yet. The 6 candidates were divided into 3 teams and stood behind the triplets. Totem blessing. Finally, a blonde young man with a golden body appeared. Halo blessing. Along with his shouts, a huge halo with a radius of 10 meters enveloped all the people just now. At this time, Wang Shenxian completely lost control of his spiritual power, and he could no longer control any spiritual power. The other party did it all. A large army not far away also rushed over. Zhang Wen in the crowd shouted, "Don't underestimate the enemy, don't be careless, don't give him any chance. Attack with all your strength, activate his life-saving device, and send him out." The hunting team of 100 people completely exposed his minions to Wang Shenxian. Suddenly, a massive wave of spiritual power struck from the front. The target is exactly what was bound and sealed. Cloud wine. Facing the attack, Wang Shenxian shouted loudly, "Here comes the wine." Among the crowd, Yan Yang seemed to have discovered something. Flames burst out of his feet and his speed increased again. "Don't even think about it." After saying that, he directly punched Yunzhou with his fist. But the moment his fist was about to touch Yunzhou's body, his eyes widened in shock. Boom! Pulling out the fist embedded in the wall, Yan Yang turned around sharply. "How can it be?" His tone was full of disbelief. "This is true for everyone present. Where are people? People?" Tai Zhen roared at the spirit binder master, "Where have they gone?" The spirit binder looked like he had seen a ghost, and his voice was hesitant. I don't know. I was obviously still there just now." After a brief shock, all the candidates became wary of their surroundings. At this moment, a free and mysterious voice suddenly sounded in the air. "With a jug of wine in this world, drinking alone is invincible." The candidates noticed something was wrong and tried to escape from the mall and came to an open area. However, the next scene made everyone feel numb. I saw nearly 100 flying swords hovering in the air. They have different colors and attributes, and the most important thing is the terrifying energy released around them. These energies connect the sword to the sword. This is the sword formation. A swordsmanship candidate quickly judged the situation. Then, he shouted with a face full of horror. Get out quickly. Among the formations, the sword formation is the most lethal. Some people immediately tried to escape, but only for a moment. They were knocked away by the sword intent released from the wine sword. Yan Yang and other leaders shouted loudly when they saw this. Cooperate, follow my instructions, and aim at the sword formation on the east side to attack. The command hit everyone's bodies like a shot in the arm. Everyone began to quickly mobilize the spiritual power in their bodies. 3, 2, 1. For a moment, the different attributes of energy emitted light like the blazing sun, making people unable to open their eyes. After the light disappeared, everyone looked at the intact sword array in shock. How can it be? At this moment, an exclamation interrupted everyone's shock. Heaven! Heaven! The familiar figure reappeared in everyone's eyes. The young man flying in the air raised his right hand high. The huge sword intent began to condense and eventually evolved into a giant sword. With the input of sword intent, the giant sword continues to expand. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. In just 20 seconds, a giant sword 15 meters long and 3 meters wide hung over everyone's heads. The fearful sword intent made everyone forget to take action. It will die, people will die. Looking at the horrified eyes below, Wang Shenxian raised his right hand high, and then swung it down suddenly. Drunken Immortal. Along with the young man's roar, the giant sword fell down like a meteor. In the proctoring room, Tuoba Shin stood up suddenly and roared. Activate the magic circle, quickly. The staff was sweating profusely. It's invalid. Tuoba Shin looked at Yunju on the screen in disbelief, and rushed towards Secret Realm without saying a word. Over the ruined shopping mall, the giant sword fell rapidly. In the desperate eyes of the candidates below, the giant sword suddenly turned into spiritual wine. Under the influence of gravity, the spirit wine fell downwards like a waterfall. Wow! The candidates below were instantly overwhelmed by the spirit wine. After half a minute, the spiritual wine receded. What reappeared on the screen was the drunk candidate lying on the ground. When everyone in the outside world witnessed this scene, they were also shocked in their hearts. It's against the heavens, it's too against the heavens. This gap. Now I finally have a clearer idea of Yunju talent. Yan Yang, Zhang Wen, and Tai Zhen's talents are all SS level. Among this group of candidates, the one with the lowest talent also has a level. It is this kind of lineup, even if it is carefully laid out, it will eventually end in defeat. These people are all geniuses. These geniuses are just the threshold for seeing Yunju. The gap is really too big. The pressure of an EX level talent. Wang Shenxian jumped from the air and landed steadily on the ground. Yun Ying on his shoulder asked curiously, why did you cancel the attack in the end? Wang Shenxian stared at the drunk candidates on the ground. I have no grievances with them. Any disputes are just competition in the examination room. Moreover, they are quite powerful. If they are eliminated, it will have a bad impact on Tianju City. Every city has education assessment indicators, which involve the city's resource allocation. Departments at all levels in Tianju City are good to us, so we should not make it too difficult for them. Yun Ying looked at the young man's profile and smiled happily. Listen to you. But, as soon as the words changed, Yun Ying's smile disappeared instantly. These brats are so ruthless. After saying that, she jumped down directly, and then kicked the unconscious candidates one by one in the face with a short kick. Wang Shenxian looked at Yun Ying's funny actions with a gentle face. After Yun Ying finished venting and returned to his shoulder, Wang Shenxian stretched. Auntie, it's time for us to leave and go to the ring competition. Do any of them still challenge you? It's better not to challenge. Let's just go and beat the Sword Emperor. He, I found out that you are quite rebellious. Don't you just like me like this? HMPH, just so. The young man and the weapon spirit walked slowly on the street. Although the back figure is so thin, it feels so invincible. In the darkness of the street, Tuoba Shin looked at the young man's back, feeling a sense of awe for a blood-refining realm for the first time in his heart. He rushed over when the young man was about to drop his sword, but when he saw the young man disperse the attack, he gave up the attack. When he got closer to the boy, he realized what the move just meant. Looking at the many talented young people who collapsed on the ground and kept talking in their sleep. Tuoba Shin suddenly thought of what his ancestor said to him when he was young. I've seen a lot of geniuses, but they all call me a genius. Single quote. Tuoba Shin was suddenly very happy. He was lucky that he was born in an ordinary era. In ordinary times, every genius has his own highlight. Outstanding young people are like the stars at night. Although their brightness may be strong or weak, they always have their own light. However, when the great era comes, there will definitely be a scorching sun. And the scorching sun is high on the top of the sky. He will drive away the darkness of the night, and all the stars will be dimmed before him. The light of the sun shines for eternity. This scorching sun will suppress the entire era until night comes again. Tuoba Shin looked at the young man's retreating back, as if he saw the rising sun. Mall ruins. The candidates who participated in the hunt for Yunju gradually woke up. When they were sober, they did not stand up directly. Instead, they sat on the floor and fell into deep thought. Zhang Wen lowered his head and looked at his palms, smiling bitterly. It failed. Tai Zhen held the intact safety device in his hand with a complicated expression. Why would he let us go? Our talent is nothing in front of him. The atmosphere of defeat and confusion continued to permeate the hearts of everyone. At this moment, a deafening roar sounded in their ears. If you lose, you lose. Just win it back next time. Getting up more than falling down once is success. I will not admit defeat. I will not bow to anyone, never. Everyone suddenly looked up and found that someone had stood up. The red-haired young man had tears in his eyes and held his chest high. Zhang Wen looked at the embarrassed red-haired boy in disbelief and couldn't help but lose his voice. Yanyang, you. Yan Yang clenched his fists. I am a martial artist. No matter how talented he is, he cannot completely defeat me. One day I will win it back. One day, I will let him praise my victory. My name is Yanyang, Yanyang Zhaoyang, the Yanyang that makes Grandpa proud. After saying that, with firm eyes, he took the first step and walked forward. No one in the room laughed at his tears. They all looked at Yan Yang's back and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, I won't admit defeat either. I am who I am. As long as I don't admit defeat, no one can defeat me. I vowed to make my father proud of me. If you admit defeat, you really lose. I won't let my mother shed a tear for me again. Sister is looking at me. Never bow your head. More and more people stood up from the cold ground. They are martial artists, seekers who implement the great Tao of martial arts. Even though talent has differences and difficulties, it cannot stop them from moving forward. They will carry the expectations of their relatives and friends, carry their own fetters, and have a mortal determination to hit their own limits. This is martial Tao. Everyone is like a dragon in martial Tao. Tuoba Shin outside witnessed everything, and was deeply shocked again. This group of teenagers who had just grown up and had just stepped into martial Tao actually strengthened their Taoism in the face of a tragic defeat. Ancestor, is this the so-called Great Era? Tuoba Shin suddenly lost the joy he had just felt. For a moment, he didn't know whether it was good or bad to coexist with the scorching sun. Yan Yang at the front suddenly stopped. He looked outside the street at nearly 100 winged wolves staring at him eagerly, and suddenly laughed. The mantis stalks the cicada, but the oriole follows. Ha 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 ha. Even if we are not oriole, we will never be that cicada. Brothers, kill. Accompanied by roars and wolf howls, the human boy and the alien beast began a fierce fight. The king of heavenly sword. The 10th elder looked at Yunzhou's gesture of defeating the enemy with one move and asked in a solemn voice. Great elder, can Baiken resist the move just now? The supreme elder narrowed his eyes slightly. If you activate your potential, there is no way to stop it. Compared to what he did just now, I'm more curious about how he escaped from the restraints. Space skills, the 10th elder asked tentatively. The supreme elder slowly shook his head. I don't know. What we saw was only the picture transmitted back by the video. We cannot accurately judge based on the picture alone. However, I don't think it's a space skill. Space skills require extremely high proficiency, and he has just been restrained and sealed. If you want to use space skills under such circumstances, it will inevitably cause distortion of the surrounding space. But I didn't see the space distortion just now. Forget it, it's not important. How are you preparing for the things you arranged yesterday? Upon hearing the question, the 10th elder immediately responded. I have sent additional manpower and delegated authority to Wang Xiao and Wang Jianian to let them search for Wang Shenxian. I believe there will be good news soon. The Supreme Elder nodded slightly. That's very good. Looking at the transparent barrier in front of him, Wang Shenxian stepped in. Examination room announcement. Candidate Yunju is the first to enter the throne area. The remaining seats are 99. Candidates who intend to enter the throne area, please hurry up. After the silver-haired girl heard the radio, she patted Lin Lei on the head. Run faster, I want you to look good if you are late. Lin Lei, who was running wildly with the girl on his back, gritted his teeth and almost broke his defense on the spot. Wet your crotch, just wait, don't let me seize the opportunity, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Single quote. After a moment of slander in his mind, Lin Lei speeded up. As soon as he stepped into the throne area, what caught Wang Shenxian's eyes was a huge arena. The entire arena is made of special stone. Visually, the length and width are up to 200 meters. There are 10 thick stone pillars on the edge of the ring, each with numbers engraved on it. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in my ears. Congratulations, you have become the first candidate to enter the arena. Wang Shenxian turned around suddenly and found that the person who made the noise was the examiner whom he had met at the beginning of the exam. Tuoba letter. Wang Shenxian made a polite martial artist salute. Hello. Tuoba Shin nodded slightly and then returned the greeting. Hello. Excuse me, do I need to make any preparations now? Wang Shenxian asked. Tuoba Shin looked at the young man with complicated eyes and shook his head. You just need to stand on the highest pillar and wait for everyone else to arrive. Hearing this, Wang Shenxian came to the stone pillar with the number 1 engraved on it. Just when Wang Shenxian was about to jump onto the pillar, a voice sounded in his ears again. Thank you, kid. Wang Shenxian turned around in confusion. Tuoba Shin said seriously, thank you for showing mercy. If you hadn't stopped, today's exam might have caused a catastrophe due to mistakes in our exam room. I will report this matter. Our Tianju City Education Bureau owes you a favor. You're welcome. Wang Shenxian smiled slightly, then jumped onto the stone pillar. After climbing onto the stone pillar, Wang Shenxian began to suppress his aura and waited for the 100 people to arrive. Examination room announcement. Candidate Zhao Quanren has entered the throne area. The remaining seats are 98. Along with the sound of the broadcast, a strong fat man came into the ring. Wang Shenxian looked at the new fat man curiously, with a little surprise in his eyes. He carried a 9-ring sword on his shoulder, and his fierce momentum formed a strong contrast with his bloated figure. When Zhao Quanren saw Yunju sizing him up, he raised the corners of his mouth, revealing 8 silver teeth. Hello, I'm Quanren Zhao, it's an honor to meet you. Hello, Wang Shenxian responded politely. After a brief greeting, neither of them spoke again. 5 minutes later, the radio sounded again. Exam room announcement. Candidate Du Yin has entered the throne area. The remaining seats are 97. Examination room announcement. Candidate Lin Lei has entered the throne area. The remaining seats are 96. Appearing together with the sound of the radio was a pair of handsome men and beautiful women. However, the atmosphere between the two people was really bad. Girl, it's all your fault, I became the 4th one. I run slowly, who is to blame? Fart, if it weren't for the fear of you peeing on my back, I would have used my skills and run away. Quote. What, you're mute, you're wrong, I told you a long time ago, ah. Looking at Lin Lei who was brutally locked in a death cross, Tuoba Shin walked over with a dark face. Private fighting is prohibited in the examination room. If you give me a warning, if you do it next time, your results will be cancelled. After hearing the examiner's warning, Du Yin reluctantly let go of Lin Lei. The rescued Lin Lei quickly moved his joints. You little fool, you're such a mean person for practicing this kind of soft skills. Hee. Du Yin sneered and retorted, in a non-spiritual close combat, soft skills are much more practical than your fancy punches and kicks. After saying that, Du Yin ignored Lin Lei and went straight back to his own stone pillar. Lin Lei took a long breath, then walked straight to Wang Shenxian's stone pillar and jumped. Wang Shenxian looked at Lin Lei in surprise, and put his hand on his shoulder as soon as he jumped up. Lin Lei smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Lin Lei, you should know me. Second Heavenly Ancestor, I was given a task to accompany you when I go to the Imperial Palace." Second Heavenly Ancestor. Wang Shenxian was a little confused. Lin Lei immediately responded, "It's Grandpa Lin Ju. He is from the same generation as my grandfather's grandfather's father." Hearing this, Wang Shenxian suddenly realized, and then his eyes turned to Lin Lei and became friendly. "Hello." Lin Lei touched Wang Shenxian's shoulder. "Why are you being polite to me? We are brothers from now on, now is not the time to talk about things. Although the surveillance here does not record, there are people who are good at reading spoken language after all." Wang Shenxian looked at Lin Lei with a smile. No wonder the other party covered his mouth, he thought it was a new trend. Lin Lei continued, "The challenge will be very fast, it will probably take about half a day, I will take a rest first." After speaking, he jumped back to his stone pillar and meditated. Time passed quickly. 2 hours later. The sound of the examination room announcement, which had been silent for a long time, sounded again. Examination room announcement. Candidate Yan Yang enters the throne area, remaining seats, 95. Examination room announcement. Candidate Zhang Wen enters the throne area, remaining seats, 94. Examination room announcement. Candidate Tai Zhen enters the throne area, remaining seats, 93. Quote. This time, the broadcast lasted for a long time, because there were many candidates, more than 40. They were covered in blood and in a sluggish state, obviously just experienced a big battle. Yan Yang and others walked forward slowly, and they looked at Yunju on the highest stone pillar with complicated emotions. Then, Yan Yang and others performed a martial artist salute upwards. They did not speak, but Wang Shenxian also understood what they meant. The young man gently clasped his fists in return. After the ceremony, everyone returned to their positions. 2 hours later, with the entry of the 100th, all the places for the ring battle have been locked. Seeing this, Tuoba Shin waved his hand, and then a light curtain fell from the air. It had the rankings of all the candidates. Next, I will explain the rules of the ring battle to you. This year's ring battle has undergone major changes compared to previous years. We will first implement the elimination system. There will be 100 participants in the first round, 50 will be eliminated in the first round, and 25 will be eliminated in the second round. After 2 rounds, there will be 25 people left on the field. The last 25 people will be determined by attacking and defending the ring. Candidates standing on the stone pillars, as a reward for your speed, you will have an extra chance to revive. At the same time, you will not be matched together in the first round. Now start drawing the battle list according to the order of entry. As soon as the voice fell, the screen in the air began to flash. The avatars of the 100 candidates were divided into 2 columns. Wang Shenxian's opponent is a young man who looks thin. After the lottery was completed, Tuoba Shin's spirit chi moved slightly, and his body slowly floated in the air. Then, with a thought, the arena began to shake violently. The already huge arena expanded outwards again. This magical method surprised most of the candidates present. After extending the arena, Tuoba Shin shouted loudly, "Everyone, go to the location of the arena according to the results of the draw." The new arena is huge, big enough to accommodate 50 battles going on at the same time. Wang Shenxian stepped onto Area 22 where he was. His opponent also stood opposite him. "Hello, my name is Lu Puppet, a mid-rank 3 martial artist, from the 7th Heavenly Wine." The young man saluted. Wang Shenxian replied, "Hello, my name is Yunju, rank 2 peak martial artist, special examination candidate." After the 2 saluted, they began to prepare for the luck battle. Seeing that everyone was ready, Tuoba Shin continued. The winning condition is activating the enemy's safety. The first round of elimination begins now. As the words fell, battles began in various parts of the arena. Lu Puppet, who was fighting Wang Shenxian, threw a bunch of parts forward. Wang Shenxian tried to use speed to win directly. He directly shook away these parts and killed Lu Puppet. Facing the sword that was about to hit him, Lu Pup didn't make any defensive moves. When the sword blade was only half a meter away from him, Lu Pup suddenly spoke. Change. The next moment, Lu Puppet's body disappeared, and what reappeared in front of Wang Shenxian was a mechanical puppet. Puppet Master. Wang Shenxian was a little curious. The puppet made of special materials directly blocked Wang Shenxian's attack. Then, Lu Puppet controlled the puppet and punched Wang Shenxian. Wang Shenxian raised his sword to block. Clang! Feeling the huge force coming from the blade, Wang Shenxian couldn't help but be surprised. The strength of this puppet is even stronger than that of a martial artist at the peak of rank 3. At the same time, Lu Puppet from behind also rushed behind Wang Shenxian and punched out. Wang Shenxian took out another sword with his left hand and slashed towards the back. Lu Puppet did not evade. With a slight movement of his other hand, the puppet beside Wang Shenxian quickly decomposed and then turned into shackles to restrain him. The sudden change surprised Wang Shenxian. He let go of the Shenxian sword and used his mental power to control it to stab Lu Puppet. Facing the fierce flying sword attack, Lu Puppet chose to dodge this time. He quickly dodged to the right and at the same time summoned the puppet that restrained Wang Shenxian to protect himself. Wang Shenxian, who regained his freedom, felt happy when he saw the opponent's wonderful fighting method. Most of his power comes from the condensed wine sword. He relies on the huge sword intent to complete various astonishing operations. In terms of combat skills, he is still a little less mature than those top students in high school who have practiced hard for their vocation for 3 years. At least this puppet master's fighting method made his eyes shine. He understood that Lu Puppet's mental power must be very strong, otherwise he would not be able to perform such an operation at all. The opponent's combat mode of combining puppets with himself is exactly what he lacks now. If he can skillfully combine sword attacks in melee combat, his combat power will rise again. Thinking of this, Wang Shenxian gave up the idea of quickly using brute force to end the battle. He summoned 2 flying swords and began to consciously control them to attack Lu Puppet. At the same time, he also raised his sword and thrust forward. Facing the attack, Lu Pup didn't panic. He moved his fingers slightly, and the puppet continued to decompose and then quickly reassemble. In just 1 second, it turned into 9 flying swords. 6 of the 9 flying swords rushed towards Wang Shenxian's 2 wine swords. At the moment of collision, the 6 flying swords continued to transform like transformers, and finally formed a sword box, trapping the 2 wine swords in it. The target of the other 3 flying swords is Wang Shenxian. While controlling the flying sword, Lu Puppet also did not forget to launch his own offensive. As a puppet master, he is very aware of his weakness, which is his fear of getting close. But sometimes weakness can become a bait. Puppet masters are not fools, especially good puppet masters. After feeling that his wine sword was restrained, Wang Shenxian began to focus on the offensive in front of him. Facing the 3 flying swords, Wang Shenxian swung his sword and challenged them, and the 3 swords were instantly repulsed. When Lu Puppet saw Wang Shenxian repelling the flying sword, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. This tiny detail was keenly captured by Wang Shenxian, and he instinctively stepped back. But Lu Puppet is obviously not that easy to get rid of. The 3 repelled flying swords directly attached to Lu Puppet's chest and fists, forming simple armor and gloves, and then swung heavily at Wang Shenxian. With the addition of puppet parts, Lu Puppet's strength has been increased several times. The iron fist hit the Shenxian sword hard, and the huge impact made Wang Shenxian retreat violently. Wang Shenxian let go of his hands, and Shenxian's sword appeared directly behind him to support his back and provide him with push. With the power of Shenxian's sword, he rushed towards Lu Puppet again. This time, Lu Puppet began to panic. He didn't expect that the other party could play like this. Lu Puppet quickly recalled the puppet parts that turned into sword boxes. However, Wang Shenxian's 2 wine swords also regained their freedom. Without any hesitation, Wang Shenxian directly controlled the 2 wine swords to rush towards Lu Puppet at a faster speed. Lu Pup made a prompt decision and turned the gloves of his fists into shields to block. But he obviously miscalculated Wang Shenxian's control over the Jujian. The moment the wine sword rushed towards the shield, it turned into spirit wine, then bypassed the shield and recondensed. It's over. Lu Pup's face froze. The next moment, 2 wine swords and the Shenxian sword in Wang Shenxian's hand were placed on Lu Puppet's neck at the same time. Lu Puppet smiled bitterly. As expected of Prodigy, I admit defeat. After hearing the other party admitting defeat, Wang Shenxian bowed first, I accept. Lu Puppet's mentality adjusted quickly, and he returned the greeting with both hands. I made a mistake in judgment. I benefited a lot from this game. I wish you all the best in the next battle. Wang Shenxian stretched out his right hand and gave a friendly smile. You too. After shaking hands, the two returned to their original positions. Wang Shenxian, who returned to the preparation area, stared intently at the battle that was still going on the stage. For some reason, he now has an ultimate understanding of swords. It can be said that the only thing that limits his use of sword moves is his physical fitness. So skill with the sword is not a problem for him. The focus is still on actual combat experience, which is what he lacks. Now he is like a sponge without water, crazily absorbing combat experience through watching the battle. What made him a little curious was that Linley unexpectedly fell into a hard fight. Linley was a bit unlucky. His opponent was a Stone Shield Master who was somewhat restrained by him. The Stone Shield Master's combat awareness was also excellent. He directly attached a layer of stone armor to the surface of his body. At the same time, many stone spikes appeared on the ground to limit Lin Lei's speed. Obviously, none of the candidates who could enter the top 100 were weak. Although Lin Lei's talent was SSS level, his realm was similar to Wang Shenxian's, both of them were rank 2 martial artist. Moreover, his cultivation was a little behind Wang Shenxian. His specific realm was rank 2 late stage, which was still a little far from the peak. The opponent's strength had obviously entered the rank 3 bone tempering realm. The attribute restraint, plus the realm gap, made Lin Lei fall into a difficult battle. However, Wang Shenxian was not worried that Lin Lei would lose. Although the opponent restrained him, the Stone Shield Master lacked effective means of attack. As long as Lin Lei kept his mind steady and seized the opponent's flaws, his chances of winning were still very high. He turned his attention to Du Yin, who came with Lin Lei. Although he had not yet contacted the Du family, he already knew that the relationship between the Du and Lin families was almost like wearing a pair of pants. In addition, the ancestor of the Du family was the Emperor of Wine, which made him have a natural liking for the Du family. Du Yin was also unlucky because her vocation seemed to be an assassin. This vocation was not suitable for the ring battle, and she encountered a difficult control martial artist. The martial artist was suspected to be an insect master, and his main summoned insect was a spider. The area where they fought was already full of spider silk, and the effect of Du Yin's stealth skill would definitely be greatly reduced under the opponent's induction. Not only that, the speed would definitely be affected by the spider silk, and there might even be a risk of poisoning. Sure enough, none of the people here are good. Wang Shenxian sighed. 30 minutes later, all the battles were finally over. Lin Lei and Du Yin successfully advanced. They both relied on speed to roam the battlefield, keeping the enemy in a state of mental tension for a long time. In this state, the opponent's spiritual power would definitely be greatly consumed. They grasped the opportunity perfectly and ended the battle with difficulty. Watching their battle process, Wang Shenxian was also amazed. Although there was talent, this mentality and fighting skills were obviously specially trained by the family. It is very likely that their brothers and sisters helped. Suddenly, Wang Shenxian was silent. He thought of his days in Wang's. Ding! The first round of eliminations is over, and the qualifiers enter the preparation area. You have 30 minutes to recover. Next, start drawing the list of the second round of matches. Tuoba Shin's voice brought Wang Shenxian back to reality. After adjusting his mood, the boy looked up at the battle list in the sky. The screen flickered, and the student's head began to shake rapidly. 3 seconds later, a new battle list appeared. In the crowd, Yan Yong looked at his next opponent, clenched his fists, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. On the battle list above the screen, it was written, Yan Yong vs Yun Ju. Tuoba Shin in the air also looked at the two people below with interest. To be more precise, he was looking at Yan Yong below. He really wanted to know what kind of reaction Yan Yong, who had just experienced a major failure, would have when he faced Yun Ju, who had given him a failure again. He was even more curious whether this boy named Yan Yong could stick to his Dao heart. Facing an overwhelming enemy, what kind of fighting style would he show? After learning about their next opponents, everyone began to adjust their states. Even the talkative Lin Lei was no exception. It seemed that the battle just now had indeed consumed a lot of his spiritual power. 30 minutes later, Tuoba Shin suddenly spoke. The second round of eliminations will begin now. Please ask the candidates to come on stage. After hearing Tuoba Shin's instructions, the remaining candidates quickly came to the arena area where they were. Wang Shenxian looked at the red-haired young man in front of him, a little surprised. He had a deep impression of this person. When the candidates of the hunting group tied him up, he was the first to notice his drinking action. It was also this red-haired young man who took the lead in attacking him. If he hadn't entered the unselectable state in time, that punch would probably hit him. Yan Yang took the lead in stepping forward and saluted. Hello, my name is Yan Yang, rank 3 peak martial artist, from Tianju 7 High. My talent is SS level Flame Demon, Demolition Master, please teach me. Wang Shenxian looked at the other party with some surprise. Generally speaking, people who don't know each other will not report their destiny and talent when fighting. Although surprised, he didn't think too much. My name is Yunju, rank 2 martial artist, special examination. Yan Yang suddenly interrupted. No need to say more, let's get started. After saying that, he set fire under his feet and rushed directly to Wang Shenxian. This was the first time Wang Shenxian faced a martial artist with supernatural powers. In order to prevent the opponent's flames, he summoned the cold spirit sword and quickly attached a layer of ice armor to the surface of his body. This idea was learned from watching Lin Lei's battle just now. In the gap between condensing the ice armor, Yan Yang had already rushed in front of Wang Shenxian. He kicked the cold spirit sword hard in the air. The next moment, a huge flame condensed under his feet, and then like a tongue of fire from a flamethrower, it burst towards Wang Shenxian. Facing the explosive flame, Wang Shenxian immediately turned the cold spirit sword into spirit wine to wrap himself up. However, the speed of the flame was one step faster after all. The ice armor was instantly melted, and without the protection of the ice armor, the blazing flame began to ruthlessly destroy Wang Shenxian's skin. After a face-to-face encounter, Wang Shenxian was directly at a disadvantage. Before he could stand firm, Yan Yang in the air exerted force on his waist and swept over with another flame whip kick. Having suffered a loss, Wang Shenxian did not swing his sword to resist this time, but once again sacrificed a wine sword. Ice Vein Sword. He held the Ice Vein and Cold Spirit swords in both hands, and then crossed them and collided. Resonance. This was a skill he discovered by chance to use the wine sword. Wine swords of the same attributes seemed to resonate with each other, and then increase the power of sword intent. At the moment when the two swords collided, a large amount of frost spread out around the two swords. The sudden drop in temperature reduced the power of the flame a little. But it was still not enough to resist the opponent's attack. However, this time, Wang Shenxian, who had recondensed the ice armor on his body, raised his sword again. At the moment when Yan Yang's right leg collided with the cold spirit sword, his right leg turned into flames and passed through the cold spirit sword. At the moment of passing through the sword blade, the flame turned into a right leg again and kicked Wang Shenxian's left shoulder heavily. Wang Shenxian endured the pain in his shoulder and looked at the other party's calf in disbelief. What just happened? However, although he was shocked, he still used the opponent's attack to distance himself from Yan Yang. This time, Yan Yang did not choose to continue to attack. He looked at the shocked boy and spoke silently. This is my talent, Yan Mo. Yan Mo can make my body freely transform into fire, so many attacks with physical attributes will be ineffective against me. Wang Shenxian, who got the answer, did not get out of the state of surprise, because he was now shocked why the other party told him his ability. As if he had guessed the boy's thoughts, Yan Yang's face began to become ugly, and he began to yell. Asshole, who do you think you are? You are Yunju, don't show me this expression. He glared at Wang Shenxian. Show the momentum you should have, the means you used when you were tied up, weren't they much better than mine? How could you be shocked by me? Hearing this, Wang Shenxian suddenly remembered something. The method of evading physical attacks by transforming the body into an element seems very similar to the scenario in which one cannot choose to use it. Yan Yang has developed and applied this technique to a great extent in combat, which is of great learning and reference value. Thinking of this, he gave up his original fighting idea. That's the look, that's the look. Yan Yang gradually became excited, and he opened his hands. Hundreds of fireballs as big as ping-pong balls condensed behind him. Firefly. As soon as he finished speaking, the fireball flew towards Wang Shenxian at extremely high speed with an irregular trajectory. Wang Shenxian also summoned several wine swords behind his back. 5 water-based wine swords and 5 ice-based wine swords. Resonating with the sword intent, bursts of fog first filled the field, and then the cold air came, and countless ice crystal particles began to condense in the air. The moment the fireball rushed into the fog, its size began to shrink. Seeing that something was not going well, Yan Yang quickly controlled the fireballs to gather together. Then he yelled. Instant. The next moment, Yan Yang's body appeared in the pile of fireballs. It's like a puppet master's change of position. Wang Shenxian was suddenly shocked. After changing positions, Yan Yang punched Wang Shenxian again. Powerful flames exploded from his fists again. However, this time Wang Shenxian did not make any move. He took a deep breath and spoke softly. Xiaoyao. The huge flames quickly engulfed Wang Shenxian's original position. After seeing Yan Yang, who was hit by the attack, his expression suddenly became extremely excited. This is the trick, finally used. Come on, prodigy. Suddenly, his shoulder hurt. He turned his head suddenly and saw that the boy's leg had kicked his shoulder at some point. Yan Yang directly turned the shoulder area into flames, resolving subsequent damage. When he stood firm, he stared at the young man holding the sword not far away. If you're not good at physical skills, just chop me with a sword, you fool. Labor and management don't want you to give me trouble. Seeing the other party's angry expression, Wang Shenxian suddenly fell silent. He seemed to understand something. Next time, I'll use a sword. The corners of Yan Yang's mouth rose, the flames on his body exploded directly, and the surrounding temperature began to rise sharply. What I wish for. 3 seconds later, Yan Yang's body was completely wrapped in flames. To be precise, his body should have completely turned into flames. The fire continued to expand, and finally formed a 3-meter-high flame giant. This is my strongest state now, Balrog. Come on, no mercy. Feeling the heat coming from the air, Wang Shenxian took a deep breath. The firelight reflected in his eyes, shining brightly. He surrounded himself with flying swords in the air and launched an attack on his opponent. He wants to give this opponent the greatest respect. Go all out. Seeing the young man rushing toward him at high speed, Yan Yang couldn't help but smile up to the sky. Come. After speaking, he raised his hand. The huge fire sword formed by the flames condensed in his palm, and then shot towards Wang Shenxian fiercely. The moment the fire sword was about to touch Wang Shenxian, the young man's figure disappeared again. Upon seeing this, Yan Yang immediately summoned a huge pillar of fire centered on his body. Half a second later, Wang Shenxian's figure reappeared on the ring. He looked solemnly at the huge pillar of fire rising in front of him. Now, in normal combat, his unselectable state can only last half a second. If you continue forward, he will appear in the opponent's pillar of fire after half a second. Through the battle just now, he could clearly sense that the opponent's flame transformation would definitely consume a lot of spirit chi. Even if Yan Yang is a peak rank 3 expert, he can't hold it for long. For Wang Shenxian, victory only takes time. But he didn't want to. He felt Yan Yang's pride engraved in his bones and his persistence in fighting. He wanted to respond. Thinking of this, Wang Shenxian clasped his hands together. The 10 flying swords quickly merged and soared into the sky. Then a huge ice sword was formed in the air, 7 meters long and nearly 2 meters wide. Fall into the ice. Following the boy's shout, the broad ice sword fell from the sky and headed straight towards the flame giant. Yan Yang looked up at Bingjan and roared. Then his flame body exploded and his size increased again. 4 meters. 5 meters. In the end, his size reached a terrifying 6 meters. Balrog raised his arms and directly caught the falling ice sword. Gee! The moment the flaming hand came into contact with the ice giant sword, a large amount of steam exploded. The entire venue echoed with the sizzling sound of flames burning ice. Yan Yang gritted his teeth, frantically squeezing out his remaining spiritual power, and carried the ice sword with all his strength. Seeing his flaming body shrinking, Yan Yang roared angrily and sprayed out huge flames from his right hand, directly changing the trajectory of the ice sword. Boom! The ice sword hit the ring, causing the hard ring floor to crack. At the same time, a large amount of frost air, carrying a large amount of water vapor, spread throughout the arena. Wang Shenxian, who was in the steam, immediately became alert after losing his vision. The ice sword turned into 10 wine swords and flew back to Wang Shenxian, then spun wildly and launched a defense. Just then, the scorching sun rushed out of the steam. The flaming body directly passed through the defense composed of wine swords and punched Wang Shenxian's body. Facing the attack, Wang Shenxian directly entered the unselectable state. Half a second later, he held the cold spirit sword and slashed at Yan Yang. Yan Yang also activated flame transformation and avoided the slashing attack. At this moment, Yan Yang looked at the boy who was only half a step away from him and smiled. Yunju, your state will consume a lot of your mental and physical strength, right? You should not be able to perform it continuously within 3 seconds. As he spoke, the temperature around his body began to rise rapidly. Finally, he looked at Wang Shenxian's somewhat immature face and smiled slightly. This is my last resort. Pyroblast, Tuoba Shin stared at the arena, not daring to slack off at all. He was not sure whether the two people's safety devices could still work normally, so he could only concentrate on being ready to save people. In the center of the steam-filled arena, a dazzling light suddenly flashed. It looks so much like this, with the sun rising in steam. The next moment, a huge explosion sounded. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying shock wave directly blew away the steam and spread crazily outside the ring. Everyone looked towards the center of the ring in shock. When the dust fell to the ground, what reappeared in everyone's eyes was a huge ice cube. Inside the ice cube, Yanyang, whose body was covered with ice chips, looked at Yunju in front of him with trembling lips. He raised the corners of his mouth with difficulty. You win. Looking at the persistent Yanyang, Wang Shenxian said softly, thank you. Hearing this, nameless fire arose in Yanyang's heart again. He grabbed Wang Shenxian's collar with trembling hands. Why do you want to thank me? You are not allowed to say thank you. You are Yunju. You are an unparalleled genius that is rare in 1,000 years. Geniuses should be more arrogant. Didn't you make such wild claims about defeating the Sword Emperor? Show off your momentum. You are the winner, and the winner has no reason to thank the loser. If the winner thanks the loser, it must be mercy, and I don't need mercy. Wang Shenxian looked at the furious Yan Yang and didn't know what to say for a moment. After holding it in for a long time, he couldn't help but say something. Sorry. These words immediately broke Yan Yang's guard, and he grabbed Wang Shenxian's collar with both hands. Asshole, did you do this on purpose? Hug. Wang Shenxian immediately changed his words. No, I'm apologizing to say I'm sorry to you. No need. Yan Yang gasped. I don't need to apologize. Yunju, don't think that if you beat me twice, you can beat me forever. One day, I will defeat you. One day you will praise me for my victory. At that time, you will be proud to tell your friends that you once defeated me. After saying that, he loosened Wang Shenxian's collar. My name is Yanyang, the Yan of Yanwo, the Yang of Scorching Sun. Patting the ice chips on his body, he looked at the sword in Wang Shenxian's hand and fell into silence. After a moment, he chuckled and spoke. I will watch you defeat the Sword Emperor with my own eyes. You killed us all by yourself, and now we high school students are embarrassed. If you can defeat the Sword Emperor, I think we can also regain some face. It doesn't matter if you can't beat it. Don't lose too badly, otherwise you'll be embarrassed. Wang Shenxian nodded slightly after hearing this, and then he stretched out his hand towards Yan Yang. Yan Yang did not refuse, and he stood up again with the help of the other party's hand. Tuoba Shin quickly came to the two of them and immediately announced the result after confirming that both of them were fine. The winner drinks wine. After announcing the results, Tuoba Shin input some spirit chi into Yan Yang. You are among the top 10 candidates to enter the examination room. You have a chance to resurrect. Go down and recover and prepare for the next round. Yan Yang, who had regained his strength slightly, nodded and said nothing. Wang Shenxian returned directly to the battle preparation area and began to digest his feelings about this battle. Because the venue was affected by the battle between the two of them, many battles were interrupted. So there are still a lot of people competing on the stage. Lin Lei was lucky this time and met a martial artist who was a regular melee fighter. Through his lightning abilities and extremely fast speed, he easily suppressed his opponents. It's just that Lin Lei seemed to be afraid of what his opponent had up his sleeve, so he didn't rush to give him a fatal blow. After all, stability is the most important thing at this time. Many martial artists are crazy, but they are not stupid, and they will still be stable when it is time to be stable. Only a few very supreme grade people will become mentally retarded. Looking at Du Yin again, she still had bad luck this time. I don't know the specific job and talent of my opponent, but judging from the combat style, he should be a martial artist who follows the mechanical style. Looking at the pistol and submachine gun in that man's hand, he was most likely an armorer. This type of martial artist is the favorite of the military. Logically speaking, as long as talent reaches S level, he will be intercepted by the military in advance like his junior high school friends Li Yu and Zhao Hu. Don't know why it appears here. The mechanical martial artist is very strong in the early stage, and it is ridiculously strong. This is because the martial artist's defense against bullets is not high before reaching the starry realm. Therefore, the mechanical martial artist can often beat the regular martial artist of the same level in the early stage. You can even defeat your opponent across talent. However, they are not invincible. If he encountered the scorching sun, a martial artist like Lin Lei would feel extremely uncomfortable. The further this type of martial artist goes, the weaker his dueling ability becomes. After all, by the late stage, the martial artist's physical strength will reach incredible levels. Although they can also produce bullets with powerful destructive power, if they want to kill the enemy, they will consume too much and they will be easily killed. Where they shine is in the military. Facing huge high-level alien beasts, all kinds of conceptual weapons, such as plasma electromagnetic cannons, dark matter bombs, etc., can kill a large number of them if they are thrown into the beasts with their eyes closed. It is worth mentioning that there is also a popular genre in martial artist, which is the mechanical style. Also known as a man's dream, mecha style. Too far away. Wang Shenxian shook his head and began to watch the battle intently. Half an hour later, the second round of fighting was over. So far, 26 people have not been eliminated. Because Yanyang used the number of resurrections, he was not eliminated. Tuoba Shin looked at the remaining 26 candidates and nodded with satisfaction. Have a rest for half an hour, and we'll start the battle right away. It's easy to win the championship. There are 10 stone pillars in front of you representing your name. If you think you have the relative strength, just go up. After you go up, the people below can challenge your ranking. But everyone only has 2 chances to challenge, and the person guarding the ring can also only be challenged twice. After explaining the rules, the candidates below began to look solemn. After 2 rounds of fighting, everyone was exhausted a lot. Whether it's attacking or defending, the difficulty will skyrocket. Apart from, everyone involuntarily turned their attention to Yunju, who was standing aside. Wang Shenxian used her toes slightly and jumped directly onto the stone pillar symbolizing first place. Seeing this scene, many candidates immediately turned their attention to the other stone pillars. Just kidding, if you challenge Yunju in your current state, you will be dissatisfied that your ranking is too good. When the time comes, you won't be able to win, and your physical strength will be further depleted. This will only make your challenge more difficult. All the candidates unanimously gave up the idea of challenging Yunju. Wang Shenxian seemed to have guessed this result, and sat cross-legged on the stone pillar and continued to suppress his strength. His realm is already on the verge of a breakthrough, but now is not the best time to break through. As for the attacking battle below, it has nothing to do with him. 5 minutes later, Lin Lei and Du Yin seemed to have reached an agreement and jumped onto the second and third stone pillars at the same time. This made some people who were restrained by Lin Lei and Du Yin breathe a sigh of relief. Then, they quickly jumped onto the pillar of their will. Zhang Wen and Tai Zhen jumped onto the 6th and 7th stone pillars. To Wang Shenxian's surprise, Zhao Quangren, the second person to enter the examination room, did not choose to jump on the stone pillar. He was like a spectator, hiding behind the crowd. Yan Yang also did not move. The battle just now consumed too much and he was still recovering spirit chi. After all the stone pillars were occupied, the people below also began to attack. Time flew by, and 3 hours passed quickly. During this process, both Lin Lei and Du Yin were challenged once. Because the two of them showed such ease in the battle that others below gave up the idea of challenging again. Zhang Wen was challenged once, but he quickly regained his place. Tai Zhen lived up to his name and successfully defended the ring twice. Zhao Quangren, who was hiding behind the crowd, took decisive action in the late stage of the game. Yan Yang, who had recovered some physical strength, also seized the opportunity to complete the attack before the end of the attack. The final ranking has also been determined. First place, Yunju. Second place, Linli. Third place, Du Yin. Fourth place, Quangren Zhao. Fifth place, Chu Xin. Sixth place, Zhang Wen. Seventh place, Tai Zhen. Eighth place, Mo Lingyun. Ninth place, Ren Xin. 10th place, Yan Yang. After the countdown ended, Tuoba Xin looked at the 10 people on the stone pillar and spoke loudly. This is the end of the arena competition. The top 10 in Tianju City of the 12,015th Martial Arts College entrance examination have been decided. You will get the quota to challenge the Emperor's Palace. Now stabilize your mind and prepare to accept the transmission. As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 stone pillars began to bloom with strange purple light. Silver runes began to light up on the surface of the stone pillar. Tuoba Xin smiled and looked at the 10 people who were about to be teleported away. This teleportation array will take you to the Emperor's Palace, where someone will be responsible for organizing the Rank 3 exam. May my disciples of Tianju prosper in martial arts and win the first place. The top 10 candidates all saluted. The next moment, their figures all disappeared. At the same time, the outside world's attention to the college entrance examination has also reached unprecedented heights. Has it finally begun? Rank 3. Let us see the charm of the genius of 3000 Heavenly City. But let me tell you something, this college entrance examination is like a city ranking competition. It's indeed very similar. The city ranking match is also a showdown between geniuses from 3000 cities. I'm afraid that this time, the limelight of the imperial capital and the demonic capital will be robbed. Isn't that right? There is a genius named Yunju in Tianju City who can defeat the Sword Emperor, he. It's just arrogance. I don't know what a great emperor is. In any case, Tianju City is also one of the 7 wonders of China. The quality of their geniuses far exceeds that of other cities, and is not much different from the quality of the imperial capital. The arrogant kid will eventually pay the price for his recklessness. Quote. Imperial capital, the capital of China. In the sky above the imperial capital, there is a magnificent palace suspended. This palace is known as the Treasure of China, and it symbolizes the unparalleled power of China. It symbolizes the supreme status of the Chinese dynasty and the supreme honor of the martial artist. It is the dream destination for all martial artists in China. Imperial Palace, the supreme building dedicated to the pinnacle of martial arts, the mighty emperor realm. There were 3 emperors and 66 emperors in the Huaxia dynasty. Among them, 36 human race great emperors and 30 monster race great emperors. The number of great emperors in one country can suppress the world. The name of the celestial dynasty is shared by the whole world. The name of China is respected by no one and feared by no one. This is the celestial dynasty, the Chinese dynasty. After driving away the strong dizziness from his brain, Wang Shenxian opened his eyes again. What comes into view is a scenery like a fairyland. Surrounded by clouds and mist, the splendid palace is at the top, as if you were immersed in poetry and painting. The Chonglo Yuyu is so beautiful, shrouded in clouds and mist, and is like a dream, as if you were between heaven and earth, which is enchanting. Several white jade steps 9 kilometers wide, like giant white dragons, led to the gate of the emperor's palace. A large number of candidates appeared on the wide steps. There are many guards wearing golden armor on the steps to maintain order. All candidates please enter the hall in an orderly manner, the guard in red robes and golden armor shouted. On the steps, Wang Shenxian raised his head and looked at the huge golden palace high in the sky, his eyes fiery. This is the emperor's palace. Lin Lei next to him also swallowed involuntarily. I've only seen it on TV before, but I didn't expect it to be so impactful when it actually comes here. Du Yin smiled softly and joked, "What? You still want to defeat the ancestor of Siju? Are you afraid?" Hearing this, Lin Lei jumped up in anger. Who is afraid? I dare to pull out my ancestor's beard. It's just a projection, so what are you afraid of? As if he felt that he had not earned back his face, Lin Lei hummed and continued. Just wait, I have mastered all the weaknesses of my ancestor's blood-refining realm. Today is the day when I, Lin Lei, will be conferred as a god by the Lin family. Du Yin glanced at him, bragging. Lin Lei smiled evilly. Little girl, from today onwards, you can't even think of comparing yourself to me. Ha ha ha, ah ha 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 ha. Lin Lei looked up to the sky and laughed, walking forward with steps that he didn't recognize. If heaven had not given birth to me, Lin Lei, martial Dao would be as long as the night. Ancestor, I'm riding on my horse to beat you, ha ha. Suddenly, the guard wearing golden armor gave a warm reminder. Young man, you are among the top 10 in the city, and the scene now will be broadcast live by your city's TV station. Upon hearing this, Lin Lei's pupils trembled wildly, and his whole body instantly turned to stone. Du Yin next to him jumped up excitedly, then ran to Lin Lei and made an expression like a little pink beaver. Lei, I am very sad. When the time comes, you will be beaten to death by your uncle. What should martial Dao do? The night will last forever. Ha ha ha. Faced with Du Yin's gloating about his misfortune, Lin Lei's eyes were filled with tears and his heart was filled with despair. Wang Shenxian couldn't bear to see this, and then walked to Lin Lei, silently patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't be too afraid. There is a high probability that you won't be killed. After hearing this, tears finally fell from the corners of Lin Lei's eyes. Chapter 71. After the interlude, Wang Shenxian supported Lin Lei, whose legs were weak, and slowly stepped onto the steps. The steps under my feet are 9,909 rank 19. Fortunately, these martial artists are talented and have enough endurance. In less than 2 hours, all 30,000 candidates reached the top. After reaching the top, what comes into view is a huge square paved with jade stones. Above the square, there is a 9-story pagoda suspended. Imperial weapon, 9th layer Babel Tower. Listening to the voice in his ears, Wang Shenxian turned his head in surprise and looked at Lin Lei, who had returned to his original state. Are you okay? Lin Lei took out the hand held by Wang Shenxian and spoke coldly. Since ancient times, no one has ever died. If you die early, you will die late. I, Lin Lei, already know my destination, so I have nothing to fear about life or death. Du Yin on the side quickly came over to hit the target. Death is not terrible. What is terrible is being beaten to half-death. You can certainly take life and death lightly, but if you are beaten to half-death, you probably won't be able to get over that hurdle. Don't forget, your father only used his own tricks when he beat you. Drunken dream fist, I'll be a good boy. The soft whispering voice of the silver-haired girl was like the snow in July, making people's originally hot hearts suddenly cool down. Lin Lei's mouth twitched wildly. Du Yin, you are unkind, then don't blame me for being unjust. Someone wet his pants in public, ah. 68 styles of soft fist, guillotine from hell. Click. Wang Shenxian carried Lin Lei, who was sleeping peacefully on his back, looked at the silver-haired girl jumping in front of him, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Why would a little girl unlock such a cruel locking technique? 10 minutes later, several people followed the guidance and arrived at the location of Tianju City around the giant tower. Tianju City belongs to the 7 wonders of China, and is the 7 cities with the strongest comprehensive strength in China. So the area where it is located is very forward. An old man with white hair in a purple robe couldn't help but shake his head when he saw Lin Lei carried by Wang Shenxian. Today's young people are really shameless. They collapse from exhaustion after just 10,000 steps. After saying that, he waved his hand. Then, almost at the same time, the 30,000 candidates near the Tower of Babel felt a warm force nourishing their bodies after working hard for days. With such a large-scale group recovery skill, is this the invigilator of rank 3? It's outrageous. In just a few seconds, my condition returned to its peak. Emperor Palace Examiner, so terrifying. Seeing that all the candidates had recovered, the purple-robed old man used his spiritual power and spoke. Hello to all candidates from all over the country. My name is Duan Muqian, and I am the chief examiner of the Imperial Palace subjects. Welcome everyone to the Emperor's Palace. Let me explain to you the rules for challenging the Emperor's Palace. The tower in front of you is called the 9th layer tower. The tower has 9 floors, and each floor has corresponding levels. A strange beast, a martial Dao puppet, or some special challenge. If you want to be qualified to challenge Emperor Venerable, you must reach the 9th floor. As a reminder, according to our estimates, less than 100 people will be able to reach the 9th floor in the end. As soon as these words came out, it directly caused an uproar among the candidates below. 30,000 candidates, but in the end less than 100 were promoted. What kind of devilish elimination rate is this? I am the #1 scholar in Tianwu City, why should I be afraid? Haha, you're just pretending, who's not already the top pick in the city? What's wrong with the city's top pick? There are 3,000 city champions here, and you look like you. What do you mean? I don't mean anything. I'm the top scholar in Heavenly Fire. I'm just curious about when a 5th-tier city like Tianwu dared to be so arrogant. Your Heavenly Fire is only a 5th-tier city, and our Tianwu is a 3rd-tier city, asshole. It doesn't matter to me, we're 2nd tier. Stop arguing, aren't you ashamed? Instead of arguing, you might as well save your energy for the tower. Quote. Looking at the noisy crowd below, Duan Muqian smiled lightly. The purpose of the previous sentence has been achieved, and the group of geniuses below will be successfully stimulated. I hope that the first college entrance examination reform will have a better effect. Why not leave some time for these geniuses to quarrel? Thinking of this, he continued to shout, "Rest in place, and prepare to enter the tower in 5 minutes." The old man smiled imperceptibly, and just as he was about to step down, his eyes were attracted by Lin Lei on Wang Shenxian's back again. Young people nowadays have a really good sleep quality, alas. After listening to the rules, Wang Shenxian bent down and put Lin Lei on the ground, shouting helplessly. "Lin Lei, wake up quickly, the exam is about to start." Perhaps because he had just been cured by the old man, Lin Lei slowly opened his eyes after hearing the call. Wang Shenxian breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought you couldn't wake up, are you okay now?" Lin Lei shook his confused head and waved his hand. "I'm fine, don't worry, this is my old problem." Old problem? Wang Shenxian was a little confused. "Don't you remember what happened just now?" "Of course I don't remember," Lin Lei said confidently. Seeing Wang Shenxian's confused expression, Lin Lei continued to explain. "Since I was 10 years old, I often fell asleep like this, and I don't know what's going on. My family also checked my body, but they just told me that I would be fine if I didn't do it." Hearing Lin Lei's explanation, Wang Shenxian was silent, and he couldn't help but look at Du Yin, who was expressionless next to him. After a moment of silence, Wang Shenxian looked at Lin Lei with a complicated expression. "It's hard to imagine how you grew up alive." This time it was Lin Lei's turn to be confused. "What do you mean? I really don't have any serious illness. Except for falling asleep suddenly, there are no side effects." Wang Shenxian's mouth twitched slightly. "Every time you have an attack, is Du Yin by your side?" "How do you know?" Lin Lei couldn't believe it. "You talent can also treat illnesses." "I said that Du Yin and I have a conflict of fate. She must be the cause of my strange illness. It seems that I have to stay away from her later. Brother Yunju, can my illness be cured?" Looking at Lin Lei's expectant expression, Wang Shenxian couldn't bear to tell him the truth. "It can be cured, just stop being an idiot. Why do you say exactly the same thing as my family?" Lin Lei frowned. "Brother, can you treat illnesses? You are not kidding me, are you?" Wang Shenxian patted Lin Lei's shoulder and said earnestly. "It's right to listen to me. I promise that your medicine will cure your illness." Quote. Lin Lei touched the back of his head and said suspiciously. "Actually, I have another symptom. Every time I wake up, my head hurts a lot." Wang Shenxian glanced at Du Yin and looked at Lin Lei with pity. How could it not hurt? Being hit by that kind of guillotine would leave a dent even on a copper head. "Don't think too much. Just listen to me. You just fell asleep. I'll tell you the rules." Lin Lei scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Brother Yun, you are a nice person." Quote. 5 minutes later, Duan Muqian floated into the air again. "Attention all candidates, start entering the tower now." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd below began to riot. Lin Lei patted Wang Shenxian on the shoulder. "Brother, we'll see you on the 9th floor." Du Yin also warned Wang Shenxian in his ear, be careful of illusion-type attacks. After saying that, the two of them rushed into the pagoda first. Wang Shenxian was about to step forward, but was stopped again. Turning around, he saw that it was Yan Yang, Zhang Wen, and Tai Zhen. Looking at the confused boy, Zhang Wen smiled and said, "Come on." The corners of Wang Shenxian's mouth raised slightly, "You guys too." After that, several people rushed in at the same time. Special proctoring room. Duan Muqian's figure flashed directly into the invigilation room. Densely packed screens filled the entire room, and the monitors of 30,000 candidates were simultaneously played on these screens. Elder Duanmu. A staff member bowed and saluted when he saw Duan Muqian. Duan Muqian waved his hand. "Is everything normal?" "They are all normal," the staff confirmed. "Those candidates are among the top 10 in each city. The first 2 floors of the Babel trial should not eliminate them." Duan Muqian nodded. "The first 2 floors of the Tower of Babel are just regular trials and will not cause too much trouble to those talented candidates. Focus on Wang Baikan from Tianjin City and Yunju from Tianju City." After receiving Duan Muqian's order, the staff quickly replied, "I will call out the live broadcasts of the 2 of them right now." Inside the Tower of Babel. When Wang Shenxian opened his eyes again, he found that he had arrived in the tower. Suddenly, Wang Shenxian felt that a mysterious force was peering into his body. At this time, Yun Ying's cold snort suddenly sounded in Wang Shenxian's mind. Then, the mysterious power quickly retreated as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Wang Shenxian couldn't help but be surprised. "Yun Ying, are you awake?" But this time, Yun Ying did not show up, and its voice appeared directly in Wang Shenxian's mind. "Be careful, this law treasure's weapon spirit is trying to peek into your body." Wang Shenxian nodded slightly, and then communicated with his mind. "Can't you come out now? This place is different from before. There is a mysterious being directly monitoring this place through the weapon spirit itself." Yun Ying's voice was a little solemn. "Then do you need to continue sleeping for a while?" "No need, now prepare for the assessment." "Good." Looking at the simple stone door in front of him, Wang Shenxian took a deep breath and pushed it open. "Bring it on." There was a bang. As the stone door closed, bright light appeared before his eyes. This light comes from the lamps on the walls of the room. The flames in the lamps flicker and illuminate the walls red. This is a huge room with ancient architectural style. "Candidate Yunju, welcome to the 9th layer Babel Tower, the 1st floor." Accompanied by a mysterious sound, the circular floor in the center of the room suddenly split. Then, a bronze martial Dao puppet appeared in front of Wang Shenxian. First level assessment content. Defeat the martial Dao puppet at the peak of bone tempering realm in the room. The peak of bone tempering realm. Wang Shenxian was a little surprised, as the first level is strong as this. The audience watching the live broadcast even called it outrageous. Tilapia. Is this the martial Dao puppet at the peak of the bone tempering realm? Daddy Sponge. It's too cruel. How many students can't defeat the martial Dao puppet of the same level? Uncle Pai. I think it's quite reasonable. Don't forget who these people are. They are all among the top 10 in their own city. Sangpao. Indeed, for a genius of this level, challenging ordinary people is as easy as drinking water. The mere martial Dao puppet is not a problem. Beating the starfish. The realm of these geniuses has basically reached the bone tempering realm late stage, and there are many people who have reached the peak. From this point of view, it is indeed not difficult. Okra is me. What about the special examination candidates? Those special examination candidates are basically in the blood refining realm, right? Kelp is not tasty. I guess it is enough. Martial Dao puppets are more difficult to deal with than martial artists in a sense. They will not expose too many weaknesses. If they fall into a war of attrition, for those special candidates who only have the blood refining realm, it's very difficult. King of Gotham. Ha ha ha, I went to watch Yunju in the official live broadcast room of Tianju City to see how he was beaten by the martial Dao puppet. Amusement park worker. Take me with you. Prophet. No need to look upstairs, just now, Yunju has reached the 2nd floor. King of Gotham. Haha, there is a limit to joking. Oh, look at your IP location. It turns out you are the clown from Tianju City, no wonder you talk like this, it turns out I am protecting you, Dad Yun. Prophet. At Gotham King, comrade, you lost your ID card. Poker King. JPG. Tianju Witch. At Gotham King, comrade, the copy of your ID card has also been lost. Poker King. JPG. Heifer spirals up to the sky. Yunju is really on the second level, where are the puppets? The stone cannot speak. What just happened? Father Yunju. You don't need to read this. Just now, my father Yun used 20 flying swords to kill the puppet. Ja Dad Yunju. Alas, my dad is too high profile. At Gotham King, Heitzi speaks. Family Dad Yunju. At Gotham King, clown, your name is Nima. Nima comes out to confront me. Ja Dad Yunju. You are the king of Digimon, you are the craziest in Gotham City, you stand guard in front of McDonald's, you are busy in the circus, you are hidden in boxes in the grass in the wilderness, and you are the king of playing cards. Family Dad Yunju. Sao Nima, come out and compete with Dad. Son, your mother, you guys started Yin Yang Yunju half a month ago, and by the way, Yin Yang Tian Liquor Market, isn't your mouth quite mean? You, come out and face off against Dad. At King of Gotham. Tianzhou Jiguang. What a great job upstairs, it's these dogs who trolled us in the whole city. We Tianzhou people have eaten your family's rice, and the internet bullied us for half a month. Yadong Bookstore. It's true. Ever since Yunju said he wanted to defeat the Sword Emperor, the atmosphere on the internet has changed. It's your freedom to complain about Yunju and be arrogant. As for the entire Tianzhou city. Star in the night sky. After holding it in for more than half a month, I finally feel proud today. King of Gotham. Just scream, how awesome is the martial Dao puppet in seconds. What about diverting Nima's attention? Your father Yunju was talking about defeating the Wine Emperor and killing a puppet. Those who didn't know thought your father was beating up the Sword Emperor. The King of Gotham. A bunch of filial sons from Tianzhou City, called Nima, just scream at the slightest wind. This is what untouchables who have never seen the world are like. Father Yunju. Judging from your IP address, you are from Tianjin City, right? Why are you so willing to be Wang's dog? The King of Gotham. The dogs, pariahs, and labor belong to the Wang family. King of Gotham. The ignorant dares to threaten to defeat my ancestor. For such an arrogant fool, there are still people who praise him. You, Tianzhou City, deserve to be scolded. King of Gotham. Without my ancestor to save the day, would you have had the chance to sit here and type on the keyboard? What is it called? Tarot cards. Untouchables who open their mouths and untouchables who shut their mouths, you Wang family are so powerful. We respect the Sword Emperor, not someone with cerebral palsy like you. Feng Chouwang. No matter how bad Yunju is, he is still an EX level talent. Who do you think you are, calling him a fool? Thunder King. If you can't eat the grapes, you can say the grapes are sour. His Wang family doesn't have this kind of prodigy. King of Gotham. My Wang family doesn't have this kind of prodigy. Haha, go to the Tianjin City live broadcast room and open your eyes wide to see our Wang's prodigy and see what the real prodigy is. Looking at the martial Dao puppet appearing in the center of the room, Wang Baikan smiled contemptuously. He waved his right hand, and the space behind him began to ripple, and a flying sword emerged from the ripples in space. Then, hundreds of flying swords shot out at the martial Dao puppet. Suddenly, there was a fierce metal collision in the room. The shell is quite hard. Wang Baikan said disdainfully, but no matter how hard it is, it's just a pile of scrap metal. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of flying swords began to rotate around the martial Dao puppet at high speed. A tornado of flying swords bound the martial Dao puppet in place. As Wang Baikan clenched his right hand, the sound of metal collision in the sword tornado became more intense. Finally, there was a loud explosion. A gray light curtain appeared in the room. Looking at the broken parts on the ground, Wang Baikan thought of the scene when Yunju instantly killed the martial Dao puppet. Yunju, now my talent is also X level. From now on, I will become a nightmare that you can't surpass in your life. With an evil smile, Wang Baikan walked towards the entrance of the next floor without looking back. Wang Baikan's gorgeous battle caused an uproar in the outside world. 10 seconds, this candidate actually killed the martial Dao puppet at the peak of bone forging in just 10 seconds. The martial Dao puppet didn't even have a chance to resist. The time it takes to kill the puppet is second only to Yunzhou's 3 seconds. Who is this? Wang Baikan, Wang's contemporary prodigy, only 13 years old. 13. Special proctoring room. The staff looked at the 2 candidates on the big screen and couldn't hide their shock. Are these 2 really human? Leave aside Yunzhou for now. When did Wang Baikan of the Wang family have such strength? Duan Muqian stared at Wang Baikan on the screen, feeling equally uneasy inside. Wang really can't wait any longer, the battle of luck has begun. The great emperor clan knew more about the inside story, and they also paid close attention to Yunzhou and Wang Baikan. As expected, Wang will not let go of this opportunity to harvest luck. Wang Baikan's strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and his talent may have been blessed by luck. The result of this college entrance examination is directly related to Wang's birth. If Wang Baikan really received the blessing of Wang's luck, then he should be the son of prophecy. The son of prophecy. Lin's ancestral home. The conference room was unusually quiet today, and everyone was watching the live broadcast of Yunzhou and Wang Baikan attentively. The second elder of the Lin family looked at the Siju great emperor who was resting with his eyes closed behind him, and couldn't help but ask. Ancestor, has Wang Baikan's strength just shown been blessed by Wang's luck? The great emperor opened his eyes slightly after quitting wine. That's not important. The second elder was confused by this answer, and he continued to ask. In the early years, there were rumors among the emperor clan that the bearer of the 9 swords was suspected to be born in the Wang clan. Whether Wang Baikan has been blessed by Wang's luck is directly related to whether he is the legendary son of prophecy. If it is really confirmed that it is him, then I, Mrs. Lin, must express my position to Mrs. Wang. At this point, the second elder seemed to realize something extremely ridiculous. Could it be that Yunzhou is really? But how is this possible? The great elder of the Wang family was severely injured by the law of heaven because he forcibly peeked into the secret of heaven. How could Wang be so wrong about such an existence as the son of prophecy? The great emperor looked at the second elder and chuckled. Some things are boring if you know them too early. Everyone in this era will witness an extremely gorgeous bloody drama. The second elder looked at his riddler ancestor speechlessly. Ancestor, watch less of those TV series. If you watch too much, it will affect your majesty. The great emperor said nonchalantly. Dignity is only for outsiders to see. I want to be as dignified as I am in my own home. Ancestors and elders are a safe haven for children, not lofty gods. Don't neglect family ties because of the so-called majesty and status. Family love is always the most original, core, basic and powerful existence of the family. No matter how powerful a family is, when they no longer value family ties, they are no longer qualified to call it family. Without a family, where does the clan come from? I am your elder, I am just a bit older. How you treat your elders is how you should treat me. You can be more relaxed in your speech and behavior. Many elders listened very carefully. Suddenly, Siju Great Emperor stopped his educational class. For example, that boy Lin Lei, although that boy is a little confused, he is still very cute. Wait until he comes back and give him a little spanking, as long as it means it's appropriate. Don't go too far. That boy Lin Hao, there is no way to hit your son lightly or hard. Why can't you use a mace to beat your child? What if it breaks? Let him replace it with purple thunder vine. The elders looked at their ancestors speechlessly. Ancestor, you have no intention of letting that kid go. Wang's ancestral home. The supreme elder looked at Wang Baikan's performance with satisfaction. As expected of me, the Qilin son of the Wang family. The 10 elders also nodded in praise. To be able to make such progress in just 20 days, Baikan's talent is indeed unique. After praising him, the supreme elder said worriedly. Although Baikan's strength has been greatly improved, I still feel a little uneasy. The patriarch Wang Xiao instantly guessed the ancestor's worries, and he quickly spoke. Elder, don't worry, the core of this battle over luck lies with the people. Previously, Baikan's talent was not enough to compete with Yunzhou, which is why he came out on top. Now Baikan talent's quality has reached X level, and his strength has reached bone tempering realm. With Baikan here, our Wang family is equivalent to having 3 swords, which can weaken the influence of Yunzhou on our luck to the greatest extent. Oh, the supreme elder was a little curious, what are the 3 swords? Wang Xiao smiled proudly. The first sword is age. Baiken is 13 this year, but Yunju is 15. The second sword cultivation level. Baiken is now in the bone tempering realm, and although Yunju does not have detailed information, it is certainly impossible for his cultivation level to break through the bone tempering realm. Baiken only broke through the bone tempering realm in the middle stage of blood refining with the help of elders. Yunjo's strength during the high school entrance examination was only in the early stage of blood refining. It is impossible for him to reach the bone tempering realm within 20 days. The Great Emperor's projection will synchronize the challenger's cultivation. The difference in cultivation will lead to different projection intensities for the two challenges. The third sword is powerful. Baiken is a descendant of the Sword Emperor. It is reasonable to hope to defeat his ancestors, but Yunju is an outsider and extremely arrogant. He is destined to not be recognized by the public. With these three swords, Yunju is destined to be unable to shake the foundation of my Wang family's luck. As long as Baiken's performance is not inferior, even if Yunju is lucky enough to defeat the ancestor's projection, it will not cause much harm to my Wang family's luck, nor will it shake Baiken's status. In the eyes of everyone, Baiken is young and has a higher level. Even if he loses to the ancestor, no one will think that he is inferior to Yunju. In fact, everyone will recognize Baiken's talent. By then, the so-called Yunju threat theory will only become a laughing stock. Hearing Wang Xiao's words, the 10 elders frowned. But how can you control the direction of public opinion? The corners of Wang Xiao's mouth slightly raised. Elder, please rest assured, I was fully prepared half a month ago. The elder has been in seclusion for a long time, so he may not know much about today's internet situation. The so-called online public opinion can be manipulated, and this manipulator is called the Navy. No matter what, there is a 2-year age gap between Yunju and Baiken, which can make us invincible. If Yunju loses or does not perform as well as Baiken, we can even gain his luck. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder nodded with satisfaction. Wang Xiao, as the leader of the clan, you have done a good job. I can rest assured that the family has talented people like you. Just when Wang was complacent about being invincible. But they all ignored one premise. That is, when the enemy's combat performance is extremely gorgeous. Any strategy will fail. Congratulations, you have killed the rank 3 peak beast Dark Demon Rhino and succeeded in the second level challenge. Looking at the huge rhino lying on the ground, without any life, Wang Shenxian moved his mind and called back several flying swords in the rhino's body, then slowly walked towards the entrance of the third level. Special Invigilation Room. Duan Muqian looked at Wang Shenxian's back and nodded in admiration. Although the Shadow Rhino is no different from a live target in front of him, the defense of the Dark Knight Rhino is not something that can be easily broken. With only the peak of the blood refining realm, he killed the Shadow Rhino within 3 breaths. This talent is really terrifying. The staff member on the side looked at another screen and sighed in the same way. Wang Baiken here is not bad either. He killed the Dark Knight Rhino in 10 breaths. The key is that he is only 13 years old. Duan Muqian looked at the faces of the 2 teenagers on the screen, and his eyes showed a look of surprise and admiration. Wang Baiken and Yunju are both sword cultivators, and both of them cultivate the sword controlling style. Based on the current observations, Yunju's sword is superior in quality, while Wang Baiken's is superior in quantity. The arrival of a great era will always bring a large number of geniuses. The SSS level talent that was rare in the past 10 years has reached 20 in the past few years alone. Tianmen is in turmoil, Great Dao is dim, and Zhaoyang is competing for the top. This is the luck of the times, but also the tragedy of the times. The staff next to him was thoughtful. With the 2 of them here, the glory of this class of students is destined to be overshadowed. Suddenly, Duan Muqian sighed and said meaningfully, "There is only one sun in the sky after all. We will witness the rising of Zhaoyang and the falling of new stars." Who is Zhaoyang and who is the star? Life is full of unknowns like this. This is life and the meaning of living. Every minute and every second we spend now is history. 9th layer Babel Tower, 3rd floor. First level assessment content. Defeat the 2 bone tempering realm peak beasts in the room. Looking at the 2 wolf-like beasts in front of him, Wang Shenxian showed a rare solemn expression. Symbiotic Beast. War Soul Wolf. Level. Rank 3 Peak. Skills. War Soul Possession, Wolf Soul, Symbiosis. Introduction. a mutant war soul wolf carrying a wolf's soul, a strange symbiotic beast, be careful of their joint attack. Soul Devouring Wolf. Level. Rank 3 Peak. Skills. Soul Devouring, Soul Summoning, Symbiosis. Introduction. A mutant war soul wolf with the ability to control souls, with a weak body but extremely strong mental attacks, be careful of its sneak attacks. Wei, a strange variant of wolf. Wei is usually born when the mother wolf is pregnant with 2 sons. In the mother's womb, the stronger fetus of the wolf-like beast will absorb the energy of the weaker sibling. Under normal circumstances, the weaker wolf cubs will not survive. But if the wolf cub has strong willpower, can activate powerful mental power, and complete mental assimilation with its blood relatives, it can survive successfully. Such wolves are also called wolves. Because the wolves are too weak, they lack the ability to live alone. Once they are not helped by wolves, they cannot move. The mental power and intelligence of the wolves are abnormally high, and the physique of its blood relatives is also different from that of ordinary wolves. The combination of the two creates a deterrent force far exceeding that of the same level beasts. This is the so-called wolf in cahoots. Listening to the low roars between the wolves, Wang Shenxian began to be surprised by the intensity of the test. The difficulty of the 3rd level is exponentially more difficult than the first 2 levels. This is no longer a simple problem of increasing the number of beasts. These 2 kinds of beasts are not 1 + 1 = 2. Thinking of this, Wang Shenxian did not hesitate to directly sacrifice 9 wine swords to interrupt the conversation between the 2 beasts. 9 swords, the focus is on the line of the wolves. The importance of wisdom in battle is self-evident. Facing the flying sword attack, the war spirit wolf raised its head and howled. Then, a huge wolf-shaped soul appeared around it. After being possessed by the wolf soul, the fighting spirit wolf stood up directly like a human wolf. It crossed its arms and stretched out its sharp claws like flying knives. Facing the flying sword, the wolf's arms waved at an incomprehensible speed. In an instant, the war spirit wolf knocked away Wang Shenxian's flying sword. Seeing this, Wang Shenxian was about to control the flying sword to attack again. However, at this moment, Wang Shenxian felt a huge mental pressure. In the face of this majesty, his mental power became extremely heavy, and the speed of his flying sword also dropped significantly. Psychic attack. Wang Shenxian endured the discomfort in his brain and looked at the soul-eating beast hiding behind the fighting spirit wolf. At this time, Soul Eater's body was emitting a mysterious purple light, and a purple wolf soul was rising up to the sky and roaring on top of its head. What elementary level martial artist fears most is mental attacks. The first 3 levels of martial artist focus on body tempering. Except for some talents and vocations, most martial artists do not have high mental power. Fortunately, Wang Shenxian's mental strength exceeded 1,000, otherwise, under this pressure, he might not even be able to wield a sword. Oh, that's right, this is a rare thing. This guy's brain is very useful. He can make wine. Yun Ying's voice suddenly sounded in Wang Shenxian's mind. Listening to Yun Ying's voice, Wang Shenxian recalled the dilemma of eating tiger eggs during the high school entrance examination, so he had no choice but to respond. This is something in the examination room. It's best not to touch it. It's monitored. Yun Ying's interest suddenly returned to 0. It's a second, don't waste time, that thing is too ugly, it looks ugly. After hearing this, Wang Shenxian nodded. The gourd around his waist lights up, and the sobering wine goes directly into his throat. Drink the sobering wine to recover 20% of your mental strength. The moment the wine enters your mouth, the discomfort in your brain is directly driven away. Spiritual power is full, obtain the characteristic, awakening. At this time, Wang Shenxian was extremely refreshed and his brain was bright as never before. He held the Shenxian sword in his hand, and his eyes were locked with soul-eating eyes. Then, the young man swung his sword and rushed over. In the dark, Soul Eater felt a palpitation in his heart. With a low growl, the war spirit wolf ran directly to the corner of the room with it. After placing Soul Eater in the corner, the soul wolf directly used its huge body to block Soul Eater's front like a wall. When the fighting spirit wolf finished everything, it found that the young man had rushed in front of it. It roared angrily and clawed at the boy with both claws. But the moment the sharp claws came into contact with the boy, he was horrified to find that the boy's body disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, the sound of the sharp blade piercing flesh echoed in the ears of the war spirit wolf. Then, a large amount of blood was splashed on the hair-covered back. Smelling the familiar smell of blood, the fighting spirit wolf turned around suddenly. Soul Eater's throat was cut off directly, and his head fell to the ground with a horrified expression on his face. Roar! The war spirit wolf roared around in anger. At this moment, only roaring can alleviate the fear in its heart. As if sensing the fear of the war spirit wolf, a milky white spirit floated out from the soul-eating corpse on the ground. Seeing this, the fighting spirit wolf quickly attracted the embarrassed spirit to him. This is the characteristic of symbiotic alien beasts. Two symbiotic beasts, as long as one is alive, the soul of the other will not dissipate. At the moment of embarrassing body integration, a young boy's soft voice suddenly sounded from above. Above, the fighting spirit wolf suddenly raised its head, and its huge wolf eyes reflected the figure of the young man wielding the sword. The young man landed, turned around, and sheathed his sword, all in one movement. The entrance to the 4th floor had been opened. When the young man's back completely disappeared from the entrance, only silence and the corpses of two strange beasts were left in the room on the 3rd floor. One headless, one with two halves. Time passed by minute, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Special monitoring room. Duan Muqian looked at the screen that kept going off, shook his head and sighed. What is the elimination situation at each level? Upon hearing this, the staff immediately checked the data. After a moment, he looked up and answered. The candidates with the slowest progress are currently on the 4th level, and the candidates with the fastest speed have reached the 7th level. The number of people eliminated in the 1st level is 13. The number of people eliminated in the 2nd level is 88. The number of people eliminated in the 3rd level is 9,643. Duan Muqian frowned when he heard this data. On the 3rd level, nearly 10,000 people were eliminated. The staff member smiled bitterly and said, "Examination Chief, most of these candidates have consumed more than half of their spiritual energy after the first 2 battles. For an ordinary high school student, being able to fight against rank 2 peak alien beasts is already considered a top student, let alone a mutated alien beast like Langlin. If the number of people eliminated does not exceed 10,000, it is already very good." Duan Muqian thought for a moment and stopped worrying about it. Besides Yunju and Wang Baikan, who else is on the 7th floor now? The staff member responded quickly. No, the challenge of the 6th level is to cross the Sea of Spirit. After our test, it will take at least 2 hours for a martial artist with incomparable mental strength to cross the Sea of Spirit. After hearing this, Duan Muqian continued to look at the 2 largest pictures. Candidate Yunju, congratulations on reaching the 7th floor. The trial at this level will screen you for the corresponding powerful projections based on the category of your vocation. Matching you, please wait. Wang Shenxian looked at the light curtain in front of him and murmured to himself. Is it to allow candidates to adapt to fighting projections in advance? Wang Shenxian discovered that starting from the 6th floor, the examiner began to prepare for the candidates to challenge the Great Emperor's projection. The 6th level of mental power test, the 7th level to adapt to combat in advance, then. What is the 8th floor? Before Wang Shenxian could think more, the mysterious voice sounded again. The match is successful, your battle target is Lin Ju Venerable. ? Several big question marks rose directly above Wang Shenxian's head. Lin Ju, rank 9 martial artist in the Tongtian realm, his vocation belongs to the main category, wine, and his secondary category belongs to the sword category. Projecting the martial artist projection, projecting the current strength, the peak of the blood refining realm. Accompanied by a mysterious sound, a purple crystal landed from the top of the space. Then, the purple crystal began to shine with a strange light. These rays of light slowly condensed into a human form. Under the continuous illumination of the purple crystal, the projection began to become gradually clearer. Facial features, hair, clothing, even fine hairs. Wang Shenxian looked at the unruly young man in front of him and fell into shock. Master, Wang Shenxian once saw photos of Lin Ju when he was young in his office. Compared with Lin Ju in the photo, the young man in front of him cannot be said to be very similar, it can only be said that he is exactly the same. It's more like a clone than a projection. This level of realism is better than that of a wax figure made by a highly skilled wax artist. Wang Shenxian recalled what his master had said to him. My calling is to be a drunkard, and my talent is to be X-level drunk today. After reminiscing, Wang Shenxian looked at Lin Ju's projection opposite him, who kept making flirtatious poses, and his eyes twitched slightly. Lin Juju looked at Wang Shenxian and raised the corner of his mouth. Another challenger who doesn't know the heights of the world. Since you have chosen to challenge me, you'd better wish for yourself. Although I admire your courage, my sword will not show mercy to anyone. Hearing this extremely embarrassing tone, Wang Shenxian's shame reached its peak at this moment. He somehow thought of Lei. The images of the two people overlapped perfectly at this moment. Stupid challenger, why are you scared when facing such a powerful me? If God had not given birth to me, Lin Ju, martial Dao, eternity would be like a long night. The projection Lin Ju put his hands on his hips and raised his head to the sky, laughing, ah ha 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 ha. Stop talking, master. Wang Shenxian's face turned red with embarrassment, and he yelled crazily in his heart. At the same time, the headquarters of the Tianju City Brewers Association was thousands of miles away. Ah, master, my eyes, I can't see. The young man covered his eyes and rolled wildly on the ground. His voice was extremely miserable, and the culprit was obviously Lin Ju, who held out two fingers. Li Jianzhou blocked his ears, turned his back to the TV, and looked pitifully at the third junior brother who was lying on the ground and twisted into maggots in pain. You will not survive for your own misfortune, third child. Lin Julao blushed like an apple, panting and looking at the projection on the TV, cursing. You little fool, why don't you let the labor and management beat him to death? As if sensing the master's strong resentment, Wang Shenxian's eyes narrowed. Master, my disciple is unfilial. For your sake, I'm sorry. After saying that, he directly raised his sword and charged forward. When Lin Juju saw this, he laughed gracefully and also raised his sword to meet him. Chang. The moment the sword blades collided, Wang Shenxian's domineering power directly suppressed Lin Ju's projection. Seeing that his strength had the upper hand, Wang Shenxian quickly seized the opportunity and stabbed Lin Ju's projection with 30 flying swords. Wang Shenxian, who thought he could kill the opponent in an instant, was surprised to find that the flying swords all stopped the moment they were about to pierce Lin Ju. No matter how Wang Shenxian mobilized his mental power, Feijian could not advance even half an inch. Impossible. Wang Shenxian was greatly shocked, but Lin Juju obviously did not give him time to be shocked. An extremely fast sword slashed directly at him. Wang Shenxian quickly dodged, but it was already too late. The mental consumption caused by controlling the flying sword made it impossible for him to enter the free state in time. Severe pain instantly hit his brain. Feeling the pain coming from his abdomen, Wang Shenxian quickly distanced himself from the other party. After waiting for his body to stand firm, Wang Shenxian hurriedly looked down. There was now a 10-centimeter long wound on his lower abdomen. Injured. This was the real injury he had suffered since he challenged the Imperial Palace. The injuries could not conceal his inner shock. He stared intently at Lin Ju's projection, which kept posing in flirtatious poses. The master's projection is in the same realm as mine, how could he have such strength? Under the same level, I should be able to suppress him. Why, has the examiner strengthened the power of projection? No, that's not right. Wang Shenxian quickly overturned his conclusion. If the examiner really strengthens the strength of projection, he will not have the upper hand in the confrontation of strength just now. But, how did he use my flying sword? Challenger, are you ready to be defeated by me? Lin Juju raised his eyebrows and smiled, then rushed over with his sword. Facing the attack, Wang Shenxian did not dare to hold back any longer, so he drank Shenxian wine directly. Drink Shenxian wine, all attributes will be strengthened tenfold. 10 times the attribute enhancement is an unimaginable increase. Wang Shenxian easily dodged the attack and launched a counterattack with lightning speed. The powerful attribute increase allowed him to swing dozens of swords in just a few seconds. Chang. The fierce clash of weapons echoed in the space. Wang Shenxian, who held the Shenxian sword in his hand, became more and more surprised. The brief confrontation ended quickly. The two of them distanced themselves tacitly. Lin Juju no longer looked as arrogant as before, and now he looked very embarrassed. And above his head, there was also a suspended golden energy frame. This is. Wang Shenxian started to guess a little more, is it a blood bar? The golden energy frame on Lin Ju's projection head still had about 90% of its energy remaining. Seeing the health bar projected by Lin Ju, Wang Shenxian's doubts continued to increase. 35 swords. He just swung 35 swords. Judging from the power feedback of Lin Ju's projection, his power is indeed far lower than his own. But for some reason, his speed and strength were far greater than Lin Ju's projection. But it only caused very little damage to him. Out of 35 swords, only 6 fell on Lin Ju's projection. The opponent withstood a large amount of damage from him by relying on a strength far lower than his. Out of caution, Wang Shenxian no longer chose to get close this time, but used his sword to find the opponent's powerful secret. His current mental power has exceeded 10,000, and with the blessing of powerful mental power, the speed of the flying sword has reached an incredible level. Facing the flying sword attack, Lin Juju laughed heartily. Interesting, interesting. This time, when the flying sword approached Lin Ju's projection, it did not appear to be in the same difficult state as before. But, at the moment when the flying sword was about to hit the weak point of the projection, Wang Shenxian saw that all his flying swords changed their flight trajectories in a strange manner, and stabbed the non-lethal parts of the projection. The target has been moved. Although it did not hit the fatal part, the flying sword's attack still reduced Lin Ju's health bar by another 10%. The moment the health bar reached 80%, Lin Jujing looked up to the sky and laughed. Challenger, you are not as unbearable as I thought. But your progress stops here, here comes the wine. As Lin Jui shouted, his body flashed with golden light. Then, a simple-looking hip flask appeared in his hand. Wang Shenxian wanted to stop the other party from drinking, so he directly controlled the flying sword to slash at Lin Ju's projection. But at this moment, Lin Ju's projection lit up with bright golden light. The golden light seemed to freeze time and space, and Wang Shenxian's wine sword seemed to be encountering endless resistance, unable to move even half a step forward. In Wang Shenxian's confused eyes, Yun Ying's voice sounded in his mind. This is the power of the rules, not the power of the projection itself. That golden light represents the rules. With the blessing of the rules, the projection is invincible. Invincible. Wang Shenxian frowned. Is it similar to the invincible frame when the boss opens the rank 2 stage in the game? This is a bit shameful. After complaining, Wang Shenxian asked while the other party was transforming. Why is the projection so weak but so oppressive? Facing the young man's inquiry, Yun Ying did not explain. You also asked your master about the great emperor's projection. Do you still remember what Lin Ju said? Wang Shenxian thought for a moment and replied, I will naturally know when the time comes. It will not do me any good to tell me in advance. Yun Ying continued, if you ask me now, I can't tell you the answer either. Some things need to be discovered by yourself. This is a kind of training of combat wisdom. You have to learn to find the opponent's weaknesses and the secrets of strength in battle. Only in this way can you maximize your survivability in future battles. Hearing this, Wang Shenxian suddenly became serious. He took a deep breath, slowly calmed down his restless heart, and his thinking began to become active. At the same time, the golden light around Lin Ju's projection began to dissipate. What appeared in front of Wang Shenxian was no longer a middle school boy, but a middle school alcoholic boy. Ha 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 ha, drink. Lin Juju held the wine bottle high and stumbled towards Wang Shenxian. How can you fight without drinking wine? Hiccup. Seeing Lin Juju who was about to fall down at any time, Wang Shenxian did not choose to attack rashly this time. He is observing. Master Lin Ju's talent is X level, and in a sense, his projection is the closest to the great emperor's projection. Wang Shenxian thought the projection was too simple before. He knew that the projection would definitely be strengthened, but he did not expect it to be so difficult. In the same realm, his physical attributes absolutely crush Master Lin Ju. This is the gap brought about by talent. If the young master really fought with him, he was confident that he could resolve the battle within 3 minutes. Judging from the battle just now, the master's projected physique is about 1100 points. And I am at 1900 points. After drinking, his attributes had reached 19,000 points. It is incredible that such a huge gap cannot cause a lot of damage to the master's projection. However, compared to the physical difference, Wang Shenxian was more curious about how strong the projection was mentally. If he hadn't been drinking, his flying sword might still have been manipulated by the opponent. Full of questions, Wang Shenxian settled down and began to seek answers. Lin Jujing, who was in the distance, burped, "Why don't you dare to do it? Are you afraid of me? This is not okay. I, burp, still want to give you a big bang." "You said, really?" Lin Juju said with a whisper in Wang Shenxian's ear. Almost instantly, a blast of cold air hit the tips of my hair. Wang Shenxian's scalp was numb, his eyes widened, and he looked at Lin Jujing, who suddenly appeared next to him in disbelief. When, without the slightest hesitation, Wang Shenxian directly entered a state of freedom and then quickly retreated backwards. The moment Wang Shenxian disappeared, Lin Juju's cloudy eyes suddenly became clear. Gone. A second later, Lin Jujing looked at Wang Shenxian, who reappeared in the distance, and smiled. "Hide and seek, fun. Chang." Lin Juju looked at his blocked sword blade and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Hey, it's blocked." Wang Shenxian stared at Lin Jui, whose cheeks were red from drunkenness. Finally saw the trajectory of his attack. This projection can actually create phantoms with the help of alcohol. Through the intensity coming from the sword blade, Wang Shenxian could clearly tell that the opponent's physique was also rising. After drinking the wine, the master projected that his physical strength increased approximately 4 times, reaching over 4,000. There is still a big gap between him and him. Thinking of this, Wang Shenxian launched a fierce attack on him again. Although Lin Jui was also suppressed, he could still deal with it easily. The two of them swung their swords faster and faster, and finally even left an afterimage. While gaining the upper hand, Wang Shenxian once again used his 9 flying swords and all shot towards Lin Ju. The strange root of the flying sword also reappeared. Suddenly, Wang Shenxian's eyes flashed, and the strings in his brain broke at this moment. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and the long-lost smile returned to the young man's face. "I see. I finally know the secret of projection." Wang Shenxian smiled happily. For him, this was no longer just a battle. It's more like a puzzle game. In his understanding, projection is nothing but a reflection of the original owner's strength. But he missed the most important point. If the projection simply showed the strength of the original owner, then it would definitely not be called a difficult assessment. After all, Lin Ju's projection realm is the same as Wang Shenxian's, but they are only at the peak of the blood refining realm. The official will not let candidates experience a meaningless competition of equal strength. Therefore, projection is given powerful plugins. This plugin allows the projection to crush powerful people of the same level. The true face of the plugin is to project the original owner's combat experience, techniques, combat wisdom, and a higher level of understanding of martial Dao. To put it simply, what Wang Shenxian is facing now is not the teenage Lin Ju, but Lin Ju, whose strength has reached the rank 9 Tongtian realm, and then sealed his strength into the blood refining realm. There is a mainstream routine in fantasy novels, the plot of Heavenly Emperor or various peak heroes resurrecting their lives. Even in the same realm, the reincarnated protagonist of Heavenly Emperor can crush everyone. The core reason is the combat experience of being a master, or the ultimate use of a certain skill. Wang Shenxian's physique is far superior to Lin Jui, but it is difficult to cause a lot of damage to him. The reason is that Lin Jujing used superb skills to constantly resolve Wang Shenxian's offensive and minimize the damage he received. As the saying goes, 4 ounces make 1,000 pounds. High-level skills can largely bridge the gap in strength between the two. As for why Wang Shenxian's flying sword just couldn't move in front of Lin Ju's projection, it was entirely because of Lin Ju's projection that he condensed his limited mental power into a small shield and pressed it against the tip of Wang Shenxian's flying sword. Later, after Wang Shenxian drank alcohol, his mental power skyrocketed. Faced with the huge gap in mental power, no matter how proficient Lin Ju was in the use of mental power, he could no longer make Wang Shenxian's flying sword unable to move. Therefore, he changed his strategy very smartly and chose to change the flight trajectory of the flying sword. Wang Shenxian was able to discover it entirely because he began to save his mental energy and carefully analyze the opponent's attacks. The answer I finally got. The master's projection can always attack and resist with minimal consumption. This is something Wang Shenxian cannot see among his peers. Tianju City, the headquarters of the Brewers Association. Lin Ju looked at Wang Shenxian with a burning gaze. Have you finally discovered it? After figuring everything out, Wang Shenxian quickly distanced himself from the projection. He stared at the projection of his drunken master, his mind working rapidly. The official design of such a powerful plug-in for the projector will definitely leave a way for the candidates to survive, otherwise the candidates will not be able to. Wang Shenxian's voice stopped suddenly, and he suddenly thought of something very important. Later, the projection of the Sword Emperor he will face will most likely be the same. Thinking of this, Wang Shenxian suddenly fell silent. When Lin Juju saw Wang Shenxian frozen on the spot, he directly raised the wine bottle and started drinking heavily. For projection, he was already suppressed by Wang Shenxian. Facing the enemy's indifference, he was happy to be at ease. After all, it is a good opportunity for him to drink and improve his strength. The sudden truth caught Wang Shenxian off guard. If the Great Emperor's projection is really the same as Master's projection, then what he will face is not a projection of a boy whose talent is X level, but the Sword Dao Great Emperor wears the appearance of a boy. No wonder those elders were so frightened that their faces changed after hearing what he said. So that's it. It turns out that I have become so crazy in their eyes. It turns out that no one really believes in me. Wang Shenxian slowly lowered his head, now his mood was more complicated. He knew very well that this was not a fear of the Sword Emperor, but a feeling of loneliness that came from deep within. Both those who know the truth about the Great Emperor's projection and those who don't. It seems that everyone regards their goals as a joke. Wang Shenxian knew that he shouldn't be so pretentious. In the eyes of outsiders, his disguised EX-level talent is only on the same level as the Sword Emperor. Defeating the projection of the Great Emperor was nothing more than a young and frivolous genius. Although he can understand the logic, I just can't control my sadness. This is a challenge without any trust, blessing, and complete loneliness. Suddenly, memories of the past flashed through the young man's mind. Your Highness, do you believe that Yunju can defeat the Sword Emperor? I believe. If you defeat the Sword Emperor, you will be in big trouble. I promise you, it will be a grand and magnificent victory. Wang Shenxian, come on. Good. The girl's appearance slowly appeared in Wang Shenxian's mind, as if the sun was coming. Not only did it dispel the darkness, but it also dispelled the haze deep in the young man's heart. Wang Shenxian's eyes began to brighten, and a vague and supreme aura rippled in his body. The Great Emperor disguised as a boy. But the corners of Wang Shenxian's mouth raised slightly, so what? At the same time, the turbid aura in Lin Juju's eyes completely dissipated. The look he looked at Wang Shenxian no longer contained the playful look, but was replaced by an unprecedented look. Dignified, Lin Jujing stood with his sword in hand, his eyes locked on Wang Shenxian. Wang Shenxian regained his composure and slowly walked towards Lin Ju's projection. Every step of the young man was like a heavy hammer hitting Lin Juju's heart. The projection did not dare to act rashly, and his keen survival instinct told him that if he acted rashly, will fail. Step by step. Finally, Wang Shenxian stood in front of Lin Jui. He reached his right hand to his waist and took out a wine glass from the space equipment. Then, Wang Shenxian called out the wine fairy's gourd and filled the wine glass with wine. Then, he held the wine glass in both hands and presented it to his master's projection, and gave a junior salute. Master, please drink. Although Lin Jujing does not have all the memories of his original body, he also has excellent wisdom. The projection understood what the other party meant, then he took the wine glass and swallowed it in one gulp. Good wine, Lin Juyu praised. Wang Shenxian bowed again. Master, please forgive me for being rude. Lin Juju nodded. Drinking your wine means accepting your courtesy, so come on. Wang Shenxian took 3 steps back and saluted again. Then he raised his Jushan gourd and took a big sip. Finally, he drew his sword. When Lin Juju saw this, his face couldn't help but become fanatical. He also raised his sword and wine gourd, and shouted to the young man, "When you are about to drink, don't stop drinking." In an instant, the figures of the two drinking swordsmen rioted. Chang! The sound of Earth Shaker's blades clashing resounded throughout the space. Accompanied by the loud collision of weapons, the projected figure flew back quickly. Wang Shenxian's powerful physique made it impossible for Lin Jui to compete head-on with him in battle. After repelling the projection, Wang Shenxian did not give him a chance. He stepped forward quickly and struck out with another extremely domineering sword. Faced with the ridiculously powerful attack, Lin Jujing did not panic at all. His sword swung down at a clever angle, directly taking away most of the attack. He even used Wang Shenxian's power to fight back. If Wang Shenxian's sword is the embodiment of power, then Lin Juyao's sword skills are a perfect textbook for using the weak to fight the strong. The sword, which symbolized sharpness, felt like Tai Chi in Lin Ju's hands. Every time Wang Shenxian wanted to cause fatal damage to him, the tip of the sword would always shift according to the opponent's rhythm. Wang Shenxian was not discouraged. When his attack was blocked, he continued to swing his sword. It is a fact that skills are not as good as people. But it is also true that he is stronger than his opponent. If Four Tails can move 1,000 caddies, then he can use the power of 10,000 caddies, 100,000 caddies, 1,000,000 caddies, or even tens of millions of caddies. Wang Shenxian picked up the pot and took another sip of wine, then raised his right hand and struck out with the sword again. Qian. The second sword. Chang. It's not over yet. Chang. Wang Shenxian's sword is stronger than the other. Every time Lin Ju's projection blocked, his arm was shaken out of the shadow. Finally, with the swing of the ninth sword, Lin Juyi's right arm was completely blown away by the overbearing force. Without the protection of the sword, Wang Shenxian slashed directly at the projection, leaving a huge wound on him. After this attack took effect, Lin Ju's health bar dropped directly to 60%. At the same time, the familiar golden light appeared again, protecting the projection. Candidate Yunju, congratulations, you have successfully reduced the projected blood volume to 60%. According to the rules, your challenge is deemed successful. The 7th floor challenge is successful, the 8th floor teleportation array has been opened. Faced with the reminder of successful challenge, Wang Shenxian chose to ignore it. He looked at Lin Ju's projection wrapped in golden light, and his fighting spirit soared. Lin Juju smiled and said, "After drinking your wine, I will naturally let you see it." As he spoke, Lin Ju projected himself out of the range of the golden light. He held up his wine bottle, signaled to Wang Shenxian, and then threw out his wine bottle. When Wang Shenxian saw this, he also threw the Jushan wine pot. The two wine bottles collided in the air, as if they had completed some kind of ritual. With the clang of wine bottles, the two men charged at each other with swords again. Chang. Special monitoring room. Seeing that Wang Shenxian and projection continued to choose to fight, Duan Muqian stood up suddenly. What is that kid going to do? The staff also became anxious. Examiner, should we stop them? Duan Muqian thought for a moment and shook his head. This is their own choice. Whether they are candidates or projections, they have their own will. Especially those projections, they also have very strong personalities. This is their choice and we should respect their wishes. But, the staff member looked confused, what should I do if Yunju is injured? It has been specifically explained above that he does not know what the rank 3 projection represents. Don't you know? The projection of rank 1 will restrain the strength, and the projection of rank 2 will open talent. After projection reaches rank 3, you can use your own unique skills and divine ability. That's divine ability, even if the strength is limited to blood refining realm, but... The staff member wanted to continue talking, but his voice stopped the next second. Because he saw a scene on the screen that he would never forget in his life. After Lin Juju fought with Wang Shenxian countless times, he quickly widened the gap with Wang Shenxian with the help of Wang Shenxian's domineering power. Then his body bloomed with a blue glow, and his fingers pointed toward the sky. The sky is drunk with wine. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Shenxian felt cool touches appearing all over his body. He looked up, his pupils narrowed. Rain. He took a breath. No, this is wine. In a matter of moments, the wine poured down like a torrential rain. A large amount of alcohol was trapped in the space on the 7th floor. Wang Shenxian's whole body was wet with wine, and the wine on the ground was already up to his ankles. The rain gradually became heavier, and the water in the room was rising at an incredible speed. The wine that he usually drank was like a tsunami, swallowing up everything around him. When the sky is drunk, Master's fame is divine ability, a rare domain-type divine ability. After the divine ability is released, wine with strange functions can be summoned. Out of caution, Wang Shenxian summoned the cold spirit sword, and then placed the sword horizontally on the drink. The surrounding drinks were instantly smeared with a silvery light. The blue cold spirit sword is like a pedal, allowing the young man to stand firmly on the wine sword. After Lin Ju projected his divine ability, his body seemed to be out of the control of gravity and suspended in the air. He waved his right hand. Dozens of wine clones condensed from fine wine suddenly appeared around Wang Shenxian. The clone's appearance was exactly the same as Lin Ju's. Without any hesitation, he swung his sword directly and slashed at the clone closest to him. Wow! The wine clone did not disappear after being split into two halves, but instead reunited. Seeing this, Wang Shenxian directly used the ice soul sword and slashed at the clone. Almost instantly, ice sculptures appeared on the water. The moment he realized that the sea could be frozen, Wang Shenxian clenched his ice sword and plunged it into the wine. Bingso. Centered on the ice soul sword, the sea surface quickly froze. The three clones around him couldn't escape either and turned into ice sculptures one after another. Upon seeing this, Lin Juju quickly drove the remaining wine clone to slash at Wang Shenxian. Although the wine clone's attack did not fall on Wang Shenxian, it also interrupted Wang Shenxian's release of sword intent. Call so much wine just to create a few vulnerable clones. Wang Shenxian raised his head in confusion. Lin Juju seemed to be aware of Wang Shenxian's doubts, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Boy, don't die. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Shenxian was surprised to find that the surrounding seawater began to tremble crazily. Immediately afterwards, the wine began to float and condensed into a sword in the air. 10 handles, 100 handles, 1,000 handles. Thousands of handles. Looking at the sword made of tens of thousands of drinks, Wang Shenxian exclaimed. This is divine ability, just blood refining realm, you can have this level of attack. Lin Juju looked down at Wang Shenxian who was surrounded by thousands of swords. Are you ready, kid? As soon as he finished speaking, all the wine swords pointed at Wang Shenxian. The young man took a deep breath and put on a harmless smile on his face. Master, I'm ready, are you ready? At the same time, Lin Juju's expression began to change wildly. In his sight, all the 10,000 wine swords originally aimed at Wang Shenxian were out of his control. Thousands of flying swords slowly turned around in the air uniformly. And the direction of the sword tip. It's him. What happened? The staff looked at the screen in disbelief, showing the shocking scene of Lin Ju being surrounded by thousands of swords. He was very sure that those 10,000 swords were the divine ability released by Lin Ju's projection. But why is Lin Ju's divine ability controlled by Yunju? What happened? The staff also had the same idea as the viewers in front of the TV sets across the country. What happened? What's going on now? Why is the divine ability used by Lin Ju's venerable projection controlled by Yunju? What exactly is divine ability and why are you so surprised? God, mind, access, access. Divine ability means access to the mind. Divine ability is a powerful skill that martial artist has realized based on his understanding of Tao. Under normal circumstances, a martial artist can only realize his divine ability if he reaches the Dada rank 7 enlightenment realm. Divine ability implements one's own martial Tao and controls the divine ability of others, which is unheard of. Is that outrageous? Compared to the shocked audience, some high-level martial artists had some rough guesses in their minds. Tianju City, Winemakers Association. President Lin, what's going on? Why was Yunju able to kidnap your divine ability? Secretary Xiao Zhou asked in confusion. Lin Ju replied with a smile, because this is not the real divine ability. It's not the real divine ability. Secretary Xiao Zhou was shocked after hearing this, but the TV commentator did say divine ability. Li Zhangzhou next to him organized his language and explained. To be precise, this is incomplete divine ability, or a powerful skill covered in divine ability. Because the activation of divine ability must be blessed by the Tao. Master's divine ability trick is based on the enlightenment of the Tao of wine. The projection on the TV now is only rank 3. Projection at this stage cannot be used, so this trick is nothing more than a show. After hearing the explanation, Secretary Xiao Zhou suddenly understood and nodded frequently. So that's it. Suddenly his voice paused, and then he looked at Li Jianzhou in shock. Only rank 3. Doesn't that mean? Li Jianzhou smiled slightly. Venerable's projection has 5 stages. The rank 4 can be integrated into the Great Tao, and the rank 5 can use Tao, which is the law. Secretary Xiao Zhou's eyes widened after hearing this. The projections are so powerful, how can any candidate at the same level defeat them? At this time, Lin Zhu, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Projection symbolizes the dignity of the strong. The existence of projection is like the statues of gods in ancient temples. Its original purpose was just to absorb the faith of the people. So the projection itself is not allowed to be defeated. What we usually call defeat is defeat according to the rules of the game. Generally speaking, reducing the projection's health volume to 60%, that is, forcing the projection into rank 3, is considered as defeating the opponent. So that's it. Secretary Zhou Zhang exhaled. Then he had new doubts. However, even if the divine ability used by your projection is just a showpiece, there is no reason for it to be controlled by Yunju. Hearing this, Lin Zhu began to chuckle, and then gradually laughed. Ha ha ha. Secretary Xiao Zhou looked at Lin Zhu, who was laughing up to the sky with confusion. He heard relief, wonder, and extreme pride from Lin Zhu's laughter. Xiao Zhou, you are so smart at work, how come you become so stupid when it comes to cultivation? Divine ability is a high-level skill based on Great Tao's understanding. Divine ability without Tao is manipulated by others for only one reason. New Tao. Lin Zhu's eyes burst into light. That child has begun to touch the Great Tao. He integrated his own Tao into divine ability and then took control of it. He is only 15 years old. Lin Zhu's tone was full of pride. He is only 15 years old. 9th layer Babel Tower, 7th floor. Lin Zhu looked at the swords pointed at him, opened his arms, and laughed heartily. Boy, let's do it. We'll see you in the next stage. The next moment, the laughter was drowned out by the sound of swords that filled the sky. Wang Shenxian calmly looked at the golden light that reappeared around Lin Zhu's projection. He knew that the other party had entered a new stage. Stronger stage. Rank 4. The moment the golden light dissipated, an extremely terrifying aura began to fill the entire space. Lin Zhu's temperament suddenly changed. At such an age, one can appreciate the greatness of wine. Wang Shenxian stood with his sword in hand, quietly watching Lin Zhu's projection. Lin Zhu looked at the young man's determined expression and smiled slightly. I can probably guess what you want to do. Let go and come on. I am your master, am I not? In his field of vision, he could clearly see the huge sword intent crazily suppressed in the boy's body. I don't like that ink stain. Since you have this idea, I will tell you everything. Projection is also known as outlaw incarnation. It represents the meaning of martial artist. Only a martial artist whose strength reaches rank 9 can condense the outlaw incarnation. The incarnation outside the law will enjoy the incense and absorb the luck for me. Therefore, the outlaw incarnation will be protected by the rules of the imperial palace. When there are juniors who want to challenge us, the emperor's palace will give us additional rules, which are what you call the 5 stages. In rank 1, we cannot use talent, we can only use vocation skills. Rank 2 will unlock restrictions on talent. Rank 3 can use self-created skills and divine ability. Rank 4 can mobilize part of the power of the Great Tao. Rank 5 can fully drive the power of the Great Tao and use the rules. We are entering the final stage. Apart from the different equipment and realm, there is almost no difference between us and the original body. After that, golden light appeared around Lin Zhu's projection again. Rank 4 can't stop you, so let me show you what the Tao is. Throughout the 10,000 years of China's history, I am probably the only outlaw incarnation who was forced by juniors at the same level to start rank 5. But I don't think I will be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. On the contrary, I am very happy now. Lin Juju looked at Wang Shenxian's childish face and spoke with an infinitely gentle tone. I'm so proud of you, kid. The words of the projection made Wang Shenxian's heart tremble. If you need to step onto a new level, then I am willing to be the stepping stone for you. So, use your full strength and let me see your way. After hearing this, Wang Shenxian could no longer control the emotions in his heart. He bent his knees, knelt on both knees, and then knelt down to Lin Juya. After the ceremony, he straightened his body. In an instant, the sword intent suppressed in his body soared into the sky. The boy's sword intent filled the entire space with sharp sword energy. Behind him, wine swords began to condense. The appearance of each wine sword made the sword energy in the space sharper. When the last wine sword appeared, the boy's momentum also climbed to a certain limit. It seemed that some other connection was established between the hundreds of wine swords, and their vibration frequencies were gradually synchronized. Under the control of the boy, the hundreds of flying swords began to merge continuously. Above Wang Shenxian, a giant sword began to slowly take shape. The integration of each wine sword added a bit of terror to the giant sword. Looking at the giant sword that was constantly taking shape, Lin Ju's projection also began to release his killing moves. Today there is wine. Today is drunk. Lin Ju's projection's voice at this time was like the ancient Taoist sound outside the 9 heavens. As the voice fell, a huge amount of wine appeared out of thin air and kept wrapping him up. With the influx of wine, the huge law manifestation began to take shape. Everyone who was paying attention to the college entrance examination focused their attention on the two people at this time. This is a battle that will go down in history. As the law manifestation and the giant sword gradually took shape, the barrier of the entire space also rippled due to the powerful force. Finally, the huge law manifestation, which was 30 meters high, took shape first. The huge law manifestation was like a Maitreya Buddha, and its bloated and funny body gave people an unprecedented sense of oppression. At the same time, the giant sword above Wang Shenxian was only one piece away from the last puzzle. He held the Shenxian sword in his hand, kissed it, and then threw it into the sky. The moment the Shenxian sword sank into the giant sword, the world trembled. Seeing this, Lin Ju's projection took a sip of wine. Let's drink, don't stop. Come on. After drinking, the huge law manifestation carried a huge wine pot of the same size as its right hand on its shoulder. Then he carried the wine pot and smashed it towards Wang Shenxian. Seeing this, Wang Shenxian also drank a sip of strong liquor. He jumped suddenly and jumped directly onto the giant sword. Looking at the huge wine pot getting closer and closer to him, the fighting spirit was rising. The wine is clear and turbid, the sword is leisurely. Wine and sword go hand in hand, prove freedom. The roar rose, and the giant sword moved. The next moment, the wine pot and the sword collided. The boy's overwhelming sword intent, like 1,000 feet of light, drowned everything. Everyone watching this battle was shocked by the boy's burst of fighting power. Even if the live broadcast screen was lost, it did not hinder the audience's expectation of the boy's victory. After a while, when the light dissipated and the dust settled, what reappeared in front of everyone was the arrogant boy who stood firm. At this moment, no one dared to despise the arrogant boy who boasted of defeating the Sword Emperor. This boy used an unparalleled gorgeous performance to prove one thing to the world. He is more qualified than anyone else. The so-called arrogant words are more like prophecies. Maybe he can really do it. Wang Shenxian stepped forward gently, and he looked at the projection of Lin Ju, whose blood volume dropped to 1%, and was wrapped in golden light, and bowed again. At this time, the projection body has become a little more illusory. Obviously, Wang Shenxian's attack has caused him serious injuries. Lin Ju's projection stared at the boy's eyes and smiled with relief. Child, I found a familiar breath in your sword. So, it's you. Child, I will be proud of you, and so will she. Go forward, you will see the person you miss. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Ju's projection completely disappeared in this space. And Wang Shenxian finally walked towards the entrance of the 8th floor. As the boy's back disappeared, the ripples caused by this victory began to gradually spread all over the world. Tianjian City, Wang's ancestral home. The conference room at this time was deathly silent. The 10th elder stared at Yunzhou's back, and for some reason, a strangely familiar feeling arose in his heart. The Supreme Elder clenched his fists, feeling uneasiness eroding his heart again. I seem to have made a mistake. What exactly is it? Wang Jianian in the back row looked at Yunju on the screen, feeling a little more panicked for no reason. What's wrong with me? Single quote. Seeing that the surrounding atmosphere had dropped to freezing point, Murong Wan quickly stood up. Dear clan elders, Baiken is still young. When martial artist is just starting out, the age difference is particularly important. As the realm goes up, the 2-year age gap will gradually be smoothed out. By then, I believe my son will be able to defeat Yunju. Murong Wan was like a shot in the arm, injected into everyone's hearts. The members of the Wang family present were all impressed by the powerful talent Yunju had just shown. But they just clearly ignored the age gap between the two. Wang Jianian quickly stood up and spoke to his wife. Elders, don't forget, Baiken is only 13 years old. The 10th elder nodded. That's true. We can't be too harsh on Baiken. Then, the 10th elder continued to ask. Does Wang Shenxian have any clues now? Wang Jianian's expression changed upon hearing this. Elder, please forgive me, we don't have any clues yet. The 10th elder's face became a little warmer and angry. Didn't I ask you to use clan tools to find his bloodline? Why don't you even have the most basic location clue? Faced with the questioning from the 10 elders, Wang Jianian was sweating profusely. Elder, according to your request, I will use my own blood to drive the clan's weapon to find the location of the evil obstacle. But, for some reason, the bloodline meter keeps spinning in circles and cannot determine the direction at all. Oh, the Supreme Elder became somewhat interested. How long has this situation been going on? Reporting to the Supreme Elder, it has been like this from early morning to now. Wang Jianian saluted and replied. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder fell into deep thought. Unable to determine the location. Is it a formation or a secret realm? Tianju City, the headquarters of the Brewers Association. Lin Ju looked at the young man's back, his vision gradually becoming blurry. I am not as miserable as you think in the Wang family. I now have my own happiness. Single quote. So master, please don't have mercy on me. Single quote. Master, I will name him Shenxian, and he will be as free as an immortal. Single quote. I will not regret it. One day, I will be proud of him. Tears kept flashing in Lin Ju's eyes. He lowered his head and gently touched the photo frame in his hand. Elegy, did you see that? That child defeated me, he defeated your master. Kunlun Mountain, Lingwang Palace. The Spirit Emperor looked at the young man in the sky, and his thoughts returned to the night not long ago. The fairy falls into the mortal world. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of his daughter beside him. I saw Yu Shaner covering her chest with both hands, her face bright and spirited, and she was trying her best to restrain her inner excitement. Question mark, question mark, question mark. A majestic spirit, with several big question marks raised above his head. 9th layer Tower of Babel. At this time, the young man has already entered the 8th floor. When the scenery on the 8th floor appeared in his eyes, the young man's body trembled. The scenery in front of him was familiar to him better than anyone else. Because that was his home. For real, there is a mother, home. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more. Chapter 81. The boy's body was stiff and his steps were heavy. He looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. One flower, one grass, one tree, one leaf. All the memories of the past are recreated at this moment. The hawthorn tree in the courtyard that was cut down by my father. Large and small wine jars placed under the eaves. A small flower bed with tulips at the door. A rack for drying spiritual plants in the yard. And the pond where my mother's life ended. This is his home. His and his mother's home. In the 10 years since her husband left home, the strong mother turned the small yard into the only safe haven for her children. The impact of the memory reenactment hit Wang Shenxian's heart like a heavy hammer. The boy's lips began to tremble, and he carefully touched the decorations in the yard. When I was 10 years old, my mother drowned in a pond. A month later, his father and stepmother took Wang Baiken back to the Wang family's ancestral home. Lived back in this small courtyard. Wang Shenxian and her mother have never been the owners of this yard. The mother and son are just tenants. So, when the real owner returns, the young children can only watch as the returning owner destroys his only shelter from the wind. The stepmother didn't like hawthorn, so the tree that had lived for hundreds of years was cut down by the roots. My stepmother didn't like tulips, so the flower beds were replaced with stone ornaments. The stepmother didn't like wine utensils, so the wine jars, wine-making tools and other wine-related objects in the yard were thrown away as rubbish. My father didn't like my mother, so all the furniture and objects my mother used were destroyed. In fact, my father felt that my mother's death was too unlucky, so he filled up the pond. Young, unloved children can only watch helplessly as everything they cherish is destroyed and banned. He didn't hold on to anything. The courtyard was greatly renovated, the house was rebuilt, and even the floor tiles in the courtyard were replaced. From that day on, he lost his home. Wang Shenxian walked cautiously in the yard. At this moment, the sound of cooking could be heard in the yard. The smoke emitted by the range hood is mixed with the aroma of gourmet food. The young man quickened his pace. The kitchen window was only half open. Through the window, he saw smoke in the kitchen. In the smoke, a slender figure is looming. The smoke from cooking cannot cover up the woman's gentle and elegant temperament. The woman is wearing a light green dress, with long hair that reaches her waist, and is tied into a beautiful hairstyle with clever rope techniques. The young man passed through the window and greedily imprinted the scene in front of him. A pair of hands as gentle as jade was lifting the steamer. This is where the smoke in the sky comes from. The young man clearly saw the dishes in the steamer. Glutinous rice balls. When the smoke dissipated, a gentle smile appeared on a beautiful and elegant face. The moment the familiar face caught the young man's eyes, it was like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. The boy outside the window was shaking crazily and his lips were trembling uncontrollably. Tears burst out of my eyes like a floodgate opening to release water. Mom. Special examination room, monitoring room. Everyone looked at the tearful young man on the screen and felt worried. Duan Muqian looked at the young man's sad face and couldn't help but shake his head. The 8th floor, ask about your thoughts. The test of inquiry is the martial artist's heart for seeking truth. He can be so profound at such a young age. With such a performance, he must have experienced hardship in his childhood, and I don't know what his obsession is. The so-called inner demon, it is extremely difficult to enter the Tao through emotion. The staff looked at Duan Muqian and asked, Examination Chief, will there be a live broadcast on the 8th floor? Duan Muqian shook his head. The 8th level is to ask the heart. Martial artists who go through this level often behave badly. What's more, this level has no viewing value. Let's switch. Let him get through quietly. This is fake, it's fake. I'm taking an assessment, this is fake. Fake, fake. The boy's trembling voice was drowned out by the noisy cooking sound. But it seemed like resonance of heart and spirit. The kitchen woman suddenly looked up. When she saw the boy standing outside the window, she smiled gently. Shenxian is back. Why are you standing here? It smells like oil smoke. Come in and wash your hands quickly. Get ready to eat. The familiar voice was like the weak water in the sky, directly drowning all the boy's reason. At this moment, truth or falsehood is no longer important to him. 1823 longings that I have worked hard to suppress day and night, at this moment. The dam breaks. He tried hard to control his weak legs and walked towards the door step by step. The moment he was about to step through the door, Yun Ying appeared behind the young man. As if sensing something from his heart, the young man slowly turned back. Looking at Yun Ying's complicated eyes, Wang Shenxian's eyes began to look pleading. I'll just go in and take a look. It'll be fine in a moment, it'll be fine, please. Hearing the boy's almost begging voice, Yun Ying finally couldn't bear it. After thinking for a moment, she finally gave up the idea of forcing herself to break through. You have been fantasizing about this meal for 5 years. The food is ready, it would be a shame not to eat it. A gentle smile appeared on his furry face, and Yun Ying said softly. Go ahead, I'll wait here for you to come back. After saying that, Yun Ying turned around and jumped onto the hawthorn tree and started snoring. Wang Shenxian adjusted her breathing, turned around, and walked into the door. Familiar rooms, familiar decor, and people who think about it day and night. Mo Elegy carried the dishes and slowly walked towards the dining table. Mom made glutinous rice balls and sweet and sour pork ribs for you today. The braised pork is still in the pot. waiting for mom to serve it to you. Go wash your hands first, and then help mom serve the food. After placing the dishes on the table, Moelegy walked to the kitchen again. Wang Shenxian stared at Moelegy blankly, but his body could not move. When the person he thought about day and night really appeared in front of him, Wang Shenxian was afraid. He didn't have the courage to speak or give the other person a hug. Because he is afraid that his mother will blame him in her heart. He is a murderer. When Moelegy returned with the braised pork and Wang Shenxian was still standing there, he noticed something was wrong. Shenxian, what's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Facing her mother who was getting closer and closer, Wang Shenxian's body shook more and more violently. However, the moment Moelegy's hand touched Wang Shenxian's cheek, the young man's body stopped shaking. Moelegy held Wang Shenxian's cheeks with both hands, and then gently touched the young man's forehead with his forehead. What happened? Can you tell mom? It's okay. Wang Shenxian said softly, I just miss you a little. Hearing this, Moelegy concealed a smile. Little Slippery, you are the only one who can please your mother. The words of Moelegy are like spring rain, constantly nourishing the dry heart of the young man. Wang Shenxian seemed to have a little more courage. He greedily enjoyed his mother's warmth and was unwilling to leave for a long time. How old are you? It's embarrassing to still pester your mother. Mo Yanj chuckled and said, go and serve the rice. Let's eat. At the dinner table, Wang Shenxian covered his face with a bowl. The boy pursed his lips, shed tears, and ate his food. Seeing the young man devouring his food, Mo Yanj gently stroked his son's hair with his hand. Why are you crying? Are you being bullied? Tell mom, okay. Wang Shenxian held the chopsticks tightly with his right hand and said with a trembling voice. I have a friend who was born with a terminal illness. This is a terminal illness that neither heaven nor earth allowed her to survive. Even the most apex-level medical skills can't cure her. But one day, a certain miracle doctor gave my friend's mother a prescription. The young man paused for a moment when he said this. Moelegy did not urge him, but quietly waited for his son to continue speaking. In the end, my friend survived, but the price was that she lost her mother forever. She was sad, upset, and she asked me why her mother did this. Useless child, just throw it away. She was scared. She was afraid that her mother would blame her. She always thought that she had killed her mother. I want to comfort her, but I don't know the answer either. Mo Yanj looked at the young man in front of her, but she didn't choose to answer immediately. With slender hands, he gently wiped the tears from the corners of his son's eyes. There are no useless children, only incompetent parents. Her mother will not blame her. A mother who loves her children will never blame her own children. The answer was given the moment she took the initiative and faced death calmly. Xian, everything in the world has its losses and gains. Under normal circumstances, a mother would never risk her own life to save her child. Because that kind of love is too heavy. It will always cause pain that goes deep into the bones of those who survive. Such love will also turn into a heavy yoke, locked on the child forever. Exchanging lives for lives is a method only used by people who are desperate and in desperate situations. In the courtyard, Yun Ying listened to Moelegy's words and slowly opened his eyes. It looked at the pond in the yard, the pond that Moelegy stepped into on his own initiative, and fell into deep thought. Moerge looked at his son who had his head buried and continued to preach. Your friend's experience is deplorable and her mother must not want her to know the truth. At this moment, Wang Shenxian suddenly spoke. Then should she be kept in the dark? Yes, Moelegy replied. Why? The boy's voice was indescribably sad. Moelegy smiled and replied, because she is a child. She is the child that the mother would rather give up her life to save. The mother's original intention for her child to continue living in this world was not to subject her to pain and suffering. But I want her to feel the world with her heart and enjoy her own life. When she decides to change her life, she will definitely leave the world of her children with all the truth and pain. Because only in this way can she welcome her death calmly, happily and without worries. Moelegy's voice was gentle, but in Wang Shenxian's ears it was extremely cruel. Guilt, self-blame, and pain almost overwhelmed him. His teeth were biting his lips tightly, and bright red blood continued to flow along his teeth. At this moment, Mo Wanj stood up and hugged him gently. My child, don't be sad. The tears that had been restrained to the extreme finally couldn't be restrained and flowed down the corners of the young man's eyes. His head hung tightly and he did not dare to look at his mother. Mo Elegy seemed to have noticed something. She held Wang Shenxian's chin with both hands and asked him to look up. The strong mother looked carefully at the boy's evasive eyes. After a long time, tears filled the corners of Mo Elegy's eyes. It's always been painful, right? Hearing this, the young man's tears poured down like a flood. He tried to control his voice. I lived very well. Although the boy tried hard to refuse, the tears on his face revealed all the truth. Shenxian, you lied to mother, right? Mo urged shed tears as she looked at the boy who was shaking his head crazily. Tell me please. Mom will help you find a way. The boy's hands were too strong and his nails dug deeply into his flesh. The intense pain made him try to restrain his desire to talk. He no longer wants his mother to worry about him. Mo Elegy seemed to understand something, and she kissed the young man's forehead gently. Shenxian, you don't need to think about anything. You are your mother's child. If you have grievances and pains, your mother should bear them. This is the law of the world. This world is fair, but it's also unfair. If you lose something, you will always gain something. If you gain something, you will always lose something. Mom is very happy. As long as you are here, Mom will be happy. You are my mother's eternal pride. Even if one day I die for you, I will definitely be happy. The opportunity to allow my life to extend your life is the greatest gift from God to me. You are a gift from God to my mother, and my mother should continue to receive God's gifts. Shenxian, you have to remember that no matter when or where, mother will always love you. Mom won't blame you. Hearing this, Wang Shenxian could no longer control his emotions. The cry of extreme grievance surrounded the young man's home and could not dissipate for a long time. They beat me, scolded me, bullied me. No one in the family likes me. After you left, they all bullied me. Wang Jianian destroyed my home. He still wants to kill me. He still wants to kill me. He and the Morong woman he brought back tortured me in various ways. People from the Wang family bullied me and said I was a motherless. I dare not have something I like. I dare not have any hobbies. I dare not show interest in anything. Because if those people find out, they will break it and take away everything I like. They didn't give me food and made me kneel down in the ancestral hall. They wrongly accused me and framed me. They still want to kill me. Quote. At this moment, Wang Shenxian finally vented all the grievances he had accumulated in his heart for several years. Holding the boy tightly in his arms, Mo Elegy burst into tears. There was nothing she could do. The only thing she could do was to give the boy in her arms some warmth. After a long time, Wang Shenxian calmed down completely. Mo Urge began to pick up vegetables for Wang Shenxian. At this time, everyone in the outside world focused their attention on the young man who was standing there crying. No one knew what he had gone through. They only knew that Yunju had been trapped on the 8th floor for 9 hours. Except for him, no one is trying to break through the 9th layer Tower of Babel. All those who advanced came to the 9th floor, and the rest were eliminated. Everyone is waiting for the boy to wake up. After finishing the meal, Mo Yanj looked at Wang Shenxian reluctantly. Kid, you don't belong here. Wang Shenxian suppressed his emotions and nodded gently, yes. After saying that, the young man wiped away his tears and ran straight out of the room to the small courtyard. Yun Ying has been waiting here for a long time. Looking at Wang Shenxian's back as he was about to walk out of the courtyard, Mo Elegy spoke again. Kid, don't be sad, Mom is always here, always here. Wang Shenxian didn't dare to look back. He was afraid that if he turned around, he would never be able to get out again. Just when the young man was about to run away, he was stopped by Yun Ying's shout. Your mother died with a smile and hope, so straighten your chest and say goodbye to her properly. Wang Shenxian suddenly stopped, turned around, ran, and gave Mo Elegy a hug. Mom, I'm leaving. Mo Elegy kissed the young man's forehead and whispered. Take good care of yourself, Mom will always be with you. Tongtian 9th layer tower, 9th floor. Dozens of teenagers spread out. All of them are the ones who have successfully reached the top among the more than 20 million candidates in this college entrance examination. There are extremely outstanding high school students here, as well as prodigies from various major families who have obtained special examination qualifications in the high school entrance examination. They eliminated the peers around them and reached the 9th floor first. Coming here means that they have obtained the pass to challenge the great emperor. Coming here also means that they have proven their talents to the world. Coming here also means that as long as they do not perish, there is a high probability that they will enter the realm of rank 9 in the future. However, they are currently unable to challenge the martial ultimate, which is the projection of the great emperor. Because they are all waiting. I'm waiting for a candidate who can be called a legend and has incredible talent. On the 7th level, he accomplished unprecedented achievements with overwhelming force. Having also experienced the 7th level, no one would question the candidate's strength and talent. Although, he has been trapped on the 8th floor for 9 full hours now. Lin Lei looked at Wang Shenxian, who was standing there stupidly on the screen with tears streaming down his face, and couldn't help but feel a little worried in his tone. What did Brother Yun see? Why did he stay in there for so long? Du Yin next to her rarely quarreled with Lin Lei. She looked at the happiness hidden in Wang Shenxian's expression and comforted her. Don't worry, he will come out. At this time, in the corner, the young man with a sinister expression stared at Wang Shenxian on the screen, cursing in his heart. Go to hell, stay in there forever, and never come out again. Audiences from all over the world watching the live broadcast are also waiting. Why hasn't this guy woke up yet? Except for him, the slowest one woke up within 2 hours. Wake up quickly, brother, I'm still waiting to see you fight the Sword Emperor. I always feel sad when I see him crying. The 8th level is to ask the heart. His obsession is too deep. With such a psyche, no matter how talented you are, it will be difficult for you to achieve great things. Tianju City, Winemakers Association. What kind of assessment is this on the 8th level? Why does this happen? Secretary Xiao Zhou asked in confusion. Li Zhangzhou beside him sighed and began to explain. The 8th level is to ask the mind. Martial artist practices martial arts. What he practices is to understand one thought. If there is something wrong with the martial artist's state of mind, inner demons will arise. The harm of inner demons to martial artists does not need to be elaborated. A large number of martial artists die every year because of inner demons. After hearing this, Secretary Xiao Zhou began to worry. Having been trapped for so long, nothing will happen to the child, right? Hearing this, Lin Ju shook his head. What traps that child is obsession, and that obsession will never hurt him. Kunlun Mountain, Lingwang Palace. Looking at the young man with tears in his eyes, Yu Xianer seemed to have guessed something. Her jade hand gently touched the phoenix chair that once belonged to her mother. The girl looked at the boy with a sudden look of envy. I also want to see you. The spirit emperor on the side was keenly aware of his daughter's strangeness, and he gently patted Yu Xianer's hand with his hand. Feeling the warmth coming from the back of her hand, Yu Xianer looked up. I saw my father's kind and encouraging smile. Yu Xianer immediately smiled and tried to tell her father that she was not sad. She knew better than anyone that her father was no less sad than she was. The spirit emperor also knew how sensible his daughter was, so he quickly found a new topic. Xianer, how far do you think that young man can go in fighting the Sword Emperor? Without any hesitation, Yu Xianer said firmly, to the end. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Something's wrong. Single quote. The spirit emperor said, oh, and then focused his gaze on Yunju again. Only this time, his gaze was somewhat meaningful. At this moment, the entire China's attention seemed to be focused on the young man on the screen. Whether they are those who admire him, those who appreciate him, or those who hate him, or those who loathe him. Their eyes were all fixed on the boy who stood upright with his eyes closed. 9th layer Babel Tower, 8th floor. The boy who stood like a stone statue a few hours ago suddenly moved. The face full of tears seemed to be inlaid with 2 gems at this time. The young man's eyes were clear and bright, with an indescribable charm. The moment he opened his eyes, sword intent soared into the sky. The huge sword intent tore apart the space mercilessly, causing the air to scream continuously. Above the 9 heavens, Tianmen is rioting. At the top of the giant door that hangs high on the top of the world, mysterious runes are looming. Feeling the powerful energy that was difficult to suppress in his body, Wang Shenxian finally let go of the suppression of energy. His body temperature rose sharply, and red gold lines began to appear on his body. The blood essence and blood of the great sun golden crow in the body finally completely integrated into the boy's body and turned into the boy's new blood source. At the same time, a flame like the light of the sun ignited from the young man's blood. The flames continued to burn away the last impurities in the young man's blood. As the blood ignited, crackling sounds began to come from the seams of Wang Shenxian's bones. Made of spiritual blood, forged iron bones. Early stage of bone tempering realm. Clenching his fists tightly, Wang Shenxian began to seriously perceive the new realm. Wang Shenxian. Vocation. Winemaker. Exclusive occupation of destiny. Wine sword immortal. Talent. Golden crow talent. Bloodline. Sword emperor bloodline. Remaining great sun golden crow bloodline. Level. Rank 3 bone tempering realm. Early stage 0.01%. Law treasure. Zhu Xian gourd Yun Ying. Natural wine sword. 102 Shenxian sword, cold spirit sword, wind control sword, thunder sword, Yaohuo sword. Physique. 3000. Spirit. 1680. It seems that bone tempering realm brings more physical enhancement. Wang Shenxian murmured to himself, but that's enough. Under the gaze of everyone, the young man walked towards the entrance of the 9th floor. 9th layer Babel Tower, 9th floor. Attention all. The tower challenge ends here. The Emperor Palace challenge is about to start. Please prepare. Here we go. Lin Lei looked at the entrance of the 9th floor excitedly. Upon hearing the notification, all the candidates stood up. At the entrance of the 9th floor, a thin figure slowly emerged. The familiar yet unfamiliar face of the young man finally appeared in front of this group of geniuses. Wang Shenxian circled around and found that the space of the 9th layer was a bit ridiculous. It was surrounded by clouds and mist, like the Lingxiao Palace in the movie. As soon as he entered the palace, Wang Shenxian noticed many eyes. One of the eyes was very familiar to him, even engraved into his bones. Wang Baikan. Looking at the other party's sinister eyes, Wang Shenxian narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, an excited voice sounded beside his ears. Brother Yun, here. Hearing Lin Lei's voice, Wang Shenxian smiled slightly and walked towards him. Brother Yun, you're making me anxious. Lin Lei patted Wang Shenxian's shoulder hard. I thought you were going to be eliminated because of your exhaustion. Du Yin smiled softly. Congratulations, you're one step closer to your goal. Faced with the two's concern, Wang Shenxian responded softly, thank you. Lin Lei patted Wang Shenxian's shoulder fiercely. Why are you so polite? We're all brothers. Brother Yun, look. Lin Lei pointed at Wang Baikan in the distance. That little fool is your biggest competitor this time. He is the contemporary prodigy of the Wang family. Before I left, my family specifically told me to be careful of his tricks. Hearing this, Wang Shenxian was a little confused. I'm not fighting him, why should I be careful of him? I seem to have forgotten what my grandfather said. Lin Lei scratched his head. It probably means that Wang Baikan has luck or something, and this thing seems to affect the Sword Emperor projection. You seem to have offended Wang because of luck. How exactly did you offend him? How can I describe it? According to my understanding, your behavior now is no different from Wang's just taking a shit and you took the paper away in front of them. Wang Shenxian. Du Yin. Seeing that the two were speechless, Lin Lei asked in confusion, why? Is my analogy inappropriate? Du Yin's mouth twitched wildly. Appropriate, too appropriate. Then why do you look like you've eaten shit? Lin Lei said dissatisfiedly. If you don't know, you would think I stole your paper. Du Yin's eyes began to become dangerous as he clenched his fists. What are you looking at? It's my handsomeness that makes you unable to open your eyes. Gotcha. Familiar voice, familiar result. Du Yin sat on the unconscious Lin Lei, took a deep breath, and then said to Wang Shenxian with a smile. My elders also asked me to remind you that the process of challenging the Sword Emperor involves the Wang family's luck dispute. With your performance just now, Wang Baikan will definitely play some tricks on you, so you'd better be careful. Wang Shenxian looked at Lin Lei, who was foaming at the mouth and sleeping peacefully on the ground, and his mouth twitched slightly. Thank you. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the sky above the hall. Then, golden light bloomed in the sky. A huge golden stone tablet fell from the sky and then landed heavily on the ground. Attention all candidates, the verification and registration will begin now. Candidates are requested to register in the order of arrival at the 9th floor. Hearing this, everyone present focused their eyes on the boy with a somewhat sinister expression. Feeling the gazes of the others, Wang Baikan felt a little proud. The first place is still mine. Single quote. He walked quickly to the golden stone tablet and touched it with his hand. The spirit tablet can measure the realm, age, talent, and vocation of the person who touches the spirit tablet. The familiar explanation in his ear made Wang Shenxian turn his head sharply. Lin Lei's expression was serious. He folded his arms and explained. His deep voice brought out some of the temperament of a master. Woke up so quickly? Wang Shenxian asked in confusion. Humph. Lin Lei smiled evilly. A mere strange disease can't change my determination to survive. I have figured it out. This is not a disease, but a curse. This is God's jealousy of Yingkai. But I don't blame the sky. After all, if people like me are not sealed, the sky will be broken sooner or later. My talent has become so strong that even God is afraid of it. I'm afraid. I'm hopeless. Lin Lei smiled freely. At this moment, he seemed to have seen through fate and all the truth. He is so terrifying now. After sighing, Lin Lei turned his attention to Wang Baikan again. Suddenly, the stone monument in front of me shined brightly. Candidate Wang Baikan, age 13, realm, early stage of bone tempering realm, vocation, soulless sword master, talent, sword soul control. Talent level determination, X level. The shining words on the stone tablet deeply penetrated everyone's eyes. The whole country was shocked. Isn't Wang Baikan an X-level talent? What happened? Holy shit, he's also the holder of an EX-level talent. Is it because he is too young and there was a problem with his previous talent record? Isn't anyone paying attention to his realm? 13-year-old bone tempering realm. It's unbelievable that there are two X talent holders appearing at the same time. Quote. There were also sighs from all the great emperor clans. Wang finally made up her mind, and the battle for luck began. The supreme elder of the Wang family actually poured the clan's luck into Wang Baikan's body. Wang Baikan's talent before was only X level. If Wang dared to lose luck to him, it means that Wang Baikan must have something special. Is he the child of prophecy? Then what exactly is Yunju, an accident of heaven? Or is it that the previous news about the bearer of the 9 swords was false and that the son of prophecy will not appear in this era? No, the child of prophecy must have appeared. The supreme elder of the Wang family was severely injured because he peeked into the secret. Since he chose Wang Baikan must be related to the son of prophecy. We don't know exactly what form the so-called son of prophecy will appear in, and what state it will be in. Similarly, we can't use a few battles or wins and losses to judge whether he is the son of prophecy. But if we can't tell the difference, how can we deal with future disasters? Destiny is unpredictable, like clouds rolling and rolling. People come and go, and no one can predict what tomorrow will bring. We are all witnesses of history. Let's continue. As for Yunju, we will not make enemies. In any case, Wang's rise is irresistible. The Sword Emperor is the leader of Sword Dao. With him, the title of the best swordsman in the world will forever fall on Wang. Yunju's challenge, regardless of victory or defeat, will not have a devastating blow to the fate of the Wang family. That's true, then let's keep reading. Tianju City, Lin's ancestral home. The great emperor looked up to the sky and laughed when he saw Wang Baikan's talent. Ha 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 ha, interesting, this is really interesting. Kunlun Mountain, Lingwang Palace. The spirit emperor looked at the emperor monarch base below and asked in a solemn voice. Bai Zi, can you confirm Wang Baikan's talent at that time? Emperor monarch Bai Zi thought for a moment. Reporting to your majesty, according to my observations at Wang Baikan's talent at that time did not have EX level aura fluctuations. Does that mean that the Wang family has begun to inject family luck into Wang Baikan? Emperor Ling said to himself. At this moment, a pleasant voice sounded in my ears. We haven't even started beating yet. Are you thinking so much about your hair falling out? Yu Shaner teased. Emperor Ling touched Yu Shaner's head. There are some things that you have to think about in advance. Today's world is like a sea. Our human race's development over the past 10,000 years has only changed from the original raft to a battleship. When the tsunami comes, there is still a risk of destruction. After hearing her father's words, Yu Shaner fell into deep thought. 9th layer Babel Tower, 9th floor. Comprehensive judgment. Candidate Wang Baikan, 987,652 points, Emperor-level prodigy. Wang Baikan's face was full of pride as he walked down from the stone monument, just like the day he woke up. He looked at Wang Shenxian in the distance, glanced provocatively, and then showed a teasing smile. Emperor-level prodigy. Lin Lei's face looked a little heavy. Brother Yun, you are in some danger. Wang Shenxian asked, is there anything to say about the prodigy classification? Of course, Lin Lei replied, everyone knows that X-level talent holders can basically become emperors as long as they survive, so everyone calls the X-level talent holders Great Emperor Seeds. But in fact, the real name should be Emperor-level prodigy. In addition to Emperor level, the following are Saint level, Venerable level, and King level. Talent corresponding to X level, SSS level, and SS level respectively. Suddenly Lei seemed to react. That's not the point. Isn't the point of targeting the Wang family in the future? Before, talent, dominated him, and now he has reached the X level, but there is the Wang family behind him. Hearing this, Wang Shenxian looked at the list in the air and fell into deep thought. With the inclusion of Wang Baikan talent on the list, everyone started queuing up to be on the list after being briefly surprised. There are 66 candidates entering the 9th level. As golden light bloomed one after another list appeared in the sky. This list records the talent test results of all candidates, digitizes the candidate's talent, determines the talent level of the candidates, and then ranks them. Emperor, Saint, Respect, King. Talent ranking. First place, Wang Baikan, 907,652 points, Emperor. Second place, Yang Tu, 528,976 points, Respect. Third place, Yi Hao, 528,888 points, Respect. Fourth place, Lin Lei, 522,445 points, Respect. Fifth place, Lu Cha, 521,865 points, Respect. Sixth place, Yu Wenji, 520,987 points, Respected. Seventh place, Du Yin, 520,811 points, Respect. 65th place, Li Wen, 500,123 points, Respected. When the 65th candidate appeared, everyone turned their attention to Yunju, who finally reached the 9th floor. The young man faced the stone monument and strode forward. This scene seemed a little familiar to him. It seemed a lot like the morning when Talent woke up. He also walked to the awakening stage in front of all the teachers and students in the school. As a result, Talent's awakening failed, and Wang's long sword that had been hidden for several years began to be turned against him. That was the most unforgettable day in his life. Awakening failed, I said goodbye to my friends, was insulted by my father, bullied by my family, and was saved by my benefactor. That evening, that street, that figure leaving in embarrassment. The young man who cannot control his destiny. It has completely become a thing of the past. That day passed and everything changed. Start today and turn things around. Winemaker, it really brings shame to our Wang family. Single quote. They are both the sons of third uncle, so the gap between Wang Shenxian and cousin Baikan is too big, right? Single quote. Don't even think about it. How can a child born from a merchant's daughter be compared to Baikan's cousin, born from a proud girl like Aunt Marong? Single quote. This trash will only bring shame to the family. Single quote. The young man walked step by step and finally came to the stone monument. Seeing the traces of time on the stone tablet, Wang Shenxian lowered his head and looked at his right hand. Wang, your nightmare is coming. The raging anger that the young man had suppressed for a long time soared into the sky. The next moment, the boy punched. Boom! Almost the moment his fist landed on the monument shook. Then, a ray of light as bright as the sun illuminated the entire space. The shining stone tablet was so dazzling that it made the eyes of everyone present sting. If it was just like this, that would be it, but the next moment, when Wang Shenxian began to use his spiritual power. Suddenly, This huge stone monument emitted bursts of stone chime. 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. After a few breaths, the number on the list instantly reached 80,000. Wang Shenxian pressed his fist tightly against the stone tablet, and the numbers on the list continued to climb. Feeling the huge spiritual power in his body, Wang Shenxian looked calm. I want to be your pride. At this moment, Wang Shenxian smiled softly, and without hesitation, he released part of the blockade on Talent's permissions. In the blink of an eye, the stone tablet exploded, and the number jumped from 80,000 to 90,000, and then to 100,000. When the whole country was shocked, Wang Shenxian's figure in front of the stone monument was completely submerged in the light, and no one could see through his figure. Wang Shenxian took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly flashed, and the light burst out again. The light was so bright and dazzling that everyone present was speechless. The huge golden fonts on the ranking list made the hearts of everyone present stop beating in an instant. Candidate Yunju, age 15, realm, early stage of bone tempering realm, vocation, wine swordsman, talent, will enter wine. Talent level determination, Dao level, comprehensive judgment, candidate Yunju, 1,999,999 points, emperor. The whole place was silent, deathly silent. Everyone who paid attention to the college entrance examination looked at the golden fonts on the stone tablet in shock. The expressions on their faces were extremely wonderful. I couldn't believe it, I was stunned, my mind was roaring. A moment later, the excited shouts struck the entire China like a hurricane. Crack! At the headquarters of the Brewers Association, the teacup in Lin Ju's hand was crushed into powder by him. The tea was mixed with the powder and dripped down the palm of his hand. The new emperor. In Kunlun Mountain, 3 extremely powerful auras exploded. Yu Xian'er looked at the young man next to the stone tablet in disbelief. Recalling the boy's bloody figure that day, her eyes were slightly moist. In the special proctoring room, the staff looked blankly at the big characters on the stone tablet, their expressions already replaced by shock. The score has reached the limit of the stone tablet. Although he was already trying to maintain a calm voice, there was still a bit of trembling in his voice that was difficult to conceal. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge stone tablet began to crack. The crisp sound of cracking stones continued to resound throughout the space, and finally, with a bang, the stone tablet was completely broken into pieces. Gouda! The sound of someone swallowing saliva suddenly sounded in the venue. Wang Baiken's face was bloodless, his body was shaking uncontrollably, and his heart was shocked like a stormy sea. He stared blankly at the bright and spirited boy in the distance, and murmured, "How is this possible?" Stab it. In Wang's ancestral home, the harsh friction sound of seats and the ground constantly surrounded the conference room. Their expressions are very wonderful, including shock, sluggishness, and disbelief. All kinds of emotions are mixed together, giving people a sense of absurdity. The Supreme Elder roared crazily in his heart. This is impossible, impossible. Human sovereign, the new human sovereign. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The second human sovereign should be the ancestor. How could the luck of the human race allow the birth of the third human sovereign? Suddenly, a terrifying thought arose in my mind. It is true that the luck of the human race cannot support 3 human sovereigns, but what if the ancestor fails to become the emperor? Scared, he started to be scared. Such thoughts appeared in the minds of all emperor clan almost at the same time. Now the luck of the human race can only support 2 human sovereigns at most. Among the candidates for the new emperor of the human race, the one at the top of the list is the long-lost Sword Emperor, followed by the Sword Emperor, the Wine Emperor, the Gun Emperor. How could this world possibly give birth to a new human sovereign candidate? However, such a fantasy-like story came into reality at this moment, and it truly appeared under everyone's gaze. With fear in his eyes, he stared at the young man standing next to the fragments of the stone tablet. The Supreme Elder of the Wang family suddenly came up with an idea that made his heart feel like an ice cave. Could it be that the son of the prophecy was not born in Wang? Suddenly, the voice of the legendary boy brought everyone back to reality. Do you want to compensate? Looking at the stone tablet that was completely shattered into pieces, Duan Muqian couldn't hide his horrified expression, and his voice was slightly trembling despite his dignified rank 9 venerable. No need. The young man bowed and saluted. Thanks. After the ceremony, Wang Shenxian returned to Lin Lei and Du Yin. Lin Li grabbed Wang Shenxian's collar and shook it wildly. Brother, you are really my brother. Wang Shenxian smiled helplessly as his body kept swaying due to the pulling. Clothes, slow down. Lin Lei looked at Wang Shenxian excitedly, then pointed at Wang Baikan in the distance and said, Look at that young man, he's almost crying with joy. Upon hearing Lin Lei's words, Wang Baikan glared at him fiercely. Lin Li was not afraid at all, he continued to laugh. Look, before Yunju came up just now, who said that Yunju and I are not on the same track? Who came up and mocked us directly? At this moment, Lin Li transformed into a little pink beaver, full of crazy and weird energy. What about? I am the bone-tempering realm. Yunju is nothing more than the blood-refining realm. You are such an old sow wearing a bra. You talk one thing after another. The corners of great geniuses' eyes are reflecting a little. Are you a turtle checking out and unable to stay still? Lin Lei's powerful yin and yang aura allowed Wang Baikan, who was already in a bad mood, to break through his defenses. Who do you think you are, coming to mock me? Don't you even recognize me? Lin Lei's face straightened. Remember, I am the future great god of speed, the spokesperson of thunder and lightning, the fastest man in future history, the protector of Tianmen. Lin Messenger of Thunder Speed Terminator Future Emperor Monarch Thunder Blessed by Thunder. Of course, my most awesome identity right now is that I am the younger brother of the future human sovereign. Lin Li, who finished shouting in one breath, shook his head and sighed. With all due respect, talking to you is a bit out of character. When you just spoke, the God of Thunder said 4 words to me, humans and dogs have different paths. Lin Lei's words immediately made Wang Baikan red hot. You are a dog, you are the dog. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Lin Lei glanced at Wang Baikan with disgust. Has this broken the defense? You can't do this either, brother Gigi. I know your intestines are straight, but you can't pull them out of your mouth. Wang Baikan completely broke his guard. Idiot, I'll ride on my horse and tear your mouth off. I guess I have an idle donkey at home. He does nothing all day long and just kicks you in the head. Lin Lei raised his eyebrows. What you say is such a senseless thing. You're such a bad quarrel, how dare you blame me first? Really, the cows and horses rise in the east and set in the west, stretching their hips until they die. Seeing Wang Baikan so angry that he was going crazy, Lin Lei felt extremely happy. His mouth has been mean since childhood. How cheap is that? Let's put it this way, since he was 10 years old. My biological mother beat her almost 9 times a day. As for why he can't be killed, it's because his mother is a medical martial artist. Oh, by the way, his mother is a doctor in a hospital in Tianju City. All patients and doctors recognize him as the gentlest and best-tempered doctor. His father is a great painter who is known as elegant. Such a graceful man was so angry that his son swung the mace. Even Du Yin is recognized by the Du family as a good-tempered little girl with no bounds. I also learned judo because I was afraid of beating Lin Lei to death. Therefore, since childhood, it is really not easy for Lin Lei to survive until now. Too cheap. Lin Li exclaimed that he was happy, and he began to recall the scene before going out. The ancestor specially called him to his side and warned him. Lair, remember to keep your mouth shut when you're out there. Lin Lei said in a solemn tone, Ancestor, I understand that most of the final contestants are descendants of the Emperor clan. I will definitely not bring trouble to my family by scolding others, and I will never bring you any trouble. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Hearing this, even the Siju Great Emperor, who had seen through all kinds of things in the world, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Then I'm relieved. However, you can focus on taking care of Wang Baikan of the Wang family. But won't I offend him? Lin Lei asked doubtfully. The Great Emperor was shocked when he quit drinking. You are still afraid of offending others. Of course, Lin Lei retorted dissatisfiedly. I admit that I am indeed a bit mean, but I am not stupid. How else do you think I'm alive to this day? Ancestor, you stand too high, don't underestimate other people's ways of survival. Lin Lei said seriously. The Great Emperor gritted his teeth and said, Yes. You were right, my ancestor underestimated you. Then Wang Baikan is more talented than me. If I scold him, what if he knocks me out in the future? Lin Lei continued to ask. Siju Great Emperor smiled slightly. As long as you have a good relationship with Yunju, this situation will never happen, so just use it to your heart's content. At the end of the memory, Lin Lei closed his eyes slightly and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Ancestor, are you watching? I'm almost pissing him off. Tianju City, Lin's ancestral home. Ha 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 ha. The heroic laughter can be said to have lingering in my ears for 3 days. Siju the Great Emperor looked at the continuous output of Linli on the screen, and his heart was filled with joy. This kid feels really good when his mouth is not directed at his own people, ha ha ha. Everyone in the Lin family also laughed. As a long-term victim of Lin Lei's bad mouth, the excitement of seeing others suffer is visceral. Stir it up, make this water as chaotic as possible. Siju Great Emperor's eyes widened. After seeing this, the rest of the Emperor clan fell into deep thought. Yunzhou's talent is too exaggerated. Why would heaven give birth to a new human sovereign candidate? Does that boy Lin's behavior mean that Lin has started to take sides? The Siju Great Emperor and the Ju Emperor wear the same pants. Lin's attitude must be supported by Du. No matter what, if Yunzhou's talent is placed there, Mr. Wang can't touch him at all. The sovereign clan will definitely come to an end. No matter how much money Wang offers, we have reason to refuse. When the college entrance examination is over, send someone to befriend him. But haven't we already publicly supported the Wang family? You idiot, you've become stupid by practicing kung fu, right? Who told you to be friends with him openly? Underground friendship is interesting, isn't it? Wang wants to fight Yunju, so let them fight. If both sides invest, they will definitely make a profit without losing money. We are all on good terms. No matter how much they fight, it has nothing to do with us. Ha ha ha, son of prophecy and candidate for human sovereign, interesting, really interesting. Ancestor, the entire Emperor clan has this kind of non-stick attitude. Why would the Lin family and the Du family openly take sides? This is not in line with their two families' style of doing things. Ha ha, those two old drunkards must know something. Some opportunities are not ours, so we can't force them. If we don't have enough chess pieces, don't give up easily. Being able to preserve the family in troubled times and continue the bloodline is our way to survive. Go and prepare. Remember to prepare plenty of gifts for the child. Don't let the other party look down on us. Yes, 9th layer Babel Tower, 9th floor. Ha. 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 Heavy and urgent sounds continued to surround the space. Wang Baikan was furious, his eyes were red, and he stared at Lin Lei ferociously. However, how could Lin Lei, who was accustomed to seeing strong winds and waves, be swayed by a mere look? Are you a dog, panting so fast? This is not a toilet, and there is nothing for you to eat. At this point, Lin Lei suddenly paused, and his expression became a little shocked. You can't, wait for me to pull you. As soon as these words came out, the air on the entire 9th floor suddenly solidified. Everyone looked at Lin Lei with their mouths agape. Even Wang Shenxian could not hide his surprise. This mouth is really too damaging. Ah, kill you, I'm going to kill you. Wang Baikan rushed towards Lin Lei like crazy. Facing the irrational Wang Baikan, Lin Lei did not panic, he shouted. Wait. However, Wang Baikan couldn't listen to his words at all. Just when Duan Muqian was about to stop him. With lightning speed, one leg came into close contact with Wang Baikan's angry and twisted face. At the moment of contact, Wang Baikan's face violently deformed. His whole body also flew backwards because of the powerful force. Boom. Ah. Wang Baikan, who fell heavily to the ground, covered his bleeding nose and began to roar angrily. Who? He looked up suddenly and found a young man in white standing in front of Lin Lei. And that person was the one who had been on his mind for a long time. Yunju. Wang Shenxian looked at Wang Baikan, who was roaring, and calmly put away his legs. Duan Muqian, who was standing next to him, was secretly complaining. It is against the rules of the examination room for candidates to attack each other in private. A 15-year-old boy rushed to Wang Baikan's side. Cousin Baikan, are you okay? He is the talent holder of Wang's contemporary SSS level. Wang is the cousin of Wang Baikan and Wang Shenxian. Seeing Wang Baikan's nosebleed, Wang turned to Duan Muqian and shouted. Examiner, I am reporting that Yunju violated the rules of the examination room and attacked other candidates during non-assessment hours. Seeing that Duan Muqian's expression was starting to look a little ugly, Lin Lei rushed to Wang Shenxian's side and shouted loudly. Brother Yun, what's wrong with you? Tell me what's wrong with you. Although Wang Baikan had murderous intentions and violated Article 321 of the second category of the examination room to attack me, you can't just take action rashly just to save me. Although your behavior constitutes the fifth category of the examination room and the 17th emergency evacuation condition, what should you do if you hurt yourself? After hearing this, Duan Muqian suddenly woke up. He quickly took out the examination room rules and regulations from his storage bag. After searching carefully, he really found in the book the fifth category and Article 17 that Lin Lei mentioned. It says that if Candidate A is found to have made a rash attack on Candidate B, and Candidate B has no intention of resisting or fighting, Candidate C can ignore the other rules and give priority to rescue. But the premise is that Candidate C cannot use this to cause fatal harm to Candidate B. Detailed judgment rules are densely written on a page. Incredible. Duan Muqian couldn't hide his surprise when he looked at Lin Lei not far away with a smirk on his face. He had never been a college entrance examination examiner before, so he simply read a few important rules before the exam. College entrance examination rules have thousands of years of history. Because students are talented, have many vocations, and the examination environment is complex and diverse, there are many strange rules. For example, there was once a candidate who killed a strange beast, took away the large intestine from the beast, attached an unspeakable disgusting substance to the weapon, and turned into a god of war to attack other candidates. Therefore, the examination room added new rules in the second year. If a candidate is attacked with alien animal excrement and the opponent is eliminated, the user will deduct 5,000 points, and the eliminated person will have a chance to be resurrected. But because some candidates discovered this loophole and forced their peers to avoid elimination, the examination room could only continue to patch it. In this way, after thousands of years of revision, the college entrance examination rules are almost as thick as a dictionary. Faced with a large number of rules, as the examiner of the newly reformed Rank 3 section of the college entrance examination, Duan Muqian naturally would not study them too carefully. What surprised him was how did the young man named Lin Lei know such a small rule. However, despite being surprised, Duan Muqian breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. After all, this rule can give this farce a final shape. Otherwise, if Wang takes advantage of the opportunity, it will be difficult for them to handle the exam. Shaking his head slightly, Duan Muqian looked at Wang Wan and explained. Yunzhou's behavior does comply with the examination emergency avoidance regulations. Therefore, the report is invalid. After finishing speaking, Duan Muqian read out the regulations from Lin Lei. After hearing the explanation, the other candidates exclaimed, and Wang Wan and Wang Baikan even widened their eyes in disbelief. Wang Wang pointed at Lin Lei, looked at Duan Muqian and roared. Fart, you are covering up. My cousin is still 5 or 6 meters away from Lin Lei, and Lin Lei's speed makes it impossible for him to avoid him. This is their excuse for beating him. Hearing this, Lin Lei's eyes gleamed. Under the gaze of everyone, he slowly raised his right hand and said in a solemn tone. Master Examiner, I want to report it. Question mark. Question marks were raised over everyone present. Everything obviously happened because of you, so what are you trying to do? Duan Muqian looked at Lin Lei's serious look and had no choice but to speak. Explain. Lei cleared his throat. Wang Baikan violated the regulations of the examination room. According to Article 543 of the first category of the examination room, he can be defined as a second-class problem candidate. Wang, as an examinee, is brainless and publicly defends him in an attempt to disturb the audience. This violates the sixth category of the examination room, Article 211, which can be defined as 3 types of cover-up behavior. My companion Wang Baikan was injured in a sneak attack and was beaten down. The bad guy complained first, which violated the third category of the examination room, Article 112, and the examinee violated the martial arts ethics. After reporting the matter and receiving a detailed explanation from the examiner, I did not go through the formal appeal process but openly contradicted the examiner. He even said vulgar words such as, Fart, to the examiner who has a high level of cultivation. This has violated the first category of the examination room, Article 119. The examinee committed a total of 2 Level 2 violations and 1 Level 3 violation. As a candidate from the same area, I am now applying to the examination authority to disqualify the candidate according to the special provisions of Article 267 of the 5th category of the examination room and to expel him from the examination room immediately. After reporting, Lin Lei put down his hand expressionlessly. Silence, deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. What broke the silence was the sound of Duan Muqian flipping through the pages of the examination room rules. 5 minutes later, after confirming that what Lin Lei said was correct, Duan Muqian was numb. He looked at the young man in front of him like a monster. After a moment, he suppressed the twitching of the corners of his mouth and spoke slowly. Candidate Lin Lei passed the report. Candidate Wang is now disqualified from taking the exam. All the candidates were shocked. Wang Wan and Wang Baikan's mouths are so long that they can fit an egg in them. What happened? Obviously we were the ones being beaten. Why did Lin Lei get out of the game after he said a lot of incomprehensible things? While Wang was stunned, 2 strong men in golden armor appeared beside him, then took his arms and walked out. Wang Wan, who was being held up, finally reacted and shouted to the sky. No, you can't do this. I haven't challenged my ancestor yet. What mistake did I make? Let me go, let me go. I just said 2 words, just a few words, why are you driving me out? I don't accept it, I don't accept it. Lin Lei. Hearing the cries of redress behind him, Lin Lei stood with his hands behind his back and sighed. Invincible, I'm so lonely. Tianju City, Lin's ancestral home. The great emperor looked at Lin Lei's perfect performance and couldn't help but applaud. Good boy, you really give me Lin's face. Go back and tell Lin how not to let him use Purple Thunder Vine. That thing hurts too much. I feel bad for him. Let him change it back to the mace. Ancestor is indeed an ancestor, but he still feels sorry for the younger generation. It's been so many years, this is the first time I've seen this little brat so pleasing to the eye. Everyone present, while happy, was also thankful for a certain family rule that was added back then. Tianjian City, the ancestral home of the Wang family. The supreme elder got angry rarely. Waste, waste. If you fail to succeed, you will fail, so who taught Wang Wu? What a shame, what a shame, what a shame. The faces of all the Wang clan members looked like they had eaten shit. They were extremely ugly. For some reason, since the college entrance examination, everything has gone wrong for the Wang family, and there seems to be nothing truly worth being happy about. 9th layer Tower of Babel. Looking at Wang Wan's retreating back, many candidates looked at Lin Lei with a hint of awe. Why is he so cruel? It was obviously Yunju who hit him first. Just because I said 2 more words, I was expelled directly. This is the first college entrance examination reform, and it will be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. Don't mess with this guy easily. Looking at the strange looks from everyone, Lin Lei shook his head. I'm often incompatible with you because I'm too invincible. After hearing this, Wang Shenxian finally couldn't help complaining, and asked Du Yin. Has he been like this since he was a child? Hearing this, Du Yin seemed to think of something bad, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Yes, in awe. Wang Shenxian was really curious, how did Lin Lei grow up alive? Seeing Lin Lei walking back, Duan Muqian took the opportunity to ask. How do you kid know so many rules? Lin Lei looked at Duan Muqian strangely. Examiner, why do you ask such a strange question? When I take the college entrance examination, I must memorize all the rules. All. Duan Muqian was shocked. Memorize it all. He pointed to the huge examination room rules in his hand. Is that the book? What else? Lin Lei spread his hands. Then Duan Muqian, who was left stunned in place, returned to Wang Shenxian. After hearing Wang Shenxian ask the same question, Lin Lei explained. Brother Yun, to you, those may be just examination room rules, but to me, they are the way to survive. I have experienced hardships since I was a child. My mother beat me, my father hammered me, my father kicked me, and my grandma didn't love me. I remember, it was a bitterly cold winter, and I was punished by my grandfather to kneel down in the ancestral hall. By chance, I saw that the statue of our ancestor was a little dusty. I have always respected my elders and naturally I couldn't stand it, but I was too young and not tall enough at the time to wipe away the dust. After thinking for a long time, I thought of firefighters, so I used a water gun to remove the dust from the ancestor's statue. Wang Shenxian felt numb all over after hearing this. Wait a minute, you said water gun. Lin Lei's face turned red in a rare blush. Don't pay too much attention to the details. Duan Muqian, who was next to him, couldn't help but complained crazily in his heart after hearing this. What a detail. Peeing on the statue of my ancestor is such a detail. How did you survive until now? I don't know why my family is so stingy. That day I almost saw my 18th great-grandmother who had passed away for a long time. Fortunately, I caught up with my ancestor when he came out of seclusion. As a young man, I had a glimmer of hope. The ancestor said to give me a chance to quibble. As a person who is punished by kneeling down, I am afraid that the total number of clan rules I copied could fill the entire house. I decisively seized on the loopholes in the clan rules. After all, I just wanted to clean the statues of my ancestors. Although the cleaning fluid used is a bit special, my heart is good after all. So, I said there is no rule against cleaning statues with urine, and I defined it as humiliation and cleaning, and I argued with reason. In the end, I won. At this point, Lin Lei raised his head at a 45-degree angle and sighed. From that day on, I understood a truth. When you live among the rules, only by understanding the rules, mastering the rules, and applying the rules can you seize a glimmer of hope in despair and even get the results you want. After understanding this principle, wherever I go or whatever I do, I will carefully check the corresponding rules first. Hearing this, Rao Xianying also spoke in admiration. This kid is interesting. He can touch the shadow of rules and Tao at such a young age. Wang Shenxian couldn't help but wonder after hearing this. According to your theory, after you read the family rules thoroughly, didn't you walk sideways? Why would Du Yin still say that the elders in your family never beat you? Hearing this, Lin Li suddenly became weak as if he had eaten rat excrement. Du Yin next to him seemed to have remembered something funny. Because he was too arrogant in relying on the family rules for a while, Lin passed a vote to add a special family rule for him. What family rules? Wang Shenxian asked curiously. Du Yin jumped up happily. Lin Lei doesn't count. Question mark question mark question mark. Wang Shenxian was confused. What do you mean? Literally. Du Yin raised her eyebrows lightly. It means that Lin Lei's words don't count and can be ignored. In awe, seeing the expression of admiration on Wang Shenxian's face, Lin Lei instantly broke his guard. They are cheating. If they can't cheat, I will cheat. I went to argue with you, and they even flattered me by saying, home is not a place for you to reason. Quote. Looking at Wang Baiqin's hair that stood up one by one due to anger, Duan Muqian let out a long sigh and felt a little tired. Although the rules were used just now to expel Wang from the examination room, no matter what, it was still a slap in Wang's face. He must find a balance so that no one can be offended. So he looked at Lin Lei and said, boy from the Lin family, what you said went too far. I apologize. No, Lin Lei said simply, apologizing will only make the situation more serious. Hearing this, Duan Muqian's mouth twitched. Stop talking nonsense, this is the examiner's request. Lin Lei shouted dissatisfied. Then Wang Baiqin is much more serious than me. He must not. Duan Muqian listened and thought. This kid is too greedy and wants to take Wang Baiqin away. He must not be allowed to speak. The cause and effect involved in this matter is too great for a child like him to bear. This will bring disaster to the Lin family. He had begun to appreciate the child in front of him. Although he is a bit cheap, his personality is likable. So he directly spoke to Lin Lei, be careful what you say and do. After hearing the examiner's advice, Lin Lei could only give up. He pointed at Wang Baiqin. Then he also wants to apologize to me. If my brother Yun hadn't kicked him with his long 1.8-meter long leg, his face looked like a joke, I might have died today. After all, he and I are not on the same track. Hearing this, Wang Baiqin broke through the defense for the second time. Seeing that Wang Baiqin could not suppress his inner anger, Duan Muqian finally couldn't help but roared out. Shut up and both of you apologize. Hearing this, Lin Li quickly shut up. Duan Muqian pointed at Wang Baikan. No matter what, attacking is wrong. You apologize first. Under the examiner's order, Wang Baikan gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hit you. Duan Muqian looked at Lin Lei. Okay, I've apologized, it's your turn. Lei nodded, his face straightened, and his voice was loud. Wang Baikan, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called you a dog, let alone suspected that you wanted to eat my poop. Duan Muqian, Wang Shenxian, Du Yin. All candidates. National audience. Wang Baikan. Kill you, I will kill you, I will tear your mouth apart. This time, Wang Baikan was successfully stopped by Duan Muqian. Wang Baikan's hoarse curses kept ringing in his ears, and Duan Muqian wanted to strangle Lin Lei to death. He completely gave up on his composure as a master and roared crazily at Lin Lei, who looked aggrieved and innocent. Look at the good things you did. Lin Lei felt extremely wronged. I already said that my apology would escalate the situation, but you don't listen and now you blame me. Shut up. Duan Muqian yelled. Okay. Lin Li Guichao Limited Edition. Duan Muqian's whole body felt bad. He couldn't handle that boy from Lin's family at all. Thinking of this, the spiritual power in his body surged wildly, suppressing everyone in an instant. This matter ends here. Anyone who continues will be expelled from the examination room. Start the Imperial Palace challenge now. I couldn't help but use a little more pen and ink to shape Lin Lei. 3 chapters today, to make up for what I owe before, and there will be another chapter later. As Duan Muqian finished speaking, all the candidates' bodies glowed with golden light. The next moment, they all left the 9th layer Babel Tower. When Wang Shenxian opened his eyes again, he found that he was back in the square again. He looked back at the 8th floor of the giant tower and remained silent for a long time. Attention all candidates, enter the hall now. Wang Shenxian took a deep breath, then turned around and followed Duan Muqian into the huge and glorious palace. As soon as he entered the palace, Wang Shenxian felt an overwhelming pressure. 36 golden statues of the great emperor, like Mount Tai, sit firmly in the hall. The height of each statue is basically upwards of 1,000 meters. Rather than saying that this is the main hall and the emperor's statue, it is better to say that this is a small world and 36 giant peaks. 36 emperors, legends written in history books. Each of them has made an indelible contribution to China and even human race. In order to remember their contributions, the sons and daughters of China will engrave their deeds into history. China is immortal, and the great emperor is immortal. Looking at the statue of the great emperor in the palace, Wang Shenxian understood clearly. The placement of these sculptures is very particular. The 12 great emperors in the middle are the great heroes of China. When the human sovereign was trapped and China was perishing, they came out of the blue to turn the tide. These 12 great emperors are also called the original great emperors, and their titles are single characters. Sword Emperor, Pill Emperor, Medicine Emperor. The Emperor of Cooking, the Emperor of Spears, the Emperor of Wine, and the Emperor of Divination. The Qin Emperor, the Painting Emperor, the Chess Emperor, and the Calligraphy Emperor. After the 12 emperors, that is, after the founding of China, 24 new human race great emperors were born. These 24 great emperors are also called new emperors. Different from the original great emperor, their honorific title is 2 characters. These 24 great emperors are Mad Sword Great Emperor, Demonic Sword Great Emperor, Pill Devouring Great Emperor, Immortal Great Emperor. Teodi Great Emperor, Killing Spears Great Emperor, Siju Great Emperor, Liangyi Great Emperor. Julian Great Emperor, Danqing Great Emperor, Tianyi Great Emperor, Tianshu Great Emperor. The Ancient Sword Great Emperor, the Dead Soul Great Emperor, the Leontian Great Emperor, and the Hanging Pot Great Emperor. Great Emperor of Chaos, Great Emperor of Dragon Spear, Great Emperor of Wangyu, Great Emperor of Mystery. Great Emperor of Rites and Music, Great Emperor of Lianmo, Great Emperor of Heavenly Origin, Great Emperor of Wanwan. Wang Xian Yunying in immortal physique looked at each sculpture carefully, and her voice became a little heavy. Of the 3,000 great Dao, are there only 12 left now? What do you mean? Wang Shenxian asked in confusion. Yunying explained. Through these titles, we can discover some of the laws hidden among these great emperors. Sword Dao, Alchemy Dao, medicine Dao, cooking Dao, spear Dao, wine Dao, divination Dao, chin Dao, painting Dao, chess Dao, calligraphy Dao. These 36 emperors, whether old or new, are all extended on the basis of the 12 great Dao. In more than 10,000 years of history, no one among the newly appointed 24 emperors has walked a new path. This also means that the remaining 2,988 great Dao are no longer in existence, and may even be completely broken. Hearing this, Wang Shenxian was stunned. Although he didn't understand the specific situation, he also knew that this situation was very bad. Did Tianmen lose? Yun Ying murmured to himself. Although Wang Shenxian was curious, he knew clearly that there were some things that he didn't know yet. So he didn't bother Yun Ying. Everyone, start choosing the Emperor Venerable you want to challenge. After choosing, go and wait next to Emperor Venerable. As soon as he finished speaking, all the candidates present began to leave. They have worked hard until now just for this moment. In front of people all over the country and even the world, challenged to the pinnacle of martial arts. Most importantly, they don't have to worry about losing. Because the opponent himself is the great emperor who is respected by all people. Whether you win or lose, you will receive great honor. Therefore, these candidates can exert 100% of their strength without any psychological pressure. Except Wang Baikan and Wang Shenxian. The two of them were several meters apart and walked towards Sword Emperor Jin's body together. Except for a few people, no one knew that the two young men walking side by side at this moment were half-brothers. They had been together under the same roof for 5 years. However, the treatment of the two of them is like heaven and earth. The younger brother who acts recklessly and is held in high esteem. A brother who is cautious in his words and deeds and is regarded as a transparent person. Although they are both brothers, their identities seem to be very different. One is a beloved young master, and the other is a slave who seems to be able to bully him at will. The former Wang Shenxian really envied Wang Baikan. The love of parents, the care of family, the kindness of fellow tribesmen, super talent. In the eyes of young Wang Shenxian, Wang Baikan had everything he dreamed of. In the past, compared to Wang Baikan, he was just a firefly beside the bright moon, humble and insignificant. For a long time he was in self-denial. I have put my mother in a quagmire, made my father unhappy, made my grandfather, grandmother, uncles. He seemed to make everyone in the family unhappy. At that time, he felt that his existence was a mistake. Several times, he wanted to end his life. But every time, when he was about to implement it, his mother's voice would ring in his mind. Because of this, there was a time when he became accustomed to committing suicide and self-mutilation. Because, only in this way can he hear his mother's voice in his mind. A young boy longs for his mother's voice. Except for this voice, no one in the family cared about him. Sewer rats. This is how he describes himself. Only by hiding in the sewers and not being seen would anyone attack and abuse him. Wang Shenxian has become accustomed to being with darkness. Even if the darkness will imprison his soul. Because only by being imprisoned by darkness can he not be harmed. Looking at the familiar face of the huge statue in front of him. That was the most familiar face that the boy saw when he was thrown into the ancestral hall because he was punished when he was young. Sword Emperor statue. When the young man was punished by kneeling in the ancestral hall, he begged it many times. I don't know how many wishes I have made to it. No matter how small the wish, no matter how pious the attitude is, in the end, it is all empty. Lost in memories, Wang Shenxian accidentally saw the way Wang Baikan looked at him. That look contained resentment, anger, and a hint of deep hidden envy. Wang Shenxian was slightly startled. I don't know when his fate changed. Was it the moment when I awakened to my vocation? Or was it the moment when the setting sun rose again, or the moment when he drank the wine? Wang Shenxian didn't know, he only knew one thing. Now he is no longer the sewer rat. Now he is a prodigy that is envied by everyone. Now he is a nightmare that scares Wang. Now, he is the disciple whom his master loves, he is the nephew who cares about him, he is the student whom Director Lin trusts, he is the investee saved by His Highness, he is the host that Yun Ying has been waiting for, and he is the child that his mother protects with her life. Shenxian, you are my mother's pride, forever proud. Single quote. The young man's figure is like the scorching sun, striding forward. The young man's backbone is like Mount Tai, standing tall against the sky and the earth. The young man's anger was like a natural disaster, destroying the world. The boy's sword, the boy's wine, and the boy's heart are all constantly bursting out with a fighting spirit like an earth shaker. Finally, under the gaze of everyone, the young man walked up to the god he had knelt before. Pulled out, sword, the mountain-like sword emperor sculpture shoots golden light at the two challengers below. The next moment, Wang Shenxian's figure disappeared from the place. The same is true for the rest of the candidates. The collective disappearance of the candidates means that they have all entered their own battlefield. In the final stage of the college entrance examination, the battle that has attracted the attention of the whole world has begun. After confirming that all candidates had entered the battlefield, Duan Muqian bowed to the statue of the great emperor and then left. Back in the special invigilation room, Duan Muqian gave the order in unison. Cut off communications, reclaim all city radio broadcasting rights, open a central live broadcast channel, and prepare for nationwide live broadcast. After receiving the order, all staff began to cut off the original signal connections with radio and television stations in major cities. Thousands of screens began to flash wildly. Finally, the live broadcast signal from the examination room was connected to China's central radio and television station. The signal is connected and the signal input is ready. Connect. Following Duan Muqian's order, the examinee's face appeared in everyone's sight again. Wang Shenxian looked at the mountain peaks at his feet with a look of nostalgia. Heavenly Sword Mountain, the place where the Sword Emperor understood Sword Dao. It is a famous attraction in Tianjin City. This mountain is more like a sword than a mountain. A sword carved from the Sword Dao by the Sword Emperor. Wang Shenxian was at the top of the mountain at this time. The top of Heavenly Sword Mountain is unusually flat, and it is rumored that the Sword Emperor specially cut it flat. Gently touching the flat cut marks on the top of the mountain with his hand, Wang Shenxian can feel the overwhelming sword intent from inside. At this moment, a weak voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The blood fluctuations are so familiar. Who? Wang Shenxian stood up suddenly. Looking around, Wang Shenxian didn't find anyone. Yun Ying inside the body quickly reminded, this is the sound coming from the sword intent. Hearing this, Wang Shenxian began to focus on the sword intent on the mountain. As his consciousness sank, Wang Shenxian's consciousness followed the sword intent and came to a broken space that was like purgatory. The sky here is broken, and endless emptiness can be seen through the holes in the sky. There are huge ravines and deep pits on the earth. Sword Intent's monstrous but bloody figure was pierced by 9 long spears and was nailed to the ground. Dark chains were entangled on his extremely weak body. Those chains engraved with mysterious runes suppressed his extremely sharp sword intent. And his hands were bound by the same countless chains, pulled high up to the sky, and his head could only hang down feebly. Heaven locks, earth binds. The imprisoned man spoke weakly. Why does the Golden Crow bloodline contain my Wang family's bloodline? No, you are not an innate Eldar, you are an acquired Eldar, that means you are a member of the Wang clan. After hearing this, Wang Shenxian retorted softly. I am no longer a member of the Wang clan. Upon hearing the answer, the mysterious voice suddenly fell silent. After a long time, he spoke sadly. So this is all. After speaking, both sides fell into silence. In the end, Wang Shenxian was the first to break the silence. Who are you and why are you imprisoned here? The mysterious and somewhat weak voice suddenly gained some strength. My name is Wang Xuanjian. Although Wang Shenxian had already made some bold guesses, when the name really rang in his ears. But it penetrated his mind from head to toe like a ferocious sword intent. This name is unknown to everyone. Because he is the pinnacle martial artist who once saved the human race from dire straits. He is the legendary martial artist who stands at the pinnacle of Sword Dao, the pioneer of martial arts. Sword Emperor, Wang's on sword. How can it be? Because of excessive shock, Wang Shenxian's brain seemed to have stopped thinking. Hearing the boy's somewhat urgent voice, the Sword Emperor coughed lightly. You seem unable to accept such a picture. The atmosphere was somewhat depressing. For Wang Shenxian, the Sword Emperor was his idol since childhood. Before that, he could even be called a god in his heart. But such a superior existence appeared in front of him in such a miserable posture. Such impact was too strong for Wang Shenxian. As the Sword Emperor said, it was difficult for him to accept such a scene. Maybe it's feeling the emotion contained in the sword intent, or maybe it's the connection between the remaining bloodlines. Wang Shenxian couldn't help but feel a little sadness and nameless anger. Without the blessing of the bloodline in the ancestral hall, he probably would not have left the family alive. He abandoned his identity as the Wang family in his heart. Although he hated the Wang family, it did not mean that he hated the Sword Emperor. Regardless of his family status, the Sword Emperor is also the great emperor of China. He symbolizes the dignity of the martial artist of China. This kind of imprisonment is not only a humiliation to the Sword Emperor, but also a contempt for all martial artists in China. Who did this? Wang Shenxian's voice was a little low. The Sword Emperor did not answer. He raised his head with difficulty, revealing a face full of dirt and a state of embarrassment. He began to carefully examine the boy's sword intent projection. After a long time, he looked at Wang Shenxian with guilt in his eyes. "Child, I'm sorry." Wang Shenxian was silent. He knew why the other party wanted to say sorry. They are connected through sword intent, and the sword intent he is most accustomed to using is the sword intent of Shenxianjian. The other party obviously sensed his past through sword intent. After a long time, Wang Shenxian spoke softly. "I have already told you that I am no longer a member of the Wang clan. So, I don't need any apology." Hearing this, the Sword Emperor looked at Wang Shenxian complicatedly. He knew very well how much hatred the other party had in his heart. He could not, and had no position, to let the still young child put down the hatred in his heart. Some hatreds can only be quelled by blood. Under the way of heaven, everything is determined. I rose from the humble beginnings, and it took me more than 1,000 years to achieve the imperial fruit. In the era when alien beasts first arrived, human race could only survive as a family by staying together for warmth. The cornerstone of a family has never been its strength, but the most precious bond between blood. When I was young, my family was attacked by a tide of beasts. There were nearly 20,000 people in the Wang family, totaling 3,565, and no one except me was spared. The reason why the family was destroyed was just to keep me alive. In order for me, the one with the most outstanding talent, to survive. They entrusted their family's future and life to me. Fortunately, I lived up to their hopes. I practiced hard in the mountains and fields for more than 900 years and finally became the sword fruit. After reaching the peak of martial Tao, I began to marry and have children to continue the Wang family's bloodline, hoping to comfort my ancestors. Unfortunately, I am obsessed with cultivation and am not a qualified parent. I don't know when my children and descendants started to become vain and arrogant. I want to change my mind, but I can't change it. Speaking of this, the Sword Emperor looked at Wang Shenxian's face and spoke softly. My apology is not to plead for Mrs. Wang, nor to persuade you to let go of the hatred in your heart. I apologize to you because of my failure and because the family I created caused you to experience a miserable childhood. I would also like to apologize to your mother. Chapter 91. Hearing the Sword Emperor's apology, Wang Shenxian's heart kept growing with various complex emotions. Seeing this, the Sword Emperor continued. It's not just blood that continues the family, it also requires faith and emotion. Why would someone adopt a child? Why do they treat each other as if they were parents even though they know they are not related by blood? Why do adopted children and adopted daughters who are not biologically related also support their adoptive parents? Speaking of this, the Sword Emperor's voice suddenly became louder. Because it is never blood that connects families, but emotions and bonds. The current Wang family has rotted from the roots. According to the rules, it should have been destroyed long ago. The reason why it continues to this day is just because of my remaining shadow. So, no matter what choice you make, I can't control what happens to the Wang family, let alone me. Suddenly, the Sword Emperor laughed at himself. What's more, with my current situation, I can't control it even if I want to. Wang Shenxian looked at the person who was supposed to be called ancestor and didn't know what to say for a moment. After a long silence, Wang Shenxian finally spoke. Where are you now, and who attacked you? Hearing this, the Sword Emperor's eyes suddenly turned murderous. The Gun Emperor. Wang Shenxian's face was filled with shock. Gun Emperor. How could he be the Gun Emperor? The Gun Emperor, Yang Wudi. The great emperor is a well-known and respected person, and he is even hundreds of years older than the Sword Emperor. The relationship between the Wang family and the Yang family has always been very good. According to family history, the Spear Emperor and the Sword Emperor have always been both teachers and friends. Wang Shenxian couldn't help but ask, "The Gun Emperor is equal in strength to you, why are you like this?" The Sword Emperor's expression showed a hint of sadness. "Because that's not the real Gun Emperor. The real Yang Wudi may have been imprisoned somewhere like me, and may have even died." The Sword Emperor's words were like depth bombs, one after another, setting off a storm in Wang Shenxian's heart. The Sword Emperor continued to explain. "I don't know what those things are, but I know they are definitely not human. Their disguise ability is very strong. Even I found out during a deadly battle that the other party was not the real Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi secretly invited me to explore the ancient sea secret realm. Out of trust in his powerful disguise, I went. When I arrived at the secret realm of the ancient sea, I discovered that I had been ambushed. If I only had Yang Wudi in the formation, I could still break out of the encirclement, but the other party has obviously been plotting for a long time. In addition to Yang Wudi, those who came to encircle and suppress me include the 2 great emperors of Goguryeo, the 5 great emperors of Japan, the 7 great emperors of India, plus 13 other great emperors who have hidden auras. I suspect that these foreign great emperors were unknowingly replaced just like Yang Wudi. Even I will be replaced soon." When Wang Shenxian heard this, his eyes widened suddenly. What mean?" The Sword Emperor smiled bitterly. "Literally. They separated my soul from my body and imprisoned my soul here, continuously depriving me of everything including luck and great Tao through secret methods. 3,000 years have passed, and they are about to succeed. From your memory, I see that Wang's luck experienced a big rise 15 years ago. That's proof that my luck has been completely taken away and controlled by them. It's not just me, maybe other great emperors are also facing this situation." Hearing this, Wang Shenxian spoke quickly. "I will find a way to help you convey the situation to the 3 emperors." "Excuse me, child." The Sword Emperor nodded lightly. "Besides, I have something else to ask of you." Wang Shenxian said in a serious tone, "You tell me." The Sword Emperor looked at Wang Shenxian's young face and smiled a little. "Don't be so serious. It's not a big deal. Speak slowly. I often ask myself, as a martial artist, what else can I do in this desperate situation? I've been thinking hard for a long time, but I still can't find the answer. I don't know what day it was, but I had multiple plans in my mind." The Sword Emperor fell into memories. His tone was very calm. "I have spent 500 years trying to connect with my outlaw incarnation, relying on residual sword intent. But because I was too weak, I ended up connecting with the outlaw incarnations of the blood refining realm and the bone tempering realm. After the connection was made, I kept waiting for a descendant who has Wang's bloodline and can comprehend the sword intent in the bone tempering realm or blood refining realm. The boy who entered this world at the same time as you also has the blood of the Wang family, but he has not understood the sword intent. Only bloodline and sword intent work together to bring your sword intent projection here. After 3,000 years, I have been waiting for you." Speaking of this, the Sword Emperor had a slight smile on his face. "Please forgive me for being a bit verbose as an old man. No one has spoken for 3,000 years, so it is inevitable that I will be a little excited. Let's get right to the point. I want you to kill me." The words that were like a joke fell into Wang Shenxian's heart and caused waves again. Why? The young man asked. The Sword Emperor smiled calmly and said, "They deliberately used the civet cat to exchange for the prince. They are just targeting Sword Dao. The reason why they imprisoned my soul instead of killing me is entirely because they need to use my soul to control Sword Dao. Kill me and they will lose the means to control Sword Dao." Wang Shenxian couldn't help but say, "But the 3 sovereigns will definitely save you." The Sword Emperor shook his head slightly. "Making yourself look like a loser is already causing trouble for the human race. We can no longer hold back the human race. If in order to save me, I put other great emperors, or even the 3 emperors, in danger, then my sin will be great. Killing me is the easiest and least labor-intensive way. I have no regrets about dying at your hands. Forget me, old man, please." The Sword Emperor's pleading eyes had an unimaginable psychological impact on Wang Shenxian. The young man stood there blankly for a long time. With a slight cough, the Sword Emperor spoke softly. "Kid, I want to see you up close." Hearing the Sword Emperor's pleading tone, Wang Shenxian did not refuse and slowly stepped forward. Looking at the young man close at hand, the Sword Emperor carefully studied his face. "The sword intent you comprehend comes from your mother. This is probably why your sword intent projection is so clear. She loves you very much. When I am in the family, the happiest thing is witnessing the birth of a new member. Because this will remind me of those tribesmen who chose to sacrifice themselves to protect me." Looking at the wounded Sword Emperor, Wang Shenxian felt a little sad. The Sword Emperor saw through the young man's inner thoughts. The disguised me will eventually find Wang, and he will turn Wang into a butcher knife wielding towards China. I established the Wang family to continue the glory of my ancestors. I don't want my family and I to become sinners. It's up to you to decide how to deal with the enemy's weapons. And you don't need to bear useless shackles. The continuation of the family is the continuation of the relationship. The spark is never extinguished, and the firewood remains forever. Whether the Wang family thrives or dies, as long as someone inherits my will, it can continue forever." The Sword Emperor looked at Wang Shenxian with eyes full of expectation. When he was actually facing death, he understood what kind of hope his family had in sending him away. "Child, can you let me pinch your face?" Seeing the Sword Emperor's arm being pulled into the air by the chain, Wang Shenxian flew with his sword. He pressed his face against the Sword Emperor's dirt-covered hands. Feeling the warmth between his palms, tears suddenly filled the Sword Emperor's eyes. Thousands of years ago, his favorite thing to do was to pinch the little faces of children. His uncontrollable love ultimately changed the nature of this family. "If my sword could be faster, maybe I could go back. If I could restrain my descendants better, maybe the outcome would be different. Son, I'm sorry. It's my incompetence and I couldn't take care of my family well. If possible, I really want to hug you as a child. I'm sorry that you have to live in a family like that." Feeling the moisture in his palm, the Sword Emperor smiled softly. "Child, be happy." Wang Shenxian nodded, and then came to the Sword Emperor. Raised the sword. "I am the 1999th generation disciple of the Wang family, Wang Xuanjian." The Sword Emperor's voice suddenly became loud. "Inherit the sword's karma and pay it back today." Looking at the trembling sword in Wang Shenxian's hand, the Sword Emperor smiled in relief. A swordsman's hand holding the sword must be strong. "My child, I go with hope, as long as you can survive. Even if you change your name, as long as you recognize me as your ancestor in your heart, you will be my continuation." Looking at the hopeful, free and easy eyes, Wang Shenxian suddenly thought of his mother. The young man gradually tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Seeing this scene, the Sword Emperor could no longer restrain his inner emotions. He smiled happily. "Don't be burdened, this is my choice, come on. The hatred in your heart starts from me. When the dust settles, you will also start your own family. Until then, don't imitate me." Seeing the kindness that could not be concealed by dirt, the young man finally let go of the sword in his hand. "My hatred has nothing to do with you. You asked me to help, and I can only do one thing. Then I'll help you deal with the Wang family. As for your life, I don't want it, because it would be the destruction of the ancestors." The Sword Emperor looked at the young man in front of him kindly. "You are a sensible and kind-hearted child, but there are some things that you cannot be emotional about. If I don't die, they will take away Sword Dao. At that time, the holder of the sword vocation will lose everything." "No," the young man replied calmly. The Sword Emperor was a little stunned. The young man stared at the Sword Emperor and spoke word by word. "No one can take Sword Dao away, because that's my way." The young man's calm words fell into the Sword Emperor's ears like a strong wind. Looking at the young man's tough yet tender face, the Sword Emperor suddenly smiled. "Ha ha ha, do you know, what is Dao? A great road is like a road in the wilderness. Before the road is completed, there will be earth and trees everywhere. Of course, one day a pioneer will build the prototype of the road, and fellow seekers will have a goal. More and more seekers will embark on this new path. They will work hard to improve their cultivation level, because the higher their cultivation level, the more steps they can take. The seekers who are at the forefront of the road will continue to contribute to this great Tao, and they will continue to extend this great Tao. The Tao has a master, and his name is the Tao Master. Of course, the way of heaven collapsed, and all the Tao Masters perished. Therefore, the authority of the Tao will fall into the hands of the seekers who walk at the forefront of the great Tao. The seekers at the front can directly affect the great Tao. They know this, so they seize my body and try to use me as a node to control or even destroy the Sword Tao. Now, I am the top Sword Tao, followed by Mad Sword and Ancient Sword, and third, Rank 9 Sword Cultivator. Only a Rank 7 martial artist in the Enlightenment realm can qualify to ascend the Tao, but you are only a Rank 3 martial artist now. Knowing this, do you still dare to say that this is your way? Yes. The young man raised the sword gently. Someone once told me that the original purpose of the sword was not to kill, but to protect. I will never again let any being take away everything I hold dear, including my word. For some reason, the boy's words seemed to have a magical power that made people feel extremely at ease. Your way. The Sword Emperor looked up to the sky and smiled, he, ha ha ha. After laughing, the Sword Emperor's eyes sparkled. In that case, let me see it. Looking at those bright eyes, Wang Shenxian suddenly spoke. I will rescue you, please hold on for a while. Listening to the young man's vow-like promise, happiness once again grew in Wang Xuanjian's heart after many years. He was not in a hurry to answer, but tried to keep the young man's appearance in his heart. At this moment, the peak martial artist is no longer the lofty martial Tao Great Emperor, but an elder who watches his younger generation leave home. At the same time, Wang Shenxian's sword intent projection began to become weak. Just when the young man was about to leave, Wang Xuanjian's voice finally sounded from his ears again. Boy, they've taken away my luck. The few outlaw incarnations I have in the Emperor's palace are all used to absorb luck. In other words, they can already control those outlaw incarnations. Be careful. A smile appeared on Wang Shenxian's face. I will defeat your projection. This is also my original goal. Really? Wang Xuanjian's eyes were a little moist. That's really, what a coincidence. Looking at the old man with reluctance in his eyes, the tenderness in Wang Shenxian's heart was gently touched. Ancestor, my name is Shenxian. Hearing this, Wang Xuanjian smiled. The young man calls his ancestor. He is a person who the whole family sacrificed their lives for. He has been practicing in the mountains for more than 900 years, and he is accompanied by loneliness. Achieving the throne, for him, is more of the obsession of his tribe and an explanation to his parents. Trapped here for 3,000 years, with no hope in sight. Every day I can only watch them take away their precious things. Wu Chu, great Tao, luck. Spending every day in pain and regret. He was afraid that he would become a betrayer of Sword Tao, that his family and relatives would be manipulated by them, and he was even more afraid that he would become a sinner of the human race. But at this moment, the seizure of the body, the family crisis, hatred, pain, fear, life. Everything is no longer important to him. Because he already has a successor. The child in front of him recognized him as his ancestor. Even if the family is destroyed, as long as the child is alive, he can inherit his will. This is the continuation of his life. Shenxian, what a good name. Don't be anxious, everything is about you. Wang Xuanjian had tears in his eyes. Ancestor will always be waiting for you, no matter how long it takes. Shenxian, my ancestor wishes you good luck in martial arts. With the old man's blessing, the boy's sword intent projection completely dissipated in this space. Only the lonely old man is left. But this time, he was no longer confused, no longer in pain, and no longer afraid. Because he has hope and someone to wait for. And hope will heal all the wounds in the world. In the world of Sword Emperor statue, Heavenly Sword Mountain. The young man slowly opened his eyes, and his consciousness returned to this place from that space. Sensing the young man's emotions, Yunying said softly. Came back. Standing up slowly, the young man patted the dust on his body and said, I'm back. Now that we're back, let's start preparing. Wang Shenxian looked up and saw the sky projection of Wang Baikon's battle with the Sword Emperor's projection. Both of them want to challenge the Sword Emperor. According to the rules, Wang Baikon reached the 9th floor first, so he could choose the order of his challenges. Recalling Lin Lei's words, Wang Shenxian knew that the reason why Wang Baikan challenged the Sword Emperor's projection in the first place was because of some strange means. But none of this mattered to him. Because his sword will cut off everything. In the sky, Wang Baikan was surrounded by hundreds of flying swords, looking solemnly at the projection of the Sword Emperor not far away. In the battle just now, he had successfully reduced the health of the Sword Emperor's projection to 90%. Now, the Sword Emperor projection is entering the rank 2 stage. The condition for defeating the Sword Emperor's projection is to reduce the opponent's health to 60%. That is, the rank 2 stage where you have to defeat the projection. Wang Baikan cautiously looked at the projection of the Sword Emperor wrapped in golden light, not daring to relax at all. Although everyone knows that the Sword Emperor's calling is to be a swordsman, talent is the EX level Sword Dao Spirit Ascension. But most people only know the name of Sword Emperor talent, but don't know the specific effects of talent. Only a very few people know how terrifying this talent is. The ancestor's talent can suppress the talent, cultivation level, and even sword intent of most sword cultivators. Not only that, when he fights, he can also use his sword to communicate between heaven and earth. In that state, his combat power increased almost exponentially. Wang Baikan is now very anxious. He is worried that his performance will be too poor. I am even more worried that the ancestor's projection will be too strong. The projection of the rank 2 segment will lift the restriction on talent. At that time, he can use Sword Dao Spirit Ascension. For thousands of years, there have been countless people challenging the Imperial Palace. But there are only a few who can defeat the projection of the Great Emperor. In history, only 2 people have defeated the rank 2 of the Sword Emperor's projection. One is the Ancient Sword Great Emperor, and the other is the Mad Sword Great Emperor. Both of them defeated the rank 2 stage of the Sword Emperor's projection when they were in the rank 6 Burning Sun realm. Even the Ancient Sword Great Emperor defeated the rank 3 of the Sword Emperor's projection. However, no martial artist has yet been able to defeat the rank 2 of Sword Emperor projection in the Bone Tempering realm. This is because the Bone Tempering realm martial artist's understanding of martial Dao is too weak and his methods are limited. Facing a projection with Great Emperor combat experience, there was no way to fight back. While thinking, the golden light surrounding the Sword Emperor's projection dissipated. This also means that Sword Emperor projection has officially entered rank 2. Wang Baikan took a deep breath, controlled the flying sword, and killed him. Facing the attack, the Sword Emperor's projection was as steady as a mountain, and he raised his right hand lightly. Immediately afterwards, a supreme sword intent enveloped him. The moment Wang Baikan's hundreds of flying swords touched the sword intent, they let out a sword cry. Bang! Wang Baikan's flying swords were completely out of his control, and the blades of all the flying swords began to crack. Seeing this, Wang Baikan summoned 10 flying swords again, then used the flying swords as petals and jumped into the air. His vocation skill can make flying swords with different attributes and store them in his own sword treasure house. His talent can even capture souls and implant them into the flying swords he made. The flying sword implanted in the soul can have special abilities. Among the hundreds of flying swords just now, the souls of alien beasts were all sealed. So when his flying sword is shattered, the souls of hundreds of alien beasts will be released. Looking at the hundreds of strange beast souls appearing around him, the Sword Emperor projection did not panic at all. He waved his right hand again, and an ancient sword appeared in his hand. Then, he held his sword and slashed. The souls of the alien beasts at the front were all scattered. The sword projected by the Sword Emperor is very stable. Even if it is surrounded by the souls of alien beasts, it can end their souls ruthlessly and quickly. After clearing the 2 meters of alien beast souls around him, the Sword Emperor's projection aura exploded. He stared at Wang Baikan in midair and exerted force on his legs suddenly. It actually flew directly into the air. When Wang Baikan saw this, his expression changed drastically. He jumped up quickly and successfully avoided the opponent's attack. After the attack failed, the Sword Emperor projection directly used his sword, and then stabbed Wang Baikan with the sword. The sword projected by the Sword Emperor is very fast. Facing the flying swords, Wang Baikan showed no fear at all. He summoned dozens of flying swords again. Then he controlled the flying sword and formed a barrier in front of him, steadily blocking the attack projected by the Sword Emperor. After the Sword Emperor's projection landed, he was once again surrounded by the souls of alien beasts. Wang Baiken in the air looked at the projection of the Sword Emperor, who was once again buried in the soul of the alien beast, with a strong look of fear in his eyes. Through the battle just now, he judged that the rank 2 Sword Emperor projection also lacked the means to attack from a distance. Theoretically, this is Wang Baiken's advantage. After confirming his advantage, Wang Baiken directly decided on the next battle plan. He summoned a strange flying sword with wings. In this sword, the soul of a rank 3 peak flying beast is sealed. Wang Baiken held this sword and rose to a higher place. He wants to expand his advantage and not give the other party any chance to get close to him. Reaching higher in the sky, Wang Baiken once again summoned 2 light blue flying swords. This kind of sword seals the soul of a special alien beast. It has only one function, which is to replenish spiritual power. Wang Baiken's talent can reduce the cost of controlling the flying sword, but the battle with the rank 1 of the Sword Emperor's projection also consumed a lot of his mental energy. He had to add it because he was about to use his ultimate move. As his mental power was replenished, the space behind Wang Baiken began to ripple. Flying swords kept appearing behind him. As the number of flying swords increased, Wang Baiken's momentum also continued to rise. 500 handles, 800 handles, 1,000 handles. In the end, the number reached a terrifying 3,000 handles. 3,000 flying swords stood behind Wang Baiken. At this time, he was like an extremely proud peacock, spreading its tail wantonly to show its powerful peacock to the world. Peacock with 3,000 feathers. As Wang Baiken finished speaking, 3,000 flying swords emitted a golden halo and then exploded downwards. These flying swords have only one target: the projection of the Sword Emperor surrounded by the souls of alien beasts. The flying swords were like a torrential rain, constantly stabbing at the Sword Emperor's projection. Facing the attack, the Sword Emperor's projection summoned the Sword Intent Barrier again, trying to repeat the same trick. The surrounding alien beast souls seized the opportunity and pounced directly on the Sword Emperor's projection. Under the massive attacks, the powerful Sword Intent Barrier was finally shattered. Seeing that the sharp claws and flying swords were about to fall on him, the Sword Emperor projection clenched the sword in his hand, and then swung it very quickly. The collision between swords caused the entire space to resound with the sound of fierce clashes of weapons. However, no matter how powerful the Sword Emperor's projection is, it can only achieve the bone-tempering realm. Skills and combat experience cannot completely make up for the gap in strength. The sword projected by the Sword Emperor finally showed flaws. Under the high-frequency attacks, among the 3,000 flying swords, there were always a few flying swords that caused damage to the Sword Emperor's projection. The health bar of the Sword Emperor's projection is also gradually declining. Seeing this, Wang Baiken felt happy, and he once again condensed a black flying sword. In this sword, the soul of a dark tiger at the peak of rank 3 is sealed. This is the soul of a strange beast that his father personally hunted for him. This sword, among all the swords he owns so far, can be said to be the best in the box. He controls the black flying sword and hides it among the 3,000 flying swords. Then he seized the opportunity and directly stabbed the body of the Sword Emperor's projection. The moment the black flying sword struck the Sword Emperor's projection, golden light appeared again, and then enveloped the Sword Emperor's projection. The appearance of golden light means that the health of the Sword Emperor's projection has dropped to 60%. This also means that the Sword Emperor's projection begins to enter rank 3. It even declared the challenger's victory. Wang Baiken in the air was so excited that his body was trembling. I did it, I did it. Grandpa Zhu, I did it. I defeated the ancestor's projection. Although his face turned pale due to the massive consumption of mental energy. But the joy in his heart at this moment cannot be expressed in words at all. What a relief. During this time, he was too scared, really too scared. He was afraid that Yunju would crush him, he was afraid of the rumors in the family, he was afraid of the disappointed eyes of his family members, and he was even more afraid that his mythical would be shattered. Now, even if Yunju also defeats him, as long as he is not crushed, he can give everyone an explanation. Because he is still young, he is only 13 years old. As long as he is not crushed, no one will blame him, and his family will not be disappointed in him. His mythical still exists. Wang Baikan controlled the flying sword to slowly fall, then sat cross-legged and adjusted on the spot. His ability is just enough to restrain the ancestor, and his sword was made and stored before the college entrance examination. That's why his victory seems so simple. Through fighting, he now knows better than any candidate how terrifying his ancestor is. Bone-tempering realm, while being surrounded by hundreds of alien beast souls, can also withstand nearly 1,000 flying swords. This kind of sword skill is so terrifying. However, the stronger the ancestor's projection is, the happier it is for him. Because he has already succeeded in the challenge, even Yunju cannot win so easily when faced with such an ancestor's projection. For this battle, the family hunted more than 20,000 souls of exotic beasts for him. It took him a month to seal the souls of these strange beasts in the flying sword. Looking at the projection of the Sword Emperor wrapped in golden light, Wang Baikan chose to continue the challenge. He wanted to test his limits, he still had energy left. What if he can still succeed? Audiences across the country exclaimed when they saw Wang Baikan's incredible skills. Yujian Sanchin, is this an attack that bone-tempering realm martial artist can use? That's outrageous. Don't forget, Wang Baikan's talent is also X-level. As expected, none of the X-level talents are weak. He's only 13 years old. I was still playing in the mud when I was 13. Why does he have so much spiritual power? The challenge was really successful, and it's worthy of Wang's prodigy. It looks like it's so easy to win. In the special monitoring room, Duan Muqian looked at Wang Baikan, who was recuperating in the sky, and spoke slowly. His sword seems to be able to seal the souls of alien beasts. The soul can give the sword various special effects: recovery, treatment, mental power replenishment, attack. Making flying swords, storing flying swords. As long as you give him enough preparation time, his strength will probably increase exponentially. No wonder the holders of EX level talent are known as the seeds of the great emperor. Tianjian City, the ancestral home of the Wang family. When Wang Baikan reduced the health of the Sword Emperor's projection to 60%, the entire family meeting room was boiling. Wang Jianian held his wife Mirong Wan's hand tightly, unable to conceal his excitement. The clan leader Wang Xiao roared with a red face. What a good boy, you are so proud of me, Mr. Wang, he actually did it. The 10th elder was equally excited. This kid, Baikan, really defeated the ancestor's projection for me, Wang's prodigy, at the age of 13. Only the Supreme Elder looked calmer. He has a relatively clear understanding of the ancestor's strength, and he also knows clearly that Wang Baikan's talent can restrain the ancestor's projection at a low level. Sometimes, quantity can win over quality. But in most cases, quality trumps quantity. However, as the current spiritual pillar of the family, he will not ruin everyone's happiness. During this period, Wang encountered too many unpleasant things. Finally, I have something that makes me happy from the bottom of my heart. He also temporarily forgot the unhappiness in his heart because of this incident. In the conference hall, the smiles of the Wang clan almost shattered the teacups on the table. In the vast China, with a history of more than 10,000 years, there are only a few who can defeat the emperor's projection. Wang Baikan is the only martial artist who can set the first record at the age of 13. This is leaving a name in history, and this is the prelude to the great success of the Wang family. History will once again leave a mark for his Wang family. How could this not excite them? All the great emperor clans were also shocked by the powerful combat power displayed by Wang Baikan. I paid too much attention to Yunju before. I didn't expect that a 13-year-old child could achieve such an achievement. This Wang Baikan is worthy of the title of the Son of Prophecy. His fighting style should have been restrained by the Sword Emperor, but the Sword Emperor's projection only had the bone-tempering realm. Quantity outweighed quality. His talent is a bit strange, it captures the soul and seals it in the sword. This talent doesn't seem to give him any attribute bonus, but the other abilities are like giving him an arsenal. Emperor-level talent, how can there be a weak one? How about his performance in rank 1? Sword Emperor Statue World. Wang Baikan looked ahead. The golden light gradually dissipated from the Sword Emperor's projection, and the fear reappeared in his eyes. Clang! A clear voice sounded from nowhere. Then, the sound got louder and louder. The sound of swords. Almost instantly, a fatal sense of crisis invaded Wang Baikan's heart. Without any hesitation, He summoned the sword with wings and rose into the sky again. The moment his body left the ground, a huge sword mark appeared where Wang Baiken had just been. Looking at this sword mark, Wang Baiken couldn't hide his horror. What? When was it cut out? If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have been eliminated just now. The next moment, he started to panic again. Because the Sword Emperor's projection disappeared. People, where are people? Wang Baiken's heart was beating wildly and his attention was highly concentrated. However, no matter how he searched, he could not find the other party's shadow. At this moment, his whole body stiffened. He swallowed hard and looked up sharply. The disappearing Sword Emperor's projection was above him, looking at him playfully with his arms folded. The projection of the Sword Emperor, flying swords on his feet, surrounded by sword intent, already looks invincible. Seeing this, Wang Baiken's scalp went numb. He quickly controlled the flying sword and distanced himself from the opponent. The strange thing is that the other party clearly had the opportunity to sneak attack on him, but he didn't do it. Did his bloodline sense that he was a member of the Wang clan, or did he disdain a sneak attack, or did he not take me seriously at all? But no matter which one it is, Wang Baiken must stay away from him. The projection of rank 3 gave him an unprecedented sense of oppression. After pulling away, Wang Baiken's heart beat wildly as he looked at the projection of the Sword Emperor who had not moved a step. He looked at the projection of the Sword Emperor in the distance with a gloomy face. What's going on? Why didn't he take the opportunity to get closer? Could it be that the ancestor projection at rank 3 already has the means to attack from a distance? Suppressing his thoughts, Wang Baiken knew that he had to use his killing move. Otherwise, he may never have a chance to take action again. After making up his mind, Wang Baiken controlled the flying sword with wings and came to his feet. He stepped on the flying sword and stood in the air. He couldn't freely control the flying sword, but he could still do it easily while standing in the air. Looking at the projection of the Sword Emperor in the distance, Wang Baiken took a deep breath. See it, my strongest attack. He directly sacrificed 10 light blue flying swords that restored his mental power. After the flying swords came out, they formed a sword formation around him, constantly providing him with huge spiritual power. With the help of this spiritual power, Wang Baiken roared angrily. Huge spiritual power spurted out in an instant. As Wang Baiken roared, the space behind him rippled crazily like a lake eroded by heavy rain. Immediately afterwards, a flying sword with a cold light was summoned from the treasure house of swords. The projection of the Sword Emperor in the distance saw this, smiled softly, and then controlled the flying sword to fall back to the ground. When Wang Baiken saw this, an unknown anger arose in his heart. You will pay the price for underestimating me. Flying swords kept piling up behind him. 1,000, 3,000, 6,000, 9,000. In the end, the number reached a terrifying number of more than 10,000. This is Wang Baiken's flying sword, and it is also his strongest and final blow so far. Under Wang Baiken's control, more than 10,000 flying swords gradually formed a giant dragon full of sharp and killing aura. The length of the giant dragon has reached more than 100 meters. Wang Baiken stood in the air, looked at the projection of the Sword Emperor below who showed no resistance, and let out a roar. Then control the giant sword dragon to rush towards the projection of the Sword Emperor below. Facing the huge dragon, the Sword Emperor's projection made no extra moves. He just gently lifted his sword. At the same time, a terrifying and unspeakable force surrounded his sword. Heaven and earth. One sword. Accompanied by the ancient and deep voice, the Sword Emperor projected. The sword is out. One sword. Cut. Chang. Following this sword attack, thousands of flying swords began to scream continuously. The sword light flashed across, and the dragon fell. Tens of thousands of flying swords turned into fragments all over the sky, and a rain of broken swords began. The soul of the alien beast sealed in the flying sword was also shattered by the powerful sword intent, strangulation, while the sword body was shattered. The projection of the Sword Emperor below slowly retracted his sword. In fact, it no longer matters to him whether he can put his sword away or not. Because he had already eliminated the opponent's special move and saw the pale and desperate face of the Dragon Master. That is a sign of losing the will to fight. His enemies no longer had the courage to swing their swords at him. Wang Baiken in the air looked at the projection of the Sword Emperor below, feeling desperate. The gap is too big. When the Sword Emperor projection enters rank 3, you can use your own skills and divine ability. He knew the sword strike just now. That's the ancestor's claim to fame, divine ability. Although he knew how powerful the other party was. But he never imagined that his own trick would be so incompatible with the opponent's divine ability. Fragile. A sword. Just one sword. I lost. I tried everything I could. I still lost. This is the pinnacle of Sword Dao. Suddenly, Wang Baiken seemed to have thought of something. Ancestor. This is Ancestor. He murmured to himself with his eyes wide open. This is the ancestor of my Wang family. He suddenly remembered his identity. The huge gap brought such a huge blow that he only remembered his identity as a challenger. But when he came back to his senses, he remembered that this was the ancestor of his Wang family. It's natural to lose to the ancestor. Wanting to understand this, Wang Baiken's thoughts suddenly became clear. He followed the Supreme Elder's order and secretly sacrificed a drop of blood. Then he slowly landed on the ground and knelt down in front of the Sword Emperor's projection. As a descendant of the Wang family, no one found it strange to kneel down and worship the Sword Emperor's projection. So this also gave Wang Baiken an opportunity to do something. He secretly integrated the drop of carefully prepared blood essence into the Sword Emperor's projection. According to the words of the Supreme Elder, this drop of essence and blood contains the fate of the Wang family. At the same time, it also contains an order issued by the Wang family. Behead the next candidate, Yunju. The real name of the Sword Emperor's projection should be the external incarnation of the Sword Imperial Law. This outlaw incarnation is stored in the Imperial Palace, enjoying the faith and luck of the Chinese martial artist. Although these outlaw incarnations will be subject to the constraints of the Imperial Palace. But no matter what, this is the lawless incarnation of the Sword Emperor and the lawless incarnation of his Wang family ancestor. When he receives the clan's fate, he will also take action. This is also the trump card left by the Sword Emperor to the family. After successfully integrating the essence and blood into the Sword Emperor's projection, Wang Baiken prepared to get up and leave. But at this moment, an ancient and strange voice sounded in his mind. Wang, clan members. Emotions of despair and fear surged crazily in his heart, and Wang Baiken responded tremblingly. Who is it? The scary sound appeared in my mind again. My name, Wang Xuanjian. Before Wang Baiken could continue to ask, a strange and extremely strange black light point appeared in the Sword Emperor's projection. Immediately afterwards, this black light point quickly penetrated into Wang Baiken's body. With the invasion of black light spots, Wang Baiken, who was mentally exhausted, finally passed out. With the fall of Wang's prodigy, Wang's journey has come to an end. The viewers who were watching the live broadcast were shocked when they saw this. Were you killed? It's outrageous. It's outrageous how powerful he is. The attack intensity of Wang Baiken's move just now is estimated to be able to kill an ordinary rank 5 Bright Moon Realm expert instantly, but in front of the Sword Emperor's projection, it only took one sword strike. Wang Baiken is already very strong. I can only blame the Sword Emperor's projection for being too strong. That's the Sword Emperor, the symbol of Sword Dao's limit. Too scary. Is this something a human can challenge? Don't just look at the Sword Emperor projection. Wang Baiken is only 13 years old. He is also the holder of Wang's prodigy, X-level talent. Wang Baiken has broken the historical record, successfully challenging the Sword Emperor projection at the age of 13. Even if he loses, he will only lose to the rank 3 stage. The projection is ridiculously strong. This is not a fair challenge at all. Sword Dao Emperor Clan. The various great emperor clans can see more and deeper things when they see Wang Baiken's challenge process. The young are truly formidable. The rise of the Wang family is unstoppable. With such prodigy, Wang Xuanjian can be considered to have a successor. 2 emperors in one clan, or even 1 emperor and 1 emperor. Didn't they say that there is some news about the Sword Emperor? Not sure yet, but according to the ancestor's hexagram, it will be soon. What is the hexagram? The ancestor never said it clearly. He only gave a warning to the Wang family. Dragons and tigers fight. It is difficult to distinguish between true and false. 4 yangs fight, and the heaven's will is in chaos. True and false. 4 yangs. When Wang Baikan fell into a coma and was taken away by the staff, the battles of all the candidates were over. Because most of the candidates did not even enter the rank 2 stage. Wang Baikan's tenacious time was almost twice as long as theirs. It was really difficult for the candidates of SSS level talent to face the Great Emperor projection. Almost all the candidates who were not from the Emperor clan fell in the rank 1 stage. Lin Lei and Du Yin, candidates from the Emperor clan, basically entered the rank 2 stage. Not only do they have a clear understanding of their own ancestors, but they have also been given special treatment by their families. Especially Lin Lei, who can be said to be sticking to his own ancestor and doing it right in front of him. This is the perfect example of the saying, if you want to be honored in front of others, you must first suffer behind others. He was submissive at home, hugging his ancestor's thigh and crying to the sky. He mastered the tricks taught by his ancestor and hit the projection of the ancestor with a heavy punch. Although he lost in the end because of exhaustion of spiritual power. But his performance can be regarded as the strongest candidate of SSS level. Another outstanding performance was Yang Tu of the Yang family. His gun was very swift, and in the end, like Lin Lei, he lost because of insufficient spiritual power. As for Du Yin, this little girl was bullied by the projection of the ancestor. The attack method of the Wine Emperor can be called strange among all the great emperors. In fact, before the challenge, Du Yin also hugged her own ancestor's arm and kept acting coquettishly, and coaxed for a long time. But the answer of the Wine Emperor at that time was like this. Xiaoyan, I don't play by the rules, and I don't know what the projection will do. And you know me, I always black out when I'm drunk. In the end, the advice given by the Wine Emperor was to let her challenge other great emperors. But Du Yin was a bit stubborn, so she didn't listen. Salted fish. That Lin Lei is really awesome, he runs really fast. Star River. It's really amazing, that Thunder Clone is pretty strong, but the great Emperor Siju is too weak. Love to eat salted duck eggs. Although this kid's strength is very good, it's far inferior to his mouth. Quit the game. Ha 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 ha. Fawai Kwangdu. The person above is so bold, how many years do you want to be sentenced? Dream fulfillment. To be honest, that Yang Tu is also very strong, I feel he is too calm. August 15th. I always feel that he was a bit strange at the end. Luan Dian Li. Are you talking about the move when he got close to the Gun Emperor, or what? August 15th. I can't explain it, but I think the way he looked at the Gun Emperor was very strange. When other candidates, even Wang Baikan, looked at the great emperor projections, their eyes were full of admiration and enthusiasm, but Yang Tu was too calm, his eyes were too indifferent, even a little disdainful. Dreaming. I didn't find it strange, and some people do have psychological problems, this is normal, I'm just being suspicious. August 15th. Maybe I'm overthinking. While the whole country was discussing the performance of each candidate, no one noticed. Sword Emperor statue space. The boy sitting on the ground on Heavenly Sword Mountain moved. Tianjian City, Wang's ancestral home. After seeing Wang Baikan fall to the ground, all the clan members in the entire family meeting room did not feel sorry for Wang Baikan's failure. On the contrary, they were even a little excited. Because they witnessed the power of the ancestor again. The people of the whole country also witnessed the power of the Sword Emperor. The ancestor is there, the Wang family is there. The Sword Emperor is strong, the Wang family is strong. Their ancestor is the leader of Sword Dao and the symbol of the extreme of Sword Dao. Seeing the sword, everyone will think of the Sword Emperor and the Tianjian Wang family. Tianjian Wang family, Sword Dao Emperor clan. As long as the ancestor is there, no one can take away this family honor. In addition, in their hearts, Wang Baikan has done the limit. He broke the historical record at the age of only 13, and he will definitely be remembered in history. And the power of the ancestor projection rank 3 is a shot in the arm for them. What's more, they have used secret methods to tell the ancestor projection to let him be ruthless to Yunju. They don't believe that facing such an ancestor, Yunju has the possibility of winning. Based on the above psychological activities, the Wang family determined that they were already invincible in the luck with Yunju. Therefore, all the Wang family members were very relaxed at the moment. Look at Baikan's gestures. He has successfully integrated the elder's blood essence into the ancestor's projection. Wang Jianian smiled. The 10th elder stroked his beard and nodded. Next, we just need to wait for the ancestor to use the power of the great Tao to destroy the Yunju. The clan leader Wang Xiao looked excited. When Yunju is destroyed and the ancestor returns, I wonder who can stop my Wang family from rising. I seem to have seen the scene of my Wang family dominating the emperor clan decades later. Ha ha ha. The Wang family laughed wildly in the audience. After laughing, a clan elder reminded, "It's time to prepare a celebration dinner for my Wang family's Qilin son." Another elder nodded. "Go prepare now, just in time for the dinner." Ha ha ha. Notify the other clans that my Wang family will hold a clan banquet. Wang Xiao laughed wildly. In addition, I will also entertain the people of Tianjin. Unlike everyone else's smile, the supreme elder sitting in the main seat was always staring at the screen. Looking at the thin figure of the young man, slowly moving forward, the inner anxiety and fear were gradually eating away at his heart. The moment the national audience saw Yunzhou's face, earth-shaking cheers broke out in all parts of China. Here he comes, he's finally here. That man, finally came out. Yunju, you are my god. Let's see how powerful sovereign-level prodigy is. Go, go, go. Human sovereign candidate and great emperor projection, really looking forward to it. At this time, the official live broadcast room had already exploded. The comments were like a tsunami, pouring in crazily. Sweet wine little happiness. Come on, come on, come on. Where is the god of wealth? So exciting, I'll go get some potato chips. Tomato reader A. Catch the dog author upstairs, why don't you go right? Tomato reader B. So it's you always block my writing at the critical moment, you don't update, why are you running here to watch the excitement? Tomato reader C. This is absurd, dog author, update quickly, quickly update. Where is the god of wealth? Dear readers, please forgive me, isn't it out now? Update quickly, and update quickly on Sunday night. Tomato reader D. You deceived my feelings. Where is the god of wealth? Dads, let me rest for a day, I will stay up late on Sunday night and Monday morning to explode. Charming villain. I hope Yunju will not be injured, and it's good that he can show his strength. After all, it is the projection of the Sword Emperor, and it is most important not to be injured. Gotham King. Haha, Yunju is overestimating himself. Can he do whatever he wants just because he has high talent? Can he disrespect his predecessors and dare to say that he can defeat the projection of the Sword Emperor? Nima, the one upstairs is Wang's dog, right? He has high talent, what's wrong with wanting to defeat the peak? Who do you think you are? Above Tianmen, he is Wang's dog. He is more than just showing off his presence in Wuyin every day. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. Don't pay attention to him. Gotham King. Haha, high talent. He challenged the projection of my ancestor. Let alone defeat him. He can be tested in rank 3 for 10 minutes. I will live broadcast my chrysanthemum eating. I love Ayan. Nima, I took a screenshot. If you have the guts, don't run away. Yunju is my dad. If you lose and don't admit it, I will take a durian dipped in chili and stuff it directly into your mouth. You wait. Sword Soul. Actually, I also think Yunju is a bit overconfident. What's wrong with having high talent? I haven't seen a candidate with X-level talent defeat a projection of a strong person with SSS-level talent. Zhang Bigu. Same as above. I also think that Yunju is too arrogant. I am a little disgusted with him. None of the candidates are from Emperor clan. Dao Venerable respects the Wang family who has made great contributions to the country. It's okay to disrespect them, but they openly provoke them. What's the difference between such behavior and that of a nouveau riche? A war of words has begun to break out on the internet around Yunju. However, Wang Shenxian didn't know all this. Now he is walking towards the enemy. Heavenly Winemaker Association Headquarters, Tianju City. Lin Ju looked at the back of the boy and spoke softly. Enjoy the cheers of the world. Li Zhangzhou next to him showed a worried look and muttered to himself. Be careful, Kunlun Mountain, Lingwang Palace. The pink-haired girl sat on the phoenix chair, her slender hands clenched unconsciously. Looking at the young man's back in the sky, there is an indescribable emotion in his eyes. That evening at Wang's, she witnessed with her own eyes the process of the boy being driven out of the house in embarrassment. Looking at the young man covered in blood, he struggled to get up every time he fell. Her talent was activated inexplicably. Through talent, she established a brief connection with the boy's soul. She also saw the boy's painful memories, felt the boy's sadness, anger and self-blame, and heard the boy's desperate confession and cry. And the extremely humble prayer to the sun. I don't want to die. I don't want to die anymore. Slow down, please, slow down the sunset. Please, slower, slower. I'm sorry, Mom, I'm sorry. Fall slower, please, give me some more time. I was wrong, I will never seek death again. Please. Let me live. I can't die, can't die. Who come? Who come? Who come save me? That hysterical shouting constantly impacted her soul through emotional connections. So, she stood up. She overdrafted her spiritual power and used the great divine ability. Gave him a chance to live, a hope of revenge, and a rising sun. Now, the boy's back appeared in her eyes again. Only this time, his back was no longer embarrassed. He has completely gotten rid of the shackles of the night and ushered in his own morning sun. Looking at the young man's thin back, the girl's eyes suddenly became moist. Your Highness, I assure you that it will be an extremely grand and gorgeous victory. Single quote. The girl's vision gradually became blurred. She lowered her head slightly and prayed silently in her heart. Wang Heavenly Emperor towering high in the sky, may your light shine on the world, may your will descend from the sky. May you protect my young man and add fierce fire to his sword. All those who wish to harm him will be burned, and all those he hates will be burned to ashes. No matter where he goes or where he is, he will shine brightly wherever he goes. The moment the girl prayed, the high sun in the sky shook slightly. The spirit emperor beside him was keenly aware of everything that happened, but he did not speak. Instead, he turned his attention to Yunju in the sky. The young man in the sky suddenly felt a warmth in his heart. The kind of warmth is as if the sun is shining on you. Suddenly, a smile appeared on the young man's face. The young man looked into the distance, holding his sword and waiting quietly for his projection of the sword emperor. Opening his right hand, the Shenxian sword slowly gathered from the palm of his hand. Immediately afterwards, the young man's figure rioted and charged directly towards the sword emperor's projection. 100 meters, 50 meters, 15 meters. In the mind of the boy holding the sword, he kept recalling the pain he had experienced. A cold-blooded family, extremely arrogant tribesmen, and crazy blood relatives. Slander, torture, lies, abuse, calculations, bullying, hatred. Everything will be recovered from today. Mom, they saw me. From today on, I will become a sword hanging over their heads. A sharp, ruthless, deadly sword. The young man roared crazily in his heart. At the same time, the sword intent in his body reached an almost unbelievable level. The great sun Golden Crow's blood is boiling crazily, and the spiritual power in his body is also venting outward crazily. Wang Shenxian finally showed his minions to the Wang family. The young man stared fiercely at the projection of the sword emperor in front of him and shouted loudly. Die! In front of the national audience, the body of the boy holding the sword ignited with golden flames. The great sun Golden Crow vision rose like a blazing sun behind him. Immediately afterwards, the Shenxian sword in his hand lit up with golden flames. The young man raised the Shenxian sword in his hand and rushed towards the sword emperor's projection. Behind him, the great sun Golden Crow followed the boy's pace. The Golden Crow's wings blew in anger. The blazing golden flame burst into flames. The fire of the Golden Crow, like a tsunami, instantly swallowed up everything around it. In the golden sea of fire, the Golden Crow rises like the blazing sun. Fire cannot cover up the light of the sun. The young man holding the sword is brave and fearless. In the sea of fire, move forward indomitably. In an instant, Wang Shenxian, whose clothes were covered with stars and flames, rushed out of the sea of fire and came to the front of the sword emperor's projection. The young man swung his sword. One sword. The golden flame that was about to burn everything in the world fell with the long sword in the young man's hand, instantly devouring the enemy in front of him. Boom! Manga heavenly fire sea ignited the battlefield. The entire space began to distort as the flames containing terrifying temperatures burned. When the flames slowly extinguished, what appeared in front of everyone was a huge ravine like the foot of a volcano, flowing with lava. and the projection of the Sword Emperor wrapped in golden light. The Sword Emperor's projection health volume has been reduced to 90%, and the rank 2 permissions for projection are being unlocked. Looking at the golden examination room prompt box on the TV, I don't know where in China, the sound of swallowing saliva began to spread like a plague. Seconds. One sword instantly killed 10% of the Sword Emperor's projected blood. He's so handsome. What is a genius? What the hell is a genius? What the hell is a genius? This is the real genius. No one noticed the bird behind Yunju. I'm so confused. Do you think the bird behind him looks like the golden crow printed on the back of the 100 yuan note in my wallet? Great Sun Golden Crow. Kunlun Mountain, Lingwang Palace. The moment the vision of the Great Sun Golden Crow appeared behind the boy's back, everyone in the Spirit Emperor's palace quickly and shockedly turned around to look at His Majesty the Spirit Emperor, who was always steady on the dragon throne. The Spirit Emperor himself stood up suddenly, his face full of shock. He also didn't hesitate at all, and was equally shocked and quickly looked at his daughter who was sitting next to him with a well-behaved face. Following the shocked expression of the spiritual emperor, the ministers also followed His Majesty's gaze and looked at their highness. Yu Shan'er scalp numb sweating profusely pretending to be calm forcing a smile very well behaved. JPG. In the end, the girl could not withstand the glare of everyone's eyes. The cute girl tilted her head slightly and put on a sweet smile with difficulty. Hey. Seeing this, the air in the entire Lingwang Palace froze. Hey. Hey. At the same time, the Great Emperor clan, which was always known for having fun, also had a quarrel because of the appearance of the Great Sun Golden Crow. Great Sun Golden Crow. He is from the Eldar. Is it the acquired Eldar or the innate Eldar? The birth of the innate Eldar is recorded in heaven and earth, and the birth of the acquired Eldar is even more stringent. That Yunzhou's talent is so high, it's almost certain that he is from the innate spirit clan. Yunzhou. This thing is clearly Yunzhou. What is the royal family doing? This has violated the original emperor's oath. What sacrifices and contributions Emperor clan, have made to the founding of China? What on earth is His Majesty the spiritual emperor thinking? The emperor does not participate in politics, the country does not involve the emperor, and the emperor does not participate in the world. This is the foundation of the founding of the Chinese nation. Why do you want people from the spiritual tribe to shake the foundation of Wang's luck? With such cause and effect, His Majesty the spiritual emperor is not afraid that the national front will be shaken. When I meet the ancestor, I must ask His Majesty Qingling Emperor why. The lips are dead and the teeth are cold. Although the Wang family behaves disgustingly, His Majesty the spiritual emperor should not interfere with their family destiny. But, how could His Majesty the spiritual emperor do this? Whether His Majesty the spiritual emperor is subjective or not, this matter has shaken the foundation of China. When it comes to the operation of the national front, no matter how big it is, we cannot ignore it. Yuzhu. Who dares to say whether he is the illegitimate son of His Majesty the Spirit Emperor who lives abroad? But His Majesty the Spirit Emperor and the Spirit Queen are so loving, how is it possible? Shut up, Lord Ling Huang may have made a mistake that all men may make. Who knows if Lord Ling Huang has a lover in his heart? When he meets the Emperor, His Majesty Ling Huang will definitely deny it and even make up all kinds of excuses. No matter what, His Majesty Ling Huang has made great sacrifices for our Emperor clan. His face must be maintained. Don't let it slip. But Ling Hu is the granddaughter of His Majesty Monster Sovereign after all. What if His Majesty Monster Sovereign abuses His Majesty Ling Huang? What if he really does it? What should we do? Cold. It involves the operation of the national formation. No matter how violent the domestic violence is, we have to persuade him. Tianjian City, Wang's ancestral home. The moment the Great Sun Golden Crow appeared, the Supreme Elder was so excited that he crushed the teacup in his hand. Spirit Clan. Why? Why would His Majesty Ling Huang send people to interfere with the fortune of my Wang clan? The Supreme Elder was furious. The 10th Elder frowned, his brain worked rapidly, and he quickly thought of all the things that happened before. The bearer of the 9 swords. Wang Baikan, Wang Shenxian, luck separated. Baizi Emperor Monarch visited Wang's family. Yun Shan'er rescued Wang Shenxian. I understand everything. The 10th elder could not hide his inner shock. Hearing the 10th elder's exclamation of seeing through the truth, the supreme elder suppressed his anger and asked quickly. What do you understand? Ancestor, I know. The 10th elder said excitedly, I know who is the real murderer of my Wang's current situation. Who? The tone of the supreme elder gradually revealed murderous intent. Spirit Emperor. Hearing the 10th elder's decisive voice, the supreme elder was so frightened that his heart stopped. Spirit Emperor. The supreme elder looked at the 10th elder in disbelief. This time, the 10th elder did not wait for the supreme elder to ask questions, he quickly explained. Before, I didn't understand why Shan'er Yun wanted to save Wang Shenxian. Now that the identity of Yunju clan has been exposed, I can see the complicated situation clearly. The Yun family must have known the secret about the Son of Prophecy. The Queen of Spirits is the monster emperor. How could such a powerful being suddenly fall? I suspect that the secret of heavenly Tao prophecy is involved behind the Queen of Spirits' death. The Queen of Spirits is proficient in prophecy. Her death is most likely caused by the Tao injury caused by leaking the secrets of heaven. That's why the Emperor of Spirits knew more about the Son of Prophecy. That's why the Emperor of Spirits sent by the Emperor Monarch to Wang clan at that time. Shan'er Yun must have received the order of the Emperor of Spirits to save Wang Shenxian. I even suspect that the reason why Wang Shenxian couldn't be found was that he was hidden by the Yun family. Hearing this, the great elder's body began to tremble. But why did the Spirit Emperor do this? As the sovereign who receives the luck of heaven and earth, why would he attack the Son of Prophecy? Hearing this, the face of the 10th elder gradually became gloomy. Do you still remember what the Gun Emperor said to my Wang family after the ancestor disappeared? Almost instantly, cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the Grand Elder. You mean, is. The 10th elder's voice was a little trembling. For thousands of years since the ancestor disappeared, I have been thinking about why the ancestor disappeared. I don't believe that the ancestor would be trapped in the secret realm for thousands of years. But I can't help but believe it, because just based on strength, the ancestor can be called the first person under the sovereign level. How could such a strong ancestor be framed by a strong man of the same level? No great emperor can defeat the ancestor. What if the opponent is not the great emperor? What if the one who attacked the emperor? The 10th elder directly said the answer that the Taisheng elder had hidden in his heart for thousands of years and did not dare to say. The ancestor is missing. As an elder, how could he not think about it? As time went by, they doubted everything around them. But no one has ever dared to say it. Seeing that the supreme elder was silent, the 10th elder continued. If we assume that the murderer is the spiritual emperor, all the contradictions can be explained. The person the Lord Gun Emperor hinted at in his original words has finally surfaced. Don't forget what kind of relationship the Gun Emperor has with our ancestor. What he said back then has to make people suspicious. After his body trembled, the Supreme Elder seemed to have lost all his strength. But even if we know the truth, what can we change? The ancestor disappeared, and the family has been humiliated for thousands of years. Now, finally, the family has the momentum to rise, and the family has welcomed the birth of the prophesied son. But the Spirit Emperor created a cloud wine to completely suppress it, and even used it to gain my Wang family's luck. Seeing the despair of the Supreme Elder, the 10th Elder took a deep breath. Great Elder, you are my Wang family's currency fixing needle. If even you are discouraged, then my Wang family will really lose all hope. Things are far from as bad as you think. In despair, we will inevitably have a glimmer of hope. First of all, the confirmation of the identity of the Yunju clan makes us no longer doubt the authenticity of the son predicted by Wang Baikan. His current performance is nothing but the result of human intervention by the Spirit Emperor. That Yunju is nothing more than an artificial fake sun, just a short-lived stepping stone on Baikan Road. The son of the prophecy bears fate. If you dare to go against him, you will inevitably be played by fate. Even the Spirit Emperor cannot escape. Frustration is definitely not fatal poison to a martial artist. Secondly, Yunju has exposed his identity as a spiritual clan. The other Emperor clan will definitely not let it go, because the Emperor clan is involved in the operation of the Chinese National Defense Formation. The royal family and the emperor clan are interdependent. Even the spiritual emperor cannot just prevaricate. We can take this opportunity to unite with other emperor clan to put pressure on the spirit emperor and try to get a chance to breathe. Finally, we can inform the gun emperor about this and let him find a way to help us. The words of the 10th elder once again ignited the hope in the heart of the supreme elder. For some reason, looking at the 10 elders, he thought of himself when he was young. He seemed to be so tough at that time. However, thousands of years of facing death have worn away his spirit as a martial artist. Even his inner demons kept growing due to the interference of fate. In his eyes, the once powerful Wang family is now just a small boat in the vast sea. It seems that it will be destroyed at any time due to wind and rain. He even thought about giving up and escaping. But when he saw the eyes of the 10 elders, he seemed to see destiny again. Yes, the current predicament of his Wang family is so similar to the story in the book and the plot in the movie. The family that had suffered so much faced a powerful enemy and resisted tenaciously to survive, and finally defeated the enemy and won. With tears in the corners of his eyes, the Supreme Elder stared blankly at the 10th Elder and spoke earnestly. Wang Wei, it's really a great blessing to have you in our family. Everything from now on will be left to you. The 10th Elder's face straightened and he bowed in salute. Wei, we will definitely live up to the Elder's expectations. I'm going to make preparations first. There are some things that I should tell Wang Jianian. As the bearer of the 9 swords, there are some things that he should know. The Supreme Elder nodded. Go. Watching the 10 elders leave, the Taisheng Elder looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. The tears that had been trapped in my eyes for a long time fell down. Ancestor, have you seen it? This is the family spirit you were hoping for back then. The Wang family. Are really going to rise. Emperor Palace, inside the World of Sword Emperor statue. The young man held a long sword in his hand, and the fighting intent like a hurricane spurted out from his body like a huge wave of sword intent. Opposite him, there was also a young man. He looks like an ordinary young man, but he has eyes that are hard to look into. The sword in his hand has no decoration, simple and unsophisticated. Sword Emperor projection. That is the outlaw incarnation of the ancestor, and his appearance is that of his bone-tempering realm. But this outlaw incarnation has been reduced to an unknown plaything. The golden light around the projection gradually dissipated, which also symbolized that the Sword Emperor projection had been able to use his talent. The Rank 2 segment has begun. Looking at the projection controlled by a mysterious entity not far away, Wang Shenxian knew that he had to be careful. The young man raised his sword and pointed, "Come." Facing the enemy's provocation, the Sword Emperor's projected eyes flashed with a faint ferocious light. He said jokingly, "I hope your sword can make me happy." At the same time, the sword in his hand began to shine. In an instant, the ancient sword became dazzling. Then, the Sword Emperor's projected figure rioted and rushed towards Wang Shenxian at great speed. Wang Shenxian held the sword and smiled softly, then took out the Jushan gourd and took a sip. When the Sword Emperor's projection was only 10 meters away from Wang Shenxian. Chang! The sound of the sword sounded suddenly, and the clear sound of the sword directly enveloped Wang Shenxian with the huge sword intent. Suppress. This is the special coercive talent effect that comes with the ancestor's talent. It can suppress most of the methods of other swordsmen, including sword intent. Seeing that Wang Shenxian had been struck, the speed of the Sword Emperor's projection skyrocketed, and it came to the young man's eyes almost in the blink of an eye. The light of the ancient sword in his hand had already reflected in the young man's eyes. I heard that when you were young, you were always very confident with the sword. Wang Shenxian's lips raised slightly, then let's try it. After speaking, the young man raised his sword. Seeing this, the Sword Emperor projection also raised his sword. The blade of the ancient long sword shone with cold light, and the sharp blade gradually became clear in Wang Shenxian's eyes. Without any hesitation, Wang Shenxian directly swung his sword to meet the ancient sword. Clang bang! The moment the two blades collided, a strong collision sound was made. And the heavy thud of knees hitting the ground. The projection of the Sword Emperor raised his sword and knelt down on one knee. Feeling the terrifying power coming from the sword, the Sword Emperor's projection looked up in disbelief at the boy with a smirk on his face. The corners of the young man's mouth raised crazily, revealing a few white teeth. Sir Sword Emperor, is my sword powerful? As soon as he finished speaking, the young man struck out with his sword again. The Sword Emperor's projection seized the opportunity and changed the angle of resistance. The special force dissipation technique allows the Sword Emperor's projected body to slide backwards on the ground like a skateboard. Seeing this, Wang Shenxian quickly pursued him. With his extremely high physique, he quickly caught up with the Sword Emperor's projection that slipped away. Realizing that the Sword Emperor's projection was unavoidable, he could only raise his sword to resist again. Chang! The boy struck with his sword 3 times, causing the Sword Emperor's projection to slide at a rapid speed again. Under Wang Shenxian's rapid attack, the Sword Emperor projection could not even stand up. He was like a child's ball, rolling on the ground wantonly under the boy's blows. Seeing the boy's sword attack again, the Sword Emperor projection roared angrily. The ancient long sword in his hand quickly slashed forward with a sword light. Facing the attack, Wang Shenxian decisively held out 3 wine swords in front of him. Boom! The dusty Sword Emperor's projection took a breather because of the sword light. Finally he stood up, but in the dust rising in front, the joking voice of a young man could be heard. Dear Lord Sword Emperor, does my sword please you? The boy's teasing made Sword Emperor projection's eyes twitch wildly. The Sword Emperor's projection stared at Wang Shenxian with his cold, angry eyes. Arrogant brat, you will pay the price. Wang Shenxian flicked the tip of his sword, we'll see. As the words fell, Wang Shenxian was surprised to find that the whole space began to tremble slightly. At this moment, Wang Shenxian suddenly thought of the ancestor's talent effect. The Sword Emperor's talent can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. The moment he realized this, Wang Shenxian saw white energy falling from the sky. Not only that, but rich black energy is also rising from the ground. The moment the energy of the 2 colors merged into the Sword Emperor's projected body, the opponent's momentum instantly increased. Seeing the opponent's rising strength, Wang Shenxian narrowed his eyes slightly. Wang Baikan didn't get such luxurious treatment when he was in rank 2 just now. Wang Shenxian murmured to himself, did you do anything? Although his physique can suppress the Sword Emperor's projection, he is not so reckless as to confront him face to face when faced with the power of heaven and earth that he has never seen before. So Wang Shenxian used force and jumped upward. Then the Shenxian sword appeared at his feet and took him flying into the air. Upon seeing this, the Sword Emperor's projection jumped up almost at the same time. His speed was even faster than Wang Shenxian's sword. The Sword Emperor's projection soared into the sky, and his fierce eyes gradually came closer to Wang Shenxian's eyes. There was no time to marvel at the opponent's sudden increase in speed. Wang Shenxian directly called out 9 wine swords to block in front of him. Clang! After successfully blocking, Wang Shenxian took the opportunity to fly higher into the air. Seeing the young man walking away, the falling Sword Emperor's projection suddenly swung his sword and slashed forward. The black and white energy light blade quickly separated from the blade, and then flew quickly towards Wang Shenxian. Dozens of wine swords appeared in the air again. The wine sword quickly fused and then turned into a barrier of wine. Boom! The moment the energy light blade touched the wine barrier, it directly tore Wang Shenxian's barrier apart. However, the power of the light blade, which contained terrifying energy, plummeted due to the barrier. Wang Shenxian directly waved his sword to greet him. After feeling this energy at close range, Wang Shenxian was instantly attracted by this strange energy. This black and white energy contains a lot of yin and yang power. In addition, these yin and yang forces seem to be continuously generating a new energy. After defeating the energy light blade, Wang Shenxian stood in the air and began to look down at the projection of the Sword Emperor below. For some reason, when he looked at the other person's figure now, murderous intent arose in his heart. It seems that whenever you see that projection, you will feel a sense of disgust coming from the depths of your soul. Whether it's his heart, his sword, or his wine, everything was telling him one thing. Kill that outlaw incarnation. Thinking of this, Wang Shenxian pointed his sword at the projection of the Sword Emperor below. At the same time, the brewmaster's gourd began to pour out spiritual wine of various colors. A wine sword formed behind him. Then, Wang Shenxian jumped down from the flying sword, then held the sword and fell to the ground like a meteor. Dozens of flying swords behind him followed closely like meteor fragments. Facing the young man's attack from the sky, the Sword Emperor's projection stared at the young man's figure like a hunter. He was judging the boy's movement trajectory. The sword projected by the Sword Emperor is also constantly absorbing the power of heaven and earth, and he is obviously ready to fight. Relying on the Great Emperor's combat experience, the Sword Emperor's projection quickly determined the boy's attack route. Then, he exerted force with his legs and attacked the young man from above. As the distance between the two of them continued to shrink, the time to swing the sword came. Laughed. The Sword Emperor projection smiled. He saw through the boy's attack. When the distance between the two was only 2 meters, the Sword Emperor's projection finally drew his sword. Your journey is over. Just when the ancient sword was about to touch the young man's neck, Wang Shenxian also smiled. I am afraid. The next moment, the Sword Emperor's projection showed a rare expression of astonishment. Because his sword cut through the air. But at this time, a young man's whisper came from behind him. I'm going to disappoint you. Immediately afterwards, the Sword Emperor looked in great shock at the flying sword that was about to stab him in front. Each of these flying swords is made of sword intent. Although very powerful, there are only a few dozen in number. If just now, he would definitely be able to resist, but now he is a little reluctant but powerless. Because his right arm holding the sword tightly had completely separated from his body and was flying high in the air. Having lost his sword, he could only watch helplessly as he was drowned by flying swords. Boom! The powerful attack power of the flying sword directly penetrated the body of the Sword Emperor's projection, stabbing him into a sieve. Finally, the flying sword fell to the ground, raising a lot of dust. When the dust settled, the familiar golden light appeared on the Sword Emperor's projection again. At this time, the HP of the Sword Emperor's projection had also dropped to 60%. This also means the end of the Rank 2 segment and the beginning of the Rank 3 segment. The boy's crisp victory not only shocked the Sword Emperor projection, but also stunned the audience across the country. One sword, another sword. Just happened, what? How did he cut off the right arm of the Sword Emperor's projection? Disappeared, he just disappeared again. This is a win. It was too easy for him to win, right? Awesome, I cut off the Sword Emperor's arm directly. This is so fierce. I love it. I also want to learn that sword technique that falls from the sky. So what did Yunju eat to grow up and become so strong? Human sovereign candidate, so scary. Is that a space skill just now? Can the space skills still be played like this? Kunlun Mountain, Lingwang Palace. The young man's battle successfully diverted everyone's attention from His Highness. What was that just now? High-level space utilization, or a special invisibility effect? It's not impossible. The Sword Emperor controls the power of heaven and earth. There's no reason why he can't detect the spatial fluctuations or invisibility caused by the other party. It's not space skills or invisibility, so what is it? He also used similar methods in the first 2 stages of the college entrance examination. Why do you feel that the Sword Emperor's projection has become more aggressive in Rank 2? The Rank 3 section will start soon, and the excitement is coming. The Sword Emperor's projection that has been unlocked with divine ability and self-created skill permissions is qualitatively different from the first 2 stages. The damage caused by pouring the power of heaven and earth into the skills is far beyond what the candidates can handle. After all, it is the power of heaven and earth. Let's see how Yunju responds. No matter what, he is now a member of our spiritual clan, and our spiritual emperor palace is responsible for him. At this point, everyone present once again focused their attention on the girl who was sitting on pins and needles on the phoenix chair with a bright smile, trying to be cute. Your Highness. Looking at the hesitant expression of his minister, the spirit emperor looked at his daughter with a stiff smile and sighed softly. We will discuss this later. Let's see how the battle goes. Hearing His Majesty speak, the ministers responded in unison, yes. Inside the imperial palace, seeing the golden light gradually dissipating and the Sword Emperor's arm returning to its original shape, Wang Shenxian's body tensed slightly and he was ready to fight again. The Sword Emperor's projection, which entered Rank 3, looked at the young man not far away. For the first time, fear appeared in his dull eyes. After the first 2 stages of battle, Sword Emperor projection has come to a conclusion. The young man in front of him not only far surpassed him in physical and mental strength, but even his own talent could not suppress him. In fact, the opponent's sword intent has reached an incredible amount. Facing such an enemy, one cannot use the killing move rashly. The gap in hard power between the two sides must be made up first. Thinking of this, Sword Emperor Projection took a deep breath. Immediately afterwards, the familiar black and white energy surged out of the space again. The huge power of heaven and earth poured directly into his body and integrated into every corner of his body. With the power of heaven and earth, the physical attributes of the Sword Emperor's projection also experienced a surge. At the same time, the young man in the distance stood with his head raised and drank from a pot. Different from the fierce sword intent that is constantly overflowing around the Sword Emperor's projection, the boy's body is not only surrounded by sword intent, but also adds a bit of fantasy aura fluctuations. That's drunk. Lin Ju stood up suddenly. The experienced high-level martial artist also quickly recognized the mysterious aura added by the young man. This kid is really terrifying. At such a young age, he actually understands the meaning of sword and wine at the same time. As expected of His Majesty the Spiritual Emperor, he is the illegitimate son who has been hidden for many years. Although ordinary viewers can't tell the strange things about the boy, as martial artists, they can understand a thing or two. If the two sword martial artists dueling did not attack, they both chose to enhance their attributes through secret techniques. This often means the beginning of a fight. The primitive and savage animal nature has always been hidden in the blood of human martial artists. They are eager to fight, eager to be strong, and eager to win. Everyone was staring at the two sword cultivators on the screen attentively. A little bit of wine spilled from the corners of the young man's mouth, gathered at the jawline, flowed down his neck, and finally wet the clothes on his chest. Wiping away the remaining spirit wine from the corner of his mouth, Wang Shenxian looked straight ahead. The projection of the Sword Emperor opposite was also watching him. Fighting spirit, rising. Almost at the same time, the two of them clenched their swords. They stared at each other, then raised their swords and slashed at the enemy. The extreme speed quickly shortened the distance between the two. 50 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters. The mirror images of the two people were gradually reflected on the swords of the two swords. In an instant, the cold light has arrived. Chang. The shocking sound waves emitted by the collision of the sword blades carried the dust and swept across the battlefield like a sandstorm. The two stood in a stalemate with swords. Feeling the power coming from the Sword Emperor's projection looked at the young man close at hand and smiled jokingly. Since you have decided to fight, I hope you will not slow down before making me happy. Wang Shenxian did not speak, but continued to increase the intensity of holding the sword. However, what he didn't expect was that the power of the Sword Emperor's projection was no longer weaker than him. The young man's surprise made the Sword Emperor's projection even more happy. Do you regret it? Wang Shenxian glanced at the Sword Emperor's projection calmly. A swordsman will have no regrets when he draws his sword. The Sword Emperor projection was stunned. After thinking for a moment, a strange smile appeared on his face. This sentence is really interesting. After saying that, the Sword Emperor's projection suddenly exerted force. The huge force directly caused Wang Shenxian's figure to retreat several meters backward. During the retreat, Wang Shenxian took the opportunity to control the flying sword to slash at the projection of the Sword Emperor. Facing dozens of flying swords stabbing at him, the projection of the Sword Emperor quickly swung the ancient long sword in his hand. The extremely fast sword skills turned the simple sword into a ruthless cutting machine, directly shaking Wang Shenxian's wine sword away. In the end, while the projection of the Sword Emperor repelled all the wine swords, Wang Shenxian also stabilized his body. Seeing this, the projection of the Sword Emperor stood in place, and the sword in his hand also changed its posture. The power of heaven and earth on his body was constantly rippling like a bell. He was accumulating strength. Through the action, Wang Shenxian could feel the violent energy in the projection of the Sword Emperor. The boy tensed his body, lowered his center of gravity, and stared at the opponent's sword. After the accumulation of power, the projection of the Sword Emperor was full of black and white energy. He used his legs to kill Wang Shenxian like a cannonball. Seeing this, the audience watching the live broadcast were heartbroken. Hide, what are you standing there for? The attributes of the Sword Emperor projection have skyrocketed. How can we fight without the attribute suppression? Haha, he is obviously scared silly, prodigy is like this. Wang Shenxian took a deep breath, stretched his shoulders, and the red golden crow fire ignited from him again. Then, the boy's dark hair turned into a soft pink as if ignited by the golden crow fire. This pink is exactly the same as the hair color of Yun Shaner. To be more precise, it is the hair color of the Spirit Emperor. Empower. The great sun golden crow vision rose from behind the boy like the morning sun. The golden crow flapped its wings and sang loudly, and the boy's sword was quickly ignited by the golden flame. Wang Shenxian, who had received a powerful amplification, looked at the rapidly attacking enemy, and his legs burst out with unimaginable power and shot forward. In an instant, the swords collided with each other with supreme power. The ground under the feet of the two people cracked directly into a spider web because of the powerful force. The collision was just the beginning of the fight. After withstanding the strong impact, Wang Shenxian quickly swung the Shenxian sword and slashed out. Seeing this, the Sword Emperor projection also swung the sword in response. Clang! The sound of the collision between the swords resounded through the sky. Both of them danced the swords in their hands out of afterimages. The sound of the swords rang out when the blades collided, playing a symphony full of violence. In the flash of swords and shadows, the eyes of the two collided with each other. Feeling the murderous intent between each other to put the other to death, the speed of the two swords swung again. Clang! After another collision that penetrated the sky, the two figures retreated at the same time. Simply adjusting the disordered breath in the body, Wang Shenxian and the Sword Emperor projection launched an attack at the same time. The fight was staged again. The blood bar of the Sword Emperor projection was rapidly decreasing, and as a price, the boy's blood was constantly splashing in the sky. The battle with blood transformation was daunting. Rather than saying it was a duel, it was better to say it was the most primitive and bloody fight of beasts. Everyone watching the battle was shocked by this brutal, bloody and exciting battle. The cheers and shouts were like a tsunami, flooding all the cities of Great Sha. It's so exciting. This is a real man, this is the swordsman I dream of. Yunju is awesome. The Imperial Palace, the viewing room. Lin Lei, who was wrapped in bandages, looked at Wang Shenxian who was swinging his sword non-stop, and couldn't help but cheer loudly. Brother Yun, kill. Du Yin, who was also in a mess next to him, frowned and kicked Lin Lei with his foot. What are you killing? Can't you see what situation he is in now? Just when Lin Lei was confused, Wang Baikan, who was lying on the bed in the corner of the viewing room, sneered. Haha, and the projection of blood transformation, your brain was kicked by a donkey, right? The projection loses blood, but it will not affect its own state, but the challenger is just a flesh and blood body, and being injured will cause a serious decline in physical condition. Hearing this, Lin Lei suddenly reacted. He didn't even care about the sarcasm in Wang Baikan's words. He looked at Wang Shenxian who was fighting on the screen with worry, muttering to himself. Brother Yun, you can't lose. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.